They have taken you from the Imperial City. First by carriage, and now by boat. To the east, to Morrowind. Fear not, for I am watchful. You have been chosen. Those are the first lines, I believe, I could be wrong, that Azura says to you, beginning Morrowind. One of the best games that I have ever played, and knock on wood, probably the best Bethesda game and the best Elder Scrolls game to have existed. But a lot of this video series that I want to do is sort of trying to combat that idea. So here we are. What's the goal? I'd like to go through the Bethesda games for a variety of reasons, but with that there comes a problem, which is, how do you talk about the Bethesda games? Just for the record, it's 2023. It's May 27th. Starfield is just mere months away. The first original Bethesda IP in decades. And there has been, if you've been on YouTube, just a bucket load of commentary and analysis on the games. And for good reason. The games are huge. They have a unique following. They represent a sort of flagship, I don't want to say that. They represent a postmark for computer RPGs, in the sense that for a while they bridged the gap between the hardcore CRPG fans and the console players. And one could make the case that eventually the consoles got the best of them. So it's makes sense that it's the sort of set of titles that has brought about just a huge amount of analysis. And they're very large games. So what could I bring to the table that is different or novel or interesting? And so part of me wanted to take a look at the games, but from a more abstracted perspective. And I have certain reasons for doing this. So I have been playing Morrowind recently through OpenMW, which is sort of a modernization of Morrowind with a lot of quality of life adjustments. And I've been playing on PC, and I've been loving it. But I suspect that throughout the summer, I'm not going to want to play every single Morrowind or every single Elder Scrolls or Bethesda game. To give you an idea of my background, I played Morrowind when I was 12 years old, maybe 13 or 14. It had come to the Xbox, and the Xbox was the second console I'd ever owned after the Sega Genesis. And I played Halo, I played Max Payne, I played Splinter Cell, and I played this. And I think out of all the games that I played in that short window, I think Morrowind was probably the most standout, influential game of my life. I cut my teeth on literacy with this game. I've always been a big reader. I love reading books. And this game was like just the most egregious use of text in a game that I had seen to date. I had not seen this amount of text in a game before. And I found that to be pretty amazing, that I could sit in front of my CRT television with my Xbox that was sounded like an airplane. It was constantly like taking off. The fans were blowing so hard. I don't know how they got this game to run on console, but they did. And it was the fog of war was very much up close. The view distance was very short. The frames were awful, but I loved this game. I bounced off of it at the beginning, but eventually I told myself I was just going to make a peaceful player who was just going to hang around Seyda Neen And for some strange reason, that character is the one I took all the way through. Most of the quests, most of the factions. I don't think I ever really had an experience quite like Morrowind in the future. Now, I did play Oblivion a lot. I bought an Xbox 360 specifically to play Oblivion. That was the first game I purchased. It didn't really have the same hold on me as other games on the 360. Fun game, just, well, we'll go over it. We'll talk about it once we get there. I played Fallout 3 a lot in college, while reading The Road by Cormac McCarthy, which I thought was a great pairing. I never grew up with Fallout 1 and 2, so I didn't necessarily have the sort of backlash against that game like a lot of computer-centric role players did. I did not play Fallout New Vegas. I played a little bit of it. I played the opening, but I was sort of turned off by the way it felt. I think I'd like to go back to it eventually. I played Skyrim. So Fallout 3 was my freshman year of college, and Skyrim was must have been junior or senior year of college. And then I did not play Fallout 4. I did not play Fallout 76. So basically, it has been over a decade since I've played properly a Bethesda title. So I'm having a lot of nostalgic hype for Starfield. And so there are a couple reasons why I want to do this. First is that I love Morrowind so much, and I love writing on games, that I'd like to go through the guides, and I'd like to see the games from a more back-end quest design perspective. The second reason is that I am so excited for Starfield that I want to temper my expectations, just because I'm a big fan of science fiction, and I'm a big fan of playing science fiction and not reading science fiction. Out of all the genres that I can work with, it's usually fantasy and science fiction that I cannot read. I tend to stay in my lane when it comes to capital L literature. My favorite book is Moby Dick. I'm very pretentious in that way, and I am sort of at the age where I will not be budged on this notion. And that sounds pretty close-minded, and I think a lot of friends have tried to get me into fantasy and science fiction, and I won't have it. But when it comes to seeing science fiction on the screen, and when it comes to playing science fiction in video games, I'm all for it. So if you see my history with playing the games, you know that, or you can see that it's the medium that I really like, and it's the developer who can take me into a world the best out of most developers. Few people can really have that particular quality that Bethesda does. And then it's the genre. It's the genre that I love to play and to watch. So all the stars have aligned, pun intended. So I would like to go through these, and if you're up for it, I'd like to take you along with me. So I do have a methodology to this. I have the interactive map on the right-hand side, and then I have the guide on the left-hand side. I would like to start with the introduction and then move directly to the main quest. After that, we'll move through the factions, and then we'll take care of the miscellaneous quests, if I'm keen to do so. I'll be taking a look at sort of the differences between the games and trying to see how the words of the guide emphasize that. I'm also trying to see how my biases could be challenged, because I love this game so much and I've been replaying it, and I'm still kind of amazed that a lot of things in this time period were not capitalized on in the future. So I want to try and critique myself by coming up with some devil's advocate positions for why we don't see games like this today. So I hope you'll come along with me. So we're here at the introduction. The Morrowind Prophecies guide was the guide that took me through the game. It was this and the Majora's Mask guide for Zelda that I think are probably the best guides that I used when I was a child. because they got me through those games, and I have a deeper appreciation of The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask and Morrowind because of it. There is a tendency in gaming to really look down upon guides like this, but I think when you're a 12-year-old child and you don't really know how kinesthetically to play games, but also you lack a lot of the brain development that comes from planning and devising and spatially understanding what's going on a two-dimensional screen, I think all the more there's a benefit to guides. Now that I'm an adult player, I don't really need the guides, but at the time it was a lifesaver. So I'm trying to zoom in as much as I can so that you hopefully can see the text. So I'm going to read the introduction straight through, and I'll see if I can glean anything from it. So if you're still interested, good for you. But if you want to back out, this is your chance, because as far as I know, this is more for me than it is for a viewer. But I'm hoping that with this format, it's so different from what you've seen when it comes to Morrowind that maybe you'll get something new out of it. When you arrive on the island of Vardenfell, your destiny and the fate of Morrowind may seem like rather distant and even confusing matters. But your small scrapes and discoveries, as you find tentative footing in this strange land, are played out against a broad tapestry of conflicting internal interests and the rise of a monstrous force outside force. In an earlier era, Lord Nerevar, the great hero of the Dunmer people, as Morrowind's native Dark Elves call themselves, defeated the dwarves and their ally, the Dunmer traitor Dagoth-Ur, in a great battle at Red Mountain. But Dagoth-Ur somehow survived, and, dwelling in darkness under the volcano, he lusts for revenge. Technically, he is imprisoned. The Tribunal Temple, essentially the Church of Morrowind, ringed the volcano's crater with magical wards. The major bad guys, who are merely imprisoned and not utterly destroyed, have a way of making a comeback. And sure enough, Dagoth-Ur is making a comeback. The ghost fence has begun to fail. Dagoth-Ur's minions roam the ashy wastes around the volcano. Members of a secret cult known as the Sixth House serve as the demon's agents outside the crater, and, operating from hidden bases, turn normal people into babbling assassins. There is no one to stop them. Nerevar lost his own life defeating Dagoth-Ur. The earthly gods of the Tribunal Temple have retreated from the field, and the temple suppresses as heresy the hopeful belief in a prophesied resurrection of Nerevar. The great houses and the guilds are busy fighting one another, or simply indifferent to the threat, and Empire's representative on the island typically defers to the great houses. In short, Morrowind lacks a strong center. This is where you come in. You are the prophesied hero behind whom the land might unite. But that's a different person than the one you are now. Right now, you are a penniless nobody who just got off the boat and stand at the beginning of a long and difficult road. What kind of world does that road cross? It's a different one than in earlier Elder Scrolls games. Arena and Daggerfall were Imperial in focus and Empire-wide in scope. In Arena, Imperial battle mage Jagar Tharn imprisoned Emperor Uriel Septim VII in an alternate plane and assumed his identity as the provinces ran riot. A hero reassembled 8 scattered pieces of the Staff of Chaos, defeated the mage, and returned the Emperor to the throne. In Daggerfall, 15 years later, an agent for Septim ran a dangerous gauntlet to lay the rest of the ghost of slain Daggerfall King Lysandus and reactivate the Numidium, the great iron golem used by Tiber Septim to forge the Empire. Here, a decade after the events of Daggerfall, you'll explore just one part of a single troubled imperial province, and the Empire may seem an ocean away. The aged Emperor is more of a facilitator than a player. You're in the relatively safe western region of Vardenfell, the area settled by Westerners after Morrowind was brought into the Tamrielic Empire by treaty. Ramshackle fishing villages dot the coast. Inland, you'll find large towns with lots of opportunity for work. To the south, Ebonheart, the imperial seat in the province, and Vivec, a Tamrielic Venice built in the shape of a cross and entirely over water. In the east, withered towers erupt like vast weeds in the bosky gracelands and on islands in Zafarbel Bay. To the north, a wasteland broken only by shrines to old gods, ancient fortresses, and the rusted towers of the vanished dwarves. Between them all is Red Mountain, with Dagoth-Ur's citadel at its center. You won't reach it for a long time. You won't be powerful enough, and the means to defeat the demon won't be within your grasp until you are. Experience it as you wish. There's no wrong or right way to play, and while Morrowind gives you a wink and a nudge at the start, it won't force a particular approach. You'll find challenges in every corner. You can work for 4 guilds: the fighters, mages, thieves, and the shadowy Morag Tong, which handles assassinations. You can become a trooper with the Imperial Legion, a fundraiser for the Imperial Cult, and a temple pilgrim. And if this vast world is not enough, the Game of the Year edition also includes 2 large additional areas to explore. Once you've made a little progress in the game, you can also travel to Mournhold, Morrowind's provincial capital. At the center of a struggle between church and state, you'll explore the city's ancient underpinnings and eventually find your way to the clockwork city of Sothasil. And right away, you can explore a giant island northwest of Vardenfell. Solstheim, about a quarter of Vardenfell's size, is home to an Imperial Legion. I read that terribly. Is home to an Imperial Legion fort and a germ of a colony. And the locals, Nords, have small settlements up north. But most of it is wilderness dotted with burial barrows and mysterious tall stones. And darker fates await those who wander in darker places. Along this hard road, your thoughts may stray more than once back to the Empire. Why has the Emperor sent you here? What does Septim know? And how does he know it? All good questions, but the answers will have to wait for another game. This one is about to begin. Okay. So, a couple takeaways from the introduction. First is that the grammar in this leaves a lot to be desired. There's plenty of misspellings, incorrect uses of singular and plural, and some sentence, fragments. But, the conversation is carried. So let's try and focus on the content rather than the form. So, the island of Vardenfell, it can be a little confusing that we're talking about Vardenfell, but Morrowind is also considered of the land that surrounds the island of Vardenfell. But obviously, for video games, it's much easier to do an island because it is an easy way to keep players from leaving. Also, one of the benefits is if you've ever played Morrowind recently and you push the draw distance out to its maximum setting, you'll see that water is actually the default level of the game, and the land sort of picks up and drops down underneath this base level, this 0 level, to the point where anything that you can see outside of what has been loaded is by default water. So I think it makes much easier sense to code that in as well. So that, in the first paragraph, when we're talking about the island of Vardenfell, it's easy to see why that's the case. So Morrowind has a lot going for it because of the way that it's structured, compared to something like Oblivion or Skyrim, which has mountain ranges that prevent you from going a certain distance once you reach the edge. The edge is something that is much more obvious or much more stark, whereas with Vardenfell, you can go out into the water, but you don't it's a more existential feeling of being isolated. So that's one thing that we can say about this. I'm not quite sure Varden fell. Fell is interesting considering the context of what is going on in the Morrowind game. As you can see, that the island is in dire straits, that Dagoth has been defeated before, but he has returned and seems to be retaking the island again. There are these blight storms that you're going to experience if you play the game, and because of that, there has been a sort of blockade or quarantine of the island until the blight has been figured out. So we can imagine some economic troubles. The only reason we've made it in is because we were ordered to by the Emperor, which is a fascinating way to start the game. One thing that may be obvious is that I don't know what it is about fantasy, but fantasy seems to love the idea of a bad guy lying dormant for a possible return. So Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, it's even in minor fantasy works like the Thomas Covenant series, in which the hero is an anti-hero who has leprosy, an old series from the 70s, I think. I believe also that some children's works like the Redwall series may feature something like this, like Clooney the Scourge. I can't remember for sure, but there's a repeated theme of bad guys being defeated earlier in time and then making a comeback. And the next generation has to finish the job, I suppose, that the older generation did not. We get a tour of the island, so I suppose with our map we can do that now if you've never played the game. I just started at Sedanin because that is where the ship drops you off for the first time you play the game. So to give you an idea of where that is, it's on the southwest side, and as the guide begins with its introduction, you're in a relatively safe western region of Vardenfell, right? Fort Firemoth. That's interesting. Okay, so here's the entire island. For the Tamriel map, there would have been the Morrowind province on this side. It would have continued, but for the sake of the interactive map here, this is what we're given. So, the southwest, relatively inhabited. Vivec is the massive city in the shape of a cross that you can see here. Total nightmare to navigate, but we'll come to it. We have the Red Mountain in the middle, which sort of bifurcates the island between north and south. Not so much east and west, in the sense that the game encourages you to hug along the coast all the way around. And we have, I will go in the order that the guide does. We have to the south Ebonheart, the imperial seat and the province, and Vivec. So Ebonheart is this massive imperial fort here, which you'll go to for a variety of purposes. The east, the wizard towers belong to House Telvanni. So you can see any place that has Tel in front of it is short for Telvanni. Telarune, Telmora, Telvos. But there are some other places like Sadrith Mora, which is as close as you can get to the headquarters of House Telvanni. But one of the interesting things about House Telvanni is their sort of libertarian aversion to any sort of collectivity. But we'll get to that. To the north, there is not much as far as civilization. So sort of from your beginnings, the further east and the further north you get, I feel as though there is a sort of difficulty curve when it comes to what you're going to navigate and what you're going to fight. And so civilization is really packed densely into, this southwestern side, which is has a great coast, a very easy to land coast. If you look at the geography, like this archipelago to the east, it would be very difficult to navigate larger ships through. So the Southwest presents a natural port, especially considering the having to go all the way around to drop things off, considering that the mainland is somewhere over here to the west. It makes sense. So what I love about the geography of Morrowind is that there are some things that make intuitive sense. So Balmora, for example, and we'll be heading there in a bit. Balmora is, where this river is close to ending, and so it is ideally placed to be one of the best towns that you'll interact with. And indeed, I think most people who have played Morrowind are most familiar with Balmora, simply because that's where you start many of the factions. To the north, a wasteland broken only by shrines to old gods, ancient fortresses, and the rusted towers of vanished dwarves. Come on, let's load. It is not wanting to load for me. I may have to refresh it. There we go. So eventually the main quest will be working with a lot of these camps. These are the more native peoples of Vardenfell. And obviously they don't like the cultural diffusion that is going on through violence or through trade or through assimilation. That is happening on Vardenfell, sort of with outside of their power. So a lot of the natives seem to have retreated further and further away from society. So the Urshulaku camp, the Zainab camp, the Musa camp, you'll have to work with these as you play. And each present their own challenges, but they all have very similar traditions or cultural beliefs. Irabenemsum camp. I should give you a disclaimer now that some of these names and these ideas I'm going to butcher. And, because it's a silent game, there's no voice acting. A lot of people have imagined the words being said on their own. So it might be quite jarring, and I've had this before, where I'm listening to someone talk about Morrowind, and the way that they say Dagoth or the way that they say Seydanin, or the way that they say Aldrune, these names are going to maybe stick with you, and maybe not the best way. Any other places I did not talk about? That gives you a good overall view. They talk about the expansion of Solstheim. We may get there or not get there. I'm not sure how I want to deal with the expansions at this point. I do love the Solstheim expansion more than Mournhold, but I have a feeling that if I were to play it as an adult, I would not feel the same way. So I have to take that with a grain of salt. And then finally there's Dagothar, who rests at the center of Red Mountain. And there is very finely, you can sort of barely see it, there's this, what's called the Ghost Gate. The Ghost Gate is a magical gate that they are trying as hard as they can to keep the blight. Very similar to Game of Thrones, trying to keep someone out or keep someone in. So that's what walls do, and so the Ghost Gate does. But as we can see that in the context of what they were describing for the game, it's failing. So that's an overview of how the island is designed and what the context is for you, the player, entering the game. So hopefully that's a good enough overview. It's time to get to the main quest. So we're going to skip through to the main quest, and I'm going to show you what the page looks like overall, and then I'm going to zoom in because I want you to see the text that I'm reading so that you can see when I'm not reading it correctly. All right. I should probably give a general idea of what the game feels like in Seydanin when you play it for the first time before we start out with the main quest. So there's a brief cutscene, and you're on this Imperial ship, and it's just you and a guy named Jube, and he says that a guard is coming, and they don't want him, they don't want Jube, they just want you. So they want you to get to the census office because they have to check you in. They have to check you in through immigration, you might say, So you get off the ship and you head into the Census and Excise office, and they want to know more about you, which is a great way of getting you to discuss what your class is going to be, what your race is going to be, what your sex is going to be. And you can do these in a number of ways, or you can do the class in a number of ways, I should say. You can answer questions that he tells you in order to build a class based on personality responses. I think they're okay. I think they may, since there are 3 options for each one, I think they reek a little bit of the classic RPG of combat mage, stealth, and I think Bethesda in the future, one of my hypotheses is that they've tried their best to sort of blend these into a more viscous way of a player exploring the game on their own terms rather than the terms provided by old tabletop. And I think that's where some of the tension is between players and the developers, is because they have different ideas of, you have the more progressive players and developers who want a new paradigm, and then there are more conservative players who want the old style of a tabletop system simply applied to the video games that they play. So anyway, you do all that. There are some opportunities for cheese to try and earn money at the beginning. One is this really expensive plate that you can steal from the office. And if you steal the plate and then pause the game and you drop the plate before they get to you, you can steal that plate because if you don't, they confiscate it from you. Since it's so early in the game makes the judgment that you don't really know what you're doing, and you just press the button to look at it, but you actually press the button that's to pick up the object. So the game says, we'll let you go this time, don't do this again. And it's good feedback to the player to know, hey, I can't just pick up anything and expect to walk away with it, right? That would be considered stealing. So there is a law and order system in place in the game. But if you drop it, then the game no longer recognizes it for what it is. It's now just an object that the player dropped rather than an object that belongs to the Census and Excise office. So you can pick it back up. It's worth 650 gold. I do this every time I start a new character. It's a minor thing, but it helps to bootstrap a character into solvency. So you are led through into another room, and at this point you're totally alone, just because they want you to keep going through the Census and Excise office. You are given your papers, which define what you are, after you've agreed upon what your skills are, what your major and minor skills are, and all the other miscellaneous skills are underneath. You create a class, you choose your sign, and each of these provide, gamified bonuses. You go into a room where you're able to practice lockpicking, and you're able to practice combat, or at least how to stab with a knife. What's interesting about the Satanin Census and Excise office is that where the dagger is stabbed, there is a note to Hriskar that is a piece of writing that already starts the engine turning of the world and the quests that will be available to you once you leave the office. In the Census and Excise office, you move from this building here into this building here, and when you're in this courtyard, there is a barrel here where it tells you to inspect it, and you're seeing in the barrel a ring, a magic ring. So you pick up the magic ring, and it's a healing ring, and the game teaches you how to use magic, how to equip it, and then how to use it, and how the charge works for magic items, and then how your magicka, which is your magic pool of points, how you go about using spells. But also, like the note to Hriskar, the ring is important for a quest later. So you finally get to the end of the office, and there is a person, and this person tells you to make a delivery. So that is where the main quest is first hinted upon. So we should begin. I will say that Satanin is one of my favorite locations in video games, period. I think it's a wonderful place with a lot of great starting out quests, and the location of it is very beautiful, And there are a lot of things that you can do in the area that you can explore. There's a bunch of quests, but I think I'm going to save that for a later date, because I think I just want to give you the basics so that we can get into the design of the main quest as it stands, and we can move on to those quests in St. Anine when we get to the miscellaneous quests, if we want to go that far. We may just do the main quests, we may just do the main quests and the faction quests, so it'll sort of be how I feel about the whole scenario. So let's look at the main quest as it stands here, and then we will track it with the map to give you an idea of the scale of what's being asked of you. The main quest in Morrowind begins innocently enough with a delivery errand. You may not even realize that it has begun. When it starts, you're basically a nobody, an undistinguished stranger in a strange land. By the time it ends, you will have become more than you can imagine. Your first task is to deliver a package of documents to Caius Casades in Balmora. The Census and Excise officer in St. Anine will put you on the right track, but he's not Casades' keeper this week, and you'll need specific directions. This is often the system you'll use to find your way in Morrowind. Stop in the South Wall Corner Club and speak with owner Bacala Clausius about Casades. He'll direct you to Casades' home, out the door, right up the stairs, and left, all the way to the end of the street. Once there, just turn over your parcel and agree to obey Casades' orders. Congratulations, you're now a spy, and Casades is your spy master. He inducts you into the Imperial Intelligence Service, known as the Blades. You're just a novice at the start, naturally, but that will change as you complete quests. For starters, Casades advises you to join a guild. Depending on your current level, he may steer you to the Fighters and Mages Guilds, the Imperial Cult, and the Imperial Legion, specifically, and to take up the cover of a freelance adventurer. If you haven't reached level 4, he'll also turn over 200 drakes and spending money. Of course, no one's holding a stopwatch on you, and you don't have to make a beeline north to Balmora. The road holds a few diversions. For instance, before you leave St. Anine, you can run a couple of small errands. Valdunicus Nucius asks you to mention him to Darvain Hilarin, St. Anine's Silt Strider caravaner. Hilarin in turn mentions that Nucius isn't happy in Morrowind, and sure enough, upon your return, he'll offer to sell you a cursed ring for 100 drakes, so he can buy a passage to somewhere more hospitable. The ring is a trifle that adds 5 to your athletic skill and knocks 10 points off your health for 60 seconds. You can also chat with an elderly high elf lady, Eldifier, and she'll put you onto a smuggler's cave, Adamus Artis, near St. Anine's Striderport. Just a small taste of this community's seamy underbelly. You also find Andrano Ancestral Tomb along the road southwest of Pelagiad, but there is little urgency about exploring it, as you will visit it in the course of one of the early main quest missions. When you're ready, and it doesn't have to be right now, just talk to Casades and select the orders topic to get your first quest. You are on your way, even if you don't know where. Okay, there's a lot to talk about. So you're given an order to deliver something, to deliver a package. So I really like this quest because it teaches the player how to navigate. In Morrowind, compared to the other Bethesda games, there is no map marker. There is no, I suppose there's a mini map, so I don't want to go that far in. But there is no real compass system that is on your screen as you're playing. Much of it has to be done through relative location, through landmarks, through following directions that are posted in your journal that characters tell you, that NPCs tell you. And I have to say that in older games, this was the norm rather than the exception. And I think there is a degree of spatial intelligence that I may have gotten from games like this. The difficulty of, or the friction of having to learn this was difficult, but I think it made a big difference in how I perceived the world and its space. And it also made a difference, I think, for how the world was designed, because you have to design it in such an idiosyncratic way. and with a sense of cohesiveness that the writing has to relate and attach itself to things in the world in such a way that, Google Maps does this. If you've reached this, you've gone too far. Make a U-turn where possible, right? There is a certain attachment of the language to the world that I think is very interesting that the later games don't have to do because they rely on voice acting. Voice acting takes less lines, and they use a map marker for the purpose of leaving aside that what they consider to be redundancy in the text for more important matters of content rather than context. Now, is that a good thing? To each his own, I guess. There's been a big debate about fast travel and map markers and how it might affect the game overall. Hopefully, throughout the course of these study sessions, we can decide for ourselves how you feel about it. I have my own opinions, but I can see a little bit of both sides. So I'll try to be as transparent as I can and not to be too judgmental when we come to those moments. So, Sedanine. We can travel on foot, and you can see here that there is a path that leads east out of Sedanine. There is what's called a silt strider. It's kind of a big bug, and you can use silt striders to fast travel. The silt strider can take you to Balmora for pretty cheap, either 12 or 24 pieces of gold, which by the time you're done in Sedanine is all but guaranteed. So a player does not have to feel as though they can make the journey, but it is possible. And I think for early players, it's a good way to get a sense of wrapping up all the things they learned in the Census and Excise Office into a cohesive journey or adventure. They talked about Adama Sartis and the fact that it has slaves. Vadunius Nucius's house is here, but you'll find him outside in the courtyard. So there are a couple quests that are really close nearby. There is some tension in Vardenfell about the use of slaves. Slavery is a contentious topic, especially for House Telvanni, who prefers using slaves. The history of Vardenfell has slavery in it. And so it'll be up to the player to navigate those things. I have freed slaves because we live in the 21st century, and it's difficult to get your mind out of the idea of role-playing to such a degree that you would condone slavery. So I think it may be taboo to place things like that in role-playing games, but I think that it's a great way to showcase a history of a place layered over modern sensibilities. So here we go east, and we're going to be going northeast here, and we make it to Andrano Ancestral Tomb, which we'll come back to in the main quest. You come up northwest here, and you will find, as you're passing through here, Pelagiad. Pelagiad is a very recent location in the game, and you can tell because of the architecture is far more imperial than it is local or native. So has this like kind of colonial or British feel. When I've been to England, I can see a lot of the pastoral English architecture in Pelagiad. There's also the fort, which stands at the very end. We'll come back to Pelagiad in the future, but for now we're going to pass it. Now I will say that the view distance for OpenMW for the modern Morrowind these days allows you to see Pelagiad fairly early, but when I played on Xbox, I think you could see the stone wall fencing here, which was always the way for me to tell that I was close to Pelagiad. But you could not see Pelagiad from the road. That's how close the viewing distance was, which I'm starting to see now. It was sort of a problem for the experience of the game, but we'll talk about that more when we talk about Arkanthand. Okay, so we're moving. There is a lady here who has been robbed and I think falls in love with the person who's robbed. That's a miscellaneous quest. So we're going to move right past her. If this seems slow to you, then clearly you have not played Morrowind before, because one of the harsh criticisms of the game that you can make nowadays is that the game forces your character to run dreadfully slowly. Take a left here, and we enter what's called a fayada. Is that how you say it? It's the term given for volcanoes whenever lava flows and creates, like a glacier, these valleys from the mountain all the way down. So you enter this very briefly. You take a right and then you take a left. I remember getting lost here. This gap here is very small, and I remembered going past here and going too far. So that seems like a place where people can get easily turned around. You can also turn left and actually swing back the way you came. I think if you could keep going this way, there's a dead end, but you can also go to Hala Ode, which is somewhere to the west, but we won't deal with that for now. Moonmoth Legion Fort. Forts have propped up from the Imperials as a way to command the regions. Fort Pelagiad, Moonmoth Legion Fort, Ebonheart, Wolverine Hall. There's plenty of them. Moving here. On the PC, you can see Balmora from here. On the Xbox, no, I don't think so. So you're crossing these bridges. And then the Silt Strider should be an indication that you are near a town. I think it was smart to put the Silt Strider here just as a way to signal that this is a major location. Okay, here is Balmora, and my god, what a wonderful place Balmora is. If you don't know, Morrowind has more named NPCs than I believe Oblivion and Skyrim combined. Someone can correct me on that, but I would be inclined to believe it, just because Vardenfell is so snuggly filled with interesting people and places and things, and Balmora has to be one of those great towns. So the way it's divided has intention. There is a sort of commercial area here in the middle. You can go to the outfitter, you can go to the trader, there's a pawnbroker. There are social places that you can interact with on the north and south ends of the western side. Here we have more of the administrative aspects of Balmora with House Halalu, the Morag Tong, and then we have some very high-scale shopping with the Fine Clothier, and then we have the Fine Alchemist. And then I'm kind of blocking this with my face, but you can see Balmora Temple here. The temples are usually isolated from the town in an intentional way, so as to connote this sort of religious hierarchical intentions of, being separated in a monastic way from the civil and economic goings-on of the town. Booksellers, we have the Fighters Guild, we have the Mages Guild. Most foot traffic, I imagine, is on this western side throughout the day. People coming in, adventurers coming in, mercenaries coming in. As you can see, some of the entrances to Balmora are strictly western, on the western sides. So you can imagine that outsiders would do their interactions here. They could get a room at the Lucky Lockup, Council Club, Razor Hole, 8 Plates, and then they would go right back out on their way, leaving a lot of the eastern residential areas alone, which I think was smart. Separated by a river, there's a much greater chance of keeping them safe and keeping them away from the riffraff that's coming in from the outside. So what else can we talk about before we move on? So you're told in the guide to go to the South Wall Corner Club here. Now, oftentimes I make the mistake to this day of going to the Council Club instead. It's close. I think it would have been better for just the character to get off the Silt Strider and just to have whoever they needed to talk to in the Council Club right here. I do understand the benefit of getting the interaction with the South Wall Corner Club, which is on the same side of Caius Casades' house. Not only that, but it's where the Thieves Guild is located. So it does several things at once, which I think is pretty smart, all things considered. I think I wouldn't want to confuse the player. So in my opinion, I wish it could have been where the Council Club is instead, but I could believe either option. So you cross the bridge, you head east, and if you were to use your local map, there is a fog of war. So you inevitably will likely end up exploring quite a bit of this. You may get lucky and just go straight across the bridge and here. It's the South Wall Corner Club. But you eventually gain a sense of what is here. South Wall Corner Club, you talk to Bacala Clausius, and they'll tell you that Caius Casades is in the northeast part of town. When you see Caius Casades, he is shirtless, and the implication is that Caius Casades is a skooma addict. Skooma is an illegal substance that is traded and smuggled. It is refined from moon sugar, which is the raw material that is then turned into skooma. Now, what you learn about Caius Casades is that that's sort of a cover. Why does Caius Casades have a corner house? Because he's functioning pretty well for a skooma addict, and that's because he's a spy. So spies that work for the Imperial Intelligence Service are called the Blades. The Blades are a, how do we call it? A sort of neutral, plot-directed faction in the Elder Scrolls games, I feel. They have their plans, but ultimately those plans are to get the player to have fun. So the main quest it's just a functional way to get the player to the main quest and to get them going and to give them a rationale for what they're about to do. So with that, let's keep going. We've talked about Balmora. We've talked about the context for Caius Casades. We talked about getting there. So we should probably start the main quest proper. Let's imagine that you have explored a little bit of the world. You've fought some things. You've leveled up maybe to level 4. You don't really have to do too much before getting started. There are ways to circumvent the challenges that you're about to experience. Antibolus Informant is the name of this quest. Your first job is right in the neighborhood. Casades sends you to ask Hasfat Antibolus of the Balmora Fighters Guild about 2 secret cults, the Nerevarine and the Sixth House. In Morrowind, as in life, it is rare to get something for nothing. Hasfat requires a favor from you before he'll help. He wants a puzzle box from the Dwemer ruins called Arkanthand, located in the wilderness near Balmora. To find the ruins, head south, out of town, past the Silstrider, and cross bridges over the Odai River to the east. At the signpost, head north towards Pelagiad. On the right, you'll see a signpost for Molagmor. Take this road up the hill and cross a bridge over Foyada Mamea. I got the name right, but I don't think I got the pronunciation. It doesn't sound right. The bridge is guarded by Snowy Granius, presumably standing watch for the 4 nasty characters you will find in the ruins. He's a decent opponent in a fight, but you should be able to sneak or race past him. Arkanthand is east of the ravine and south of the bridge. A crank on a nearby pipe. Lost my spot. Opens the doors. Inside the Hall of Centrifuge, you'll find yourself at the top of a high chamber, Work your way down to the floor of the chamber, then look to the west for a second tier above the floor. Climb to the second tier, and you'll find a door to the cells of Hollow Hand. You'll find the puzzle box on the back bottom corner of an old 3-tier shelf in the cells of Hollow Hand, in the same room as Boss Credo, an unpleasant and dangerous man. Snatch, grab, and run, or take Credo down to collect the puzzle box at leisure. There's a lot more to see here. These cluttered ruins are extensive, both on the surface and underground. You can't explore all of them just yet, and given the inexperience of your character, you may not want to probe much deeper, but if you do, it's worthwhile. You'll find a dwarven spear, and the odds and ends in the crates can be sold. Just bring the box back. Here's the crank, and then here's the door. Just bring the box back to Hazfat and ask him about the cults. He'll fill you in on the story of the Sixth House, how House Dagoth betrayed the other houses in the War of the First Council in the First Age and was destroyed for its treachery. He'll also report that Dagoth-Ur, the source of the curses that afflict Morrowind, is said to live in the Red Mountain crater. This is kind of getting interesting, yes? Hazfat will also give you the notes to deliver to Cassades. Do so when you're done. But note that you can come back to Hazfat afterward, ask about the puzzle box, and collect a key that opens the lower levels of the ruins. It's not part of the main quest, just a neat extra. So if you're curious, all of the Prima guides to the Bethesda games are available on archive.org if you wanted to follow along or if you wanted to look at them yourself. If you wanted to buy a hard copy of the guide, you can do so on Amazon, but it doesn't come cheap. I think they're around $60 to $80 for Morrowind. Now for the other ones, I have them on paper copy, dirt cheap. I got the Skyrim one for like $5, and I got the Fallout ones for like $8 and $12 for 3 and 4. So Oblivion for super cheap. So they're all there if you wanted to see this online. What can we learn from Arkanthand? Well, I was saying earlier about view distance. There's a great moment where I was playing this game on PC, and there's this tree here, and as you're coming up this trail, if you look, you can see the ruins of Arkanthand here, and it feels the sightline. One of the things that Bethesda gets really right is their sightlines, especially in Skyrim. I have a feeling that that was intentional, just because that the way that this tree wraps around the architecture of this ruin is really quite beautiful. But playing on the Xbox, it was something that I never got to experience, just because the player is unable to see that far for the reasons of having the game run more efficiently. But on PC, when I saw it, I was, I don't know, I was just overjoyed. It was great to be back in and playing. And I don't know if I can't be sure if it was intended, but I have to believe just the way that it was orchestrated, and the way that this tree was here, that it was designed in such a way. But, you know, with the procedural generation that Bethesda uses, especially for trees, I can't guarantee that. So you eventually encounter Snowy Granius. It is fascinating that they say that you can run past him, but you should be able to sneak or race past him. So I don't know about sneaking, because it's a very long, linear, narrow bridge. And then to run past anything in Morrowind at the beginning of your playthrough is shockingly dense, because if you've played the game, like I said before, you run exceptionally slow. Even the fast characters, if you were to choose like a fast race and you were to choose the steed as your sign, making your character faster, I don't know, I don't see it. It boggles my mind. So I guess you could try and dodge the mage's attacks and get in and out of Arkanthand. Now, I do believe that you can get down into Arkanthand and grab the puzzle box and get out. The puzzle box Arkanthand is not a very good first dungeon, just because There's so many options for where to go. I really think that Arkanthand is a scary opener that attempts to scare the player into being prepared for future quests, even though I don't believe that those future quests are as difficult. So I think it's a scare tactic. The Dwemer puzzle box is really hard to find. I think it took me a long time as a kid. Firstly, I was just scared of how dark and creepy Arkanthand is. The Dwemer ruins make strange sounds, like it's all a recipe for disaster, right? But once you get the Dwemer puzzle box, through combat or through just sheer running, then you get told about the War of the First Council and the houses. So there are 3 houses that exist in Vardenfell today, which is in the 3rd era. It's House Halalu, House Redoran, and House Telvanni. There are other houses. I believe House Endoral was one, and then the 6th house, House Dagoth, was one of those houses as well. So there's the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th eras. This happened in the 1st era. So what you're being given in these main quests early on is a bit of a history lesson. It's laying out the world as you're playing it, but also as you're reading about it. There's a lot of text. If you want more information on Morrowind, you can ask Caius Casades, and he gives you a couple books. And this is what is so amazing about this game, is that future games, I have a feeling that developers are really anxious about providing the lore. Now, I think in a post-internet Dark Souls world, I think that they have tried to back end a lot of the world by either showing it with bits and pieces, or holding back a lot of the lore to strictly a visual experience. This game, it is front and center. It is, here's the text. Your first quest, you have to go get more information about what it is that we're discovering about you as a possible Nerevarine in Morrowind, what is happening to the world. You're not necessarily doing so through fighting a big boss that has a weapon with item descriptions. It is, you're reading books and you're talking to people who know things. And I think that that's wonderful. I think that games like Disco Elysium have come close to this. I sort of wish that books had gone in the direction almost of these interactive worlds that you can talk to people. I think there are limitations to this, but I was already in awe of Morrowind when I was a child, of this interdisciplinary thing between video game and reading experience that I didn't know was possible, really. So this quest introduces more so that idea. I'm wasting your time. So, okay, we got to go back. So we're taking the path back. And luckily here, I think the fort is great, because if you encounter birds or beasts that you have to fight or try to run from, you can quickly run into the fort and the guards will assist you. So if you're in pain, you can't rest when enemies are nearby, but you can at least retreat into the fort as sort of a halfway point in between the two places. So I don't know if that was intentional, but it's nice to have some help. So you get back, you let Casades know about what you've learned, and we go from here. Sleepers awake. Not a quest per se, but an event. After you start the main quest with the Antibolus informant mission you just completed, you'll begin to notice strange things happening in Morrowind. These events, triggered by the broadcasting of Dagoth Ur's dreams through 6th House bases, consist of players' dreams and the appearance of sleepers, dreamers, and ambushers. The 4 dream sequences occur only if you sleep in Vivec, Alderun, or Balmora. Each dream is triggered by the appearance of a specific journal entry in 4 early missions in the main quest. Entabulous Informant, Adhiranir Informant, the Mera Milo segment of Vivec Informants, and Zane Subani Informant. While the dreams foreshadow the conflict with Dagoth-Ur, they won't hurt you. In fact, they don't really affect you at all, except that they become a conversation topic, disturbing dreams. You can then relate them to certain characters in the game, who can interpret them for you. It's just a storytelling device, and having or not having a particular dream has no influence on how the game unfolds. However, it's a neat thing to experience, and you'll probably want to have all 4 dreams in order to see Morrowind in all its glory. But note that there's a certain give and take here. The dreams themselves are harmless. Why do I getting this artifacting here? What is going on? But doing what's required to have them is not. Sleeping in those same 3 towns opens you up to attacks from ambushers, 6th house assassins who assault you from behind as you wake. Ambushers can be avoided by sleeping in the wilderness or in other towns, but when encountered, you'll have to kill them. This is also the only way to deal with dreamers, people who have been turned into monsters by Dagoth-Ur's dream broadcasts. Dreamers come in 2 varieties. One type will start talking crazy talk and then attack. You'll find a lot of these folks outdoors. For instance, one can be found just southwest of Balmora at the crossroads. The other will attack you on sight. These are also plentiful, especially inside 6th house bases. Finally, sleepers are normal people who suddenly start talking oddly, and later on may attack you if you provoke them. Initially, after the Entabulous Informant mission, sleepers are harmless and just talk wildly, passing on information they've received from Dagoth-Ur. However, once you complete the 6th house mission, their talk will turn threatening, and as their disposition drops during dialogue, you may find yourself under attack. After the Corpus Cura mission, their disposition will drop even more, and their inclination to fight increase. In other words, the earlier you can do something about this, the better. Be thankful that you can do something about the sleepers. Don't kill them if you can avoid it. They can be cured if you find the local 6th house base and kill the priest. Killing Dagoth-Hlavuel at the Asamanu base on an island west of Vivec's Halalu compound will cure sleepers in Vivec, Saran, and Orano plantation. Killing Dagoth-Foven at the Hasur shrine base at the southwestern end of Foyada Mamea, south of Balmora, will stop them in Balmora and Pelagiad. And killing Dagoth-Draven at the Subdune shrine on an island southwest of the Dunmer stronghold Barandus will shut things down in Nisus, Ald Velothi, and Cool. What about Aldrun? That's slightly trickier. Visit the basement of Honari Asut Lanapal to find a 6th house shrine. Kill her to save the sleepers there. We don't think you have to rush out to do all this stuff right now. We mention it here simply so that you understand what's going on behind the scenes. Unless you're quite the freelance adventurer, the task is probably behind you. Besides, Cassius has another job for you. As a child, these sleeper attacks and dialogue really scared me because they are unprompted. You'll be walking and a text box will just appear, and the fact that it's just silently text instead of voices, I think almost has a far worse effect. If I'm making myself clear, a less is more kind of experience. I didn't know until this point. I guess I had skimmed through this. I had either forgotten or I didn't know that you could kill the Dagoth priests as a way to keep these people alive. I don't know if there is any benefit to doing that. In the game, if you talk to these sleepers before they awake, they have a very limited text set. They don't really say much to you, and you can't really say much to them. So I guess the only benefit of this would just be combat experience for your character. Not a bad thing, but I think what's also here and what we've seen in the past 2 entries about the main quest is that the game will compensate you for actions that are not taken primarily. I said that really highfalutinly, but you have options. You have options to complete Arkanthand. If you want to go back, Hasfat can give you a key, and you can explore more of the facility or more of the ruins if you should like. The character that I'm playing now is a Breton, and I have an iron spear, and spear is my combat weapon skill. So knowing that there's a dwarven spear in Arkanthand, I would be highly incentivized to go down there and get it. Luckily, I use a bound spear, which I prefer using I guess I could talk about this now. So in Morrowind, it uses the old school method of rolling dice for attacks. Now, what that means is that sometimes you will miss outright, even though you swung, and visually the game looks as though you're connecting your weapon to the enemy that you're fighting. It can still register as a miss. You can hit, but hit for low damage. You can hit for high damage. You can hit for a critical attack. Now, there's a lot of things that depend on, that are related to the math for damage and for hitting accuracy. So one of those is the stamina, how much stamina you have, or how much fatigue is what it's called in this game. Another one is weapon durability, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe that has more to do with damage. So a bound weapon is a weapon that you create using a spell. So you conjure it, and the weapon is bound to you. And when you fight with it, the durability is always at its highest, if it can be said to have durability, because the weapon does not last very long. It's like a 60-second timer, I think, by default. And because of that, it also, the bound spell also adds 10 points to your skill of spear, which helps you to earn hits even more so. So it's highly incentivized for a magic character to have conjuration if they also happen to have a combat skill, a melee skill associated with that conjuration, so that they can earn more accurate hits faster in order to compensate for the dice roll system of the game. So, tangent, sorry. So we can go back to the sleepers. There are a couple sleepers here. You'll find them in this main rectangle here. They sometimes cross. I don't think they ever cross the bridge, do they? I think their pathfinding can have them cross the bridge occasionally, but they tend to around here. So inevitably, as you're crossing with Caius Cassades to the Silt Strider, or as you're crossing to leave Balmora, either on the northwest or the southwest sides, you're bound to encounter them. Another thing I wanted to mention before we move on is the closeness of everything. So you do move slow in Morrowind, but I'd like to remind you that the places that we've been interacting with, we left Seydanine a while back, and at this point we have been just in this basic region, right? We haven't moved too far. So in later games, fast travel may have been used as a crutch to get players back and forth between vast distances. I think that led to the detriment of the cohesion of the world that they built. Right now, things feel very local. But over time, as the game expands, you as a player expand with it to realize that this story not only affects you, but it affects the fate of quite a lot of the world. So I'm just going to zoom out again just to give you an idea of how small we've been compared to the rest of the world. It gives the sense that the world is quite massive, even though, if we're talking pound for pound, or if we're talking raw acreage, it may be smaller. So with that, let's zoom back in for the next quest. Musgrave Informant. You probably noticed that Hasfat's info covered only the 6th house. He didn't give you the skinny on the Nerevarine. Cassades sends you off to Sharn Gromuzgob at the Balmora Guild of Mages to get it. Ms. Musgrave must have heard from the Fighters Guild about your success collecting the Dormer puzzle box. She wants a favor as well. The skull of Journeyman Enchanter, Yevul, and Drano. Oof, alright, reading this will be quite difficult. She'll caution you against upsetting the local people. They're not into necromancy, and don't fancy folks poking around in tombs. What is she up to? If you inquire, she'll deny being a necromancer herself, and tell you she can't teach you spells. But methinks she doth protest too much. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to poke around a little on the Mages Guild before you set out. Sure enough, you'll find her copy of the book Legions of the Dead in a chest. Confronted with the evidence, Musgob finally allows that she's a necromancer and agrees to teach you summon ancestral ghost spell, if you'll keep a lid on her hobby. This isn't required to complete the quest, but hey, a free spell is a free spell. You'll find the skull in the Andrano ancestral tomb, located off the road south of Pelagiad, just before the fork, where roads head southwest towards Sedanine and southeast of Vivec. Other skulls may be found in the vault as well, but Andrano is distinguished by its ritual markings. And here you can see it here. You're going to see dead people, and you probably need an enchanted blade to deal with them, as ordinary weapons can't touch some of the spirits here. Musgrob. Is it Musgrob or Musgob? Because, oh lord. Musgrob, Musgob. Okay, let the record show that the name is in flux. Jesus. They were just trying to get this book out, weren't they? Provides an old dagger and some scrolls that should help. Get the skull, return to Musgrob, and ask about Nerevarine and Nerevarine cult. Like Hazfat, she'll give you notes to return to the Spymaster. This will kick you up the blade's ladder from novice to apprentice. Be sure to talk to Casades about the topic Blades Apprentice to get a nice little present. If you're level 3 or higher, your boss already has a new assignment for you. We learn a lot. This is cool. So we have the 6th house, but we still have the Nerevarine. The great thing about these quests is that when they give you the notes, you're more than welcome to read the notes as well, to give you some insight. So Caius is learning at the same rate that you are learning. And if a player wanted to, like I said before, there are third parties where that information could also come about. Fantasy worlds are atavistic worlds, so they exist in a kind of idealized, fantastical, past. Instead of a capitalist economy, we sort of have an old bartering economy with traders, and we have journeymen and apprentices, and we have guilds, and all of those things serve to reify the human. And by human, I simply mean the agents in the game, and agency, compared to the real world, which is a place where you hardly make as much of a difference as you would like to. And because of that, information is traded in an analog sort of way. So if you want to learn about information, you have to pick up a book, right? You can't just search the internet. And in order to pick up a book and to get the right information, you have to consult with experts in the field. To get there, you leave here, and instead of going north to Arkanthand, you head back towards the way you came to Sedanine. You head back through the S, and you take a right, and you pass by this. I don't know what this is. You keep going, and instead of heading back towards Pelagiad, you take a brief right turn at the fork. And that, I don't think, is the ancestral tomb that you want to. Wow, what a twist. You don't head that way. You do go back to Pelagiad, and you head towards Andrano ancestral tomb. So, knowing that, it's easier, I suppose, to fast travel to Sedanine, and then just do a boop, and to pop in. So, once again, you are not necessarily entering new territory. We're still exploring the very basic fundamentals of the game. So the game starts off very slowly. I think something that I forget is that 3D polygonal games were very, they were new for me at the time. And before this, we had a lot of two-dimensional games. And so because of that, navigation was a key spatial problem in a way that we've largely solved today. And many players who play from an early age are quickly onboarded or indoctrinated into the idea of navigating 3D spaces. But in this case, a lot of careful attention had to be paid to, okay, they're starting the main quest. How much can we really push the player? And so we haven't really left this southwestern area. And for a while, we really won't be doing that. At least not for the main quest. So, Andrano Ancestor Tomb. One of the things that they mention is that you're going to be fighting spiritual creatures. How would you describe this? Creatures who are not of the normal flora and fauna of Vardenfell. They are sort of imposed or created or conjured in an unnatural way, which is difficult to say for a fantasy game because, like, what is the dividing line between natural and unnatural when it's all sort of fantastical? But it's a great way to establish that the game is establishing certain rules for you. One of the rules being that magical creatures, magical weapons, normal weapons will not work. You try to stab the ghost, your blade will go right through. So you need a magic weapon. Luckily, again, the bound spear that my character has works for this. So you get the skull, you bring it back, you get notes. Again, you can read those notes about the Nerevarine. Maybe I should be... So I will show you this briefly, which is that in Elder Scrolls, there is the Imperial Library. The Imperial Library is a resource where you can read all of the books, notes, correspondence, all the things that have been created in the games. They have been transcribed to this website, the Imperial Library. I think it's just a great resource. So if we go, I wonder if we could find it easily. So if we go to Morrowind and we are looking for journals, notes, and correspondence. Dagothar's plans. Wow, we could just plan to defeat Dagothar. Lost Prophecy. Oops, maybe Nerevarine was not the right. Nerevarine Cold Notes. There they are. Susharn Musgob. Okay, well, they do not have the R. So the mystery continues. So anyway, Nerevarine Cold Notes. And here they are. The following are the notes. The Ashlander religious cult follows prophecies of a Nerevar reborn to honor ancient promises to the tribes, to reestablish the traditions of the prophet Veloth, to cast down the false gods of the Tribunal Temple, and to drive all Outlanders from Morrowind. Both Temple and Empire outlaw the cult, but it persists among the Ashlanders despite Imperial and Temple repression. Because it is persecuted, it remains a secret cult, and it's hard to judge how widespread it is among Ashlanders, or whether it has any following outside the Ashlander tribes. So, quite parochial or bespoke, a really sort of cloistered tradition or history, kind of an oral tradition, I would imagine, passed down throughout the second and the third ages. And so now so much time has passed that people wonder, and by people I mean all the inhabitants of Vardenfell are curious whether it could happen again. The Ashlanders firmly believe that Nerevar will return to restore the glories of ancient Resdain. Morrowind was called Resdain before the Imperial occupation. The Ashlanders say the great houses and the temple have abandoned the pure teachings of the prophet Veloth, forsaking ancestor worship for the false gods of the Tribunal, and embracing the comforts of civilization that corrupted the High Elves. The temple, on the other hand, venerates Saint Nerevar but rejects the disgusting notion that the false incarnate will walk the earth like a ghoul. Nerevar. The temple honors Saint Nerevar as the Grace Dunmer General, first counselor and companion of Vivec, Almalexia, and Sothasil. He united the Dunmer houses to destroy the evil Dwemer, the treacherous House Dagoth, and their western allies at Red Mountain. But the Ashlanders say Nerevar promised to honor the ancient spirits and tribal law, and that he will come again to honor that promise. To the Ashlanders, this means destroying the false temple and driving the imperial invaders from the land. So, it goes on, but I think you get the point. So, I might keep this open just as a nice companion to what we've been discussing. Something I would like to say when I was reading through that is that the game, while being a video game, clearly relies on the capacity for you to have some prior knowledge into how the world works. So when you play Morrowind, it does look very alien. And by alien, I mean that the geography, the plants and the animals that live there or that inhabit the world, the architecture, the design, it feels very much like a collection of histories and cultures and traditions that have been applied to the land that feels authentic in the way that we could say that a world is not just a fascist unilateral set of designs and ideas, right? It is usually a mishmash of different cultures diffused together. And that's what Morrowind certainly feels like. And it connotes that feeling in space just as well as in the texts that it provides you and the quests that it puts you on. What's fascinating about Morrowind is that it came along in a similar way to, how do I put this? Ways of thinking about religion. So when I think of what we just heard about the Nerevar and Nerevarine, I think a lot about the differences between Christianity and Judaism, in the sense that the return of a Messiah was not predicted to be a peaceful adjudicator, like, maybe adjudicator is not the right word there, a peaceful envoy like Jesus Christ of the Christian religion, but was more intended to be a reincarnated warrior, very much like Nerevar and the Nerevarine, and would lead the people of Vardenfell to peace by destroying a perceived enemy. And I think those differences, especially for a Western computer role-playing game, have to be taken into account. Morrowind came out in the early 2000s, where the question of religion and religious extremism came to the forefront. Now, granted, Morrowind was in development, I think, long before 9/11. So I think its arrival onto the scene was a coincidence when it discusses all the different religions and their beliefs clashing violently. But I think it would be a very interesting academic paper to write about, and I am sort of positive that paper has been written, because it just seems like the connection is so obvious. Maybe I should write that paper. But anyway, that's the thing I wanted to think about, or to mention before we move on to the next quest. I think as far as what we can do here, I think this is a good stopping spot, because Vivec Informants is quite a long quest, and I've sort of run out of time. So this will be the end of part 1, but I'll pick it back up sometime soon. And I would sort of like to release these in larger chunks. So in all likelihood, I will do all of the main quests before releasing the video, and then all of the the faction quests as perhaps another group, and then I would like to do the miscellaneous quests and then the expansion as perhaps a third and final part. So until then. Should probably put that on silent. Okay, day 2. Someone's watching me. I can tell. It's a line from Morrowind, one of the strangest lines, I think. Just how weirdly it's spoken. Okay, I had a good day. I had a productive day. So that means I can do this. I can come back and have a good time. Where were we? So I was amazed at how much time I spent for part 1, and how little I accomplished. So I'd like to try and move a little faster because we've got other quest lines to get through. But on the other hand, one of the notes that I made to myself is that I want to go slower. So I don't know how this is going to work. So last time I read the notes for Musgob, and I want to now read the notes for anything that we come across in the main quest, because I was playing through sort of the middle section of the main quest yesterday after I recorded, and I realized that there's quite a bit of notes for the main quest, and that is a pretty rare thing in the Bethesda games. I feel like there's not as much information collecting quite like there is for this main quest, so we're going to try and read all the notes within reason. So I thought I would go back and read Hasfat's notes because we bypassed that before we move on. Second thing I want to say is that the sleepers that we talked about kind of at the tail end before we signed off is that the sleepers that are awakened by the Dagoth priests, that is a cool thing, and it's cool for the player that the game reacts in that way. So even if you awaken the sleepers from their stupor, from their being taken over, they still manage to give you a reaction for something that you did. So even though they don't have anything behind that, they're just regular citizens in Balmora and Vivec, and Alderaan and wherever, the game still reacts in a way, and that's pretty cool. Okay, we are back in Balmora, and we are going to go ahead and read the notes before we move on. So, in the first mission, getting the Dwemer puzzle box, into the Fighters Guild, talk to Hasfat, returned the Dwemer puzzle box, we got these notes. Here's what the notes say. 6th House. House Dagoth is an extinct great house. In the wake of the ancient Battle of Red Mountain, its leadership was revealed to have plotted treason and was discredited. Many of House Dagoth died defending the house. Those survivors who were faithful to the Great Council were redistributed among the other houses. The temple says the ancient legendary evil beings that dwell beneath Red Mountain in the Dagoth region are the original leaders of this extinct house, sustained by some powerful evil sorceries. Its leadership was revealed to have plotted treason and was discredited. Those survivors who were faithful to the Great Council. So there's a lot of vague information here. It's not really a lot to go on, but we do get some general ideas of a backstory, and we're given some books to go read if we want further information, which is kind of amazing. Like, in what game are you given text to communicate with a character? You're given a task that when you return it, the reward is more text, and then if that text wasn't enough for you, wasn't specific enough, you're given the opportunity for more text. Like, if you hate reading, why would you play this game? Like, it is reading all the way down. Just like it's turtles all the way down. It's reading all the way down. So I quite like that. Here I am experiencing Morrowind as much in text as I can. Very abstracted, very bird's eye view, like very top down. So if you like that sort of thing, hey, welcome back. If you don't, I'm not sure if this would be a good substitute, actually. Okay. So, next leg of the main quest. Bias Casades. I'll read this and then we can continue on. This is the main quest. You've done everything you can do in the Balmora area for the time being. Now you're off to Vivec, a substantial city at the southern tip of Morrowind. If you fancy a bit of dungeon delving along the way, note that the road south passes by the Adanumarin and Ulamusa dungeons. See if we can find those. So we're going south and east. There it is. So there's one of them. You can see here. On the same path as if you were to go back to Sidneen. And then here's the other one, Ulamusa. The world seems a lot smaller from this perspective. I guess since we're not moving with a speed of 30 at like a slow crawl wherever we go. So it's just interesting that like these look to be just down the street, and these seem to be just across the Fayada from Balmora. So it's every location feels like it has a certain amount of space, but also it is a lot denser, I guess, than I gave it credit for. I don't know what Hasur is. I wonder if that will come up later. I feel like I've heard that name before, like it's part of a quest. Did they talk about it earlier? I must have a terrible memory if that's the case. In Vivec, Casades has set you 3 tasks. You'll need to obtain information about the 2 cults from Aduranir, a Khajiit operative of the Thieves Guild, Hulea, an Argonian in the Moragtong, and Mara Milo, a temple priestess. It's been involved. We'll take it one step at a time. Yes, we will. Alright, so we're going to Vivec. So let me see if I can zoom out enough to where you can kind of see. So Balmora, I'm trying to put it in such a way that you can see here. And then Vivec down here. So yeah, across the Fayada, Pelagiate instead. And then instead of, it's really quite amazing how much new ground is being covered, because it's not a lot. So instead of taking a right here to get to Sidneen, you're actually just gonna go left right here, and boom, there it is. And if you were to take the Silt Strider is right here. So, you know, this is as much ground as you're traveling in that case. I love looking at all the rivers, and like here's the Lake Amaya, like Nabia up here. Like, man, I do sort of wonder if you're watching this where you stand on the handcrafted versus procedural argument. So some of Bethesda's games have been procedurally generated, and some games have been handcrafted. Of course, that's not really accurate to say, because a lot of them feature an amalgamation of both. So I'll just have to keep that in mind, that Morrowind, the coherence of the world feels very handcrafted. So just because a lot of this stuff feels intentional, like a lot of the geography feels intentional, some of it in a bad way, which we can talk about. We can talk about it now if we want to. So a lot of the Foyadas, a lot of navigating on foot through some of the areas once you get further inland are really annoying, because it feels like it's designed for sightlines so that it can load in assets without you seeing, and it kind of forces you into certain paths. That's not always the case. You know, the southwest, there are a lot of rolling hills, and then the grazelands to the northeast, they are a lot flatter as well. So it's not the case everywhere. Wow, look how straight of a line that is. That feels like a video game. But in this case, it's pretty annoying sometimes to have to navigate through this. Moving right along. Your first target is Aduranir. She's not easy to find. 3 people here know her whereabouts. Savisa Turan at St. Olm's Canal Works, and Adaves Theron and a Dave's Theron and Aldine Arenum, both at St. Olm's Wasteworks. You may have to throw your money or weight around to get them to open up. Okay, Vivec. One of the most notoriously difficult cities to navigate because all of the cantons look the same on the outside, and there is not really any easy indication of what they're like from a distance. But in case you don't know, St. Delin, I don't know where to put the emphasis on the syllable for that one. And then St. Olm's are next to each other here. Looks like we are in St. Olm's. The Wasteworks. This quest gives you the chance to navigate Vivec and to find the multiple levels, right? The Wasteworks is at the bottom. It turns out Adirionir is hiding in the underworks, i.e. the sewers, to avoid the taxman, a census and excise agent named Duvienus Platorius. You can reach her only by swimming down to the exterior sewer drains and entering the sewers there, or more easily by entering through trap doors found on the floors of St. Olm's Canal Works. Go talk to her and find out she won't talk to you until Platorius is gone. In short, it's favor time. Ideally, you want to waylay or kill the taxman, who can be found in the St. Olm's Wasteworks. If you choose the peaceful route, usually a good idea if you want to keep up your reputation. Just tell him his quarry has left for the mainland by gondola. He'll tell you he's headed that way himself, and you can go back to Adirionir with the good news. But let's suppose you're uncomfortable lying to government officials. You'll get over that quickly once you start killing them, or just feeling contrary by the time you run into the taxman. Well, Platorius doesn't ask for a favor, but you can do him one anyway. Tell him where Adirionir is hiding out. Of course, you'll annoy the hell out of her, and you'll then have to raise her disposition to 70 to get her to talk. So kind of a robbing Peter to pay Paul situation. Either get his disposition up or get her disposition up, which is bizarre because if you've played the game, it doesn't really say if anything is required to lie, and I don't think there's a speech check, so you can just lie and he'll take you at your word for it. That's what I did. Before you get too grumpy about the sewers, note that they connect to a particularly unpleasant dungeon. Safety first, stay out. When Adirionir does talk, it's interesting stuff. She reports that smugglers are working for the Sixth House. She doesn't know what they are smuggling. However, word is that the cult wants to get rid of the temple and the foreigners and restore things to the way they were before the Empire. One down, two to go. I did not look at the guide when I was playing this recently for the main quest, but what was interesting was that I was able to find the census and excise agent in St. Olm's just by the way that they dressed. I assumed that it would be an Imperial or a Breton, and I assumed that they would be in nice clothes, and sure enough, that's what happened to be the case. When I talked to them with the text box, they were talking about Adirionir. So it was easy. That worked out. Cool. Kind of a talky quest to get information. Right. And the person who gives you stuff about smuggling is a particular person who is an expert in smuggling, which is a big part of the economy in Vardenfell as a backwater, I would say. Fortunately, your second informant, is not in hiding. Hulea can be found in Black Shulk Corner Club, located in the Foreign Quarter Wasteworks. What am I doing? Here we go. The topmost. I had a hard time finding the Corner Club and the bookshop that are involved with this quest. I don't know why. I think it's my fault. Unfortunately, his situation here does not permit the free and open exchange of ideas. 3 thugs offended by the sight of a free Argonian have surrounded him and are making trouble. You have to shepherd Hulea to his friend's store, Jabasha, rare books on the same wasteworks level where you'll be able to talk in peace. It's a short trip, right out of the door and then straight west across the atrium. That's easier said than done. The thugs are a volatile bunch, and leaving the Corner Club with your contact may ignite combat. Hulea is no coward, but he doesn't want to fight in his friend's club or besmirch his own honor by killing the thugs. He suggests you try to talk sense into them. It's a good idea. You can boost the thugs' disposition and knock down their inclination to fight by talking to each of them about the filthy lizard. Then they'll agree to leave the Argonian alone. When you leave with Hulea for the bookstore, their disposition will still drop, but if you've previously primed them in conversation, they should still keep their cool. The text on this page is so much better. On the other hand, if you leave with your contact without first talking down the bad guys, fighting may break out. If it does, you must protect Hulea. Kill the thugs if you want to get him out alive. That's pretty cool. I never really thought that you could do that. Just leave with Hulea and kind of pretend that they aren't having a problem with him. That seems like something that could happen. You go to a bar and there's some racism going on, and you just say, come on, let's get out of here. And they may make good on their threats, or they might not. Like, that's life, you know? At the bookstore, just talk to Hulea, and he'll give you notes to carry to the spy master. He's not up on the 6th house, but knows something of the Nerevarine. Apparently, the temple's dispute with the cult, that cult relates to old grievances between the Ashlanders and the Great Houses. Cool. Let's check out Hulea's notes. First, we gotta find them. Notes from Hulea. Oh, man. Do you still want to do this? Coltron? I'll try to make this quick. The history of the Ashlanders and the Nerevarine cult. In First Era, barbaric Dunmer culture settled Dunmer clans, this is a long time ago, the Great Houses, and nomadic Dunmer tribes like the Ashlanders were roughly equal in numbers and wealth under the civilized peace of the Grand Council, and with the strong central authority of the temple, the economic and military power of the settled Dunmer quickly outstripped that of the nomadic Dunmer. The nomadic Dunmer were marginalized into the poorest, most hostile land, in particular, into the Vardenfell wastes. For the Ashlanders, the return of a reincarnated Nerevar represents a longed-for and largely romanticized golden age of Nerevar's peace, when the nomadic tribes enjoyed equality with the settled Dunmer, and before the Dunmer people had, for the most part, abandoned traditional ancestor worship for the autocratic theocracy of the tribunal temple. Okay, interesting. So, kind of a pre-age of worshipping. According to, oh man, I didn't put this on a playlist. Let me do that real quick. So it sort of reminds me of Native American tribes in the United States who had a spiritualist affiliation with the land as well as ancestor worship. And all of a sudden, missionaries arrive to institute a new religion. Now, for some in the United States, like the Cherokee, they democratized, quote unquote, by peacefully assimilating. But other Native American tribes, like the Comanche, fought tooth and nail. So there was no real unilateral approach to European colonists. I wonder if I'm supposed to be drawing those parallels, living in the United States. I'm prone to make that kind of preconceived notion when I'm approaching this, but I assume from an American developer to an American player, I wonder if I get more out of this compared to players in other regions. The Nerevar of the Ashlanders. This is the story of Nerevar as an Ashlander might tell it. So, a different perspective. In ancient days, the deep elves and a great host of outlanders from the west came to steal the land of the Dunmer. In that time, Nerevar was the great Khan and war leader of the house people, but he honored the ancient spirits and the tribal law and became as one of us. So, when Nerevar pledged upon his great ring of the ancestors, one clan under moon and star, to honor the ways of the spirits and rights of the land, all the tribes joined the house people to fight a great battle at Red Mountain. Though many Dunmer, tribesmen and housemen died at Red Mountain, I would not have placed that comma there. The Dwemer were defeated and their evil magics destroyed, and the Outlanders driven from the land. But after this great victory, the power-hungry Khans of the great houses slew Nerevar in secret, and, setting themselves up as gods, neglected Nerevar's promises to the tribes. But it is said that Nerevar will come again with his ring and cast down the false gods, and by the power of his ring will make good his promises to the tribes, to honor the spirits and drive the outsiders from the land. That is an interesting interpretation, that Nerevar died not of his wounds in battle, which is sort of the accepted story of the time, but that someone killed Nerevar, the great houses, killed Nerevar intentionally for the purposes of further colonization. And that makes sense, I suppose, in the sense, not that it makes sense that this is the right story, but that so much time has passed that the original verification of that story is all but lost, and all that's left is a certain interpretation of hazy details. And that's cool for a game to have. It's cool for a game to have multiple interpretations of a singular event so as to promote differing cultures, so the player can get a perceived notion of how one group is different from the other. Some differentiation instead of a mass acceptance, Okay, moving right along. Persecution of the Nerevarine cult. The Tribunal Temple regards the mysticism and prophecy of the Nerevarine cult as primitive superstition. The Ashlander ancestor cults, and the Nerevarines in particular, have always decried the worship of living Dunmer as abominations, suspecting the unnatural lifetimes of the Tribunal to be signs of profane sorcery or necromancy. Though the authoritarian and intolerant temple priesthood has always been inclined to tolerate Ashlander ancestor cult practices, they have always threatened Nerevarine claimants with death or imprisonment. And while generally tolerant of various cult worshippers, the Imperial Commission of the Occupation outlaws cults hostile to the Emperor and the Empire, and threatens members of such cults with imprisonment or death. The Ordinators are allowed a free hand when dealing with outlawed cults like the Nerevarines. So, intense persecution. This reminds me quite a bit of Judeo-Christian histories. So, first of all, Jesus of Nazareth, there is a preconceived notion that no prophet would ever come from Nazareth, in the same way that the Outlander here. I don't think that the people who believe in the Nerevarine would expect an Outlander, someone who doesn't come from Vardenfell, to protect Vardenfell's interests. So I think there is some surprise there. And then being in an occupied zone in a similar way that the Roman Empire occupied the land of Israel and the Jewish people, they certainly had some ideas about persecution of blasphemy. So what blasphemy is was for them to determine, and harsh punishment such as crucifixion would be a thing that would happen. I'm sorry I'm making this so religious, but it seems like a lot of Morrowind is going to rely on religious underpinnings, so we might as well get it out of the bag now. So if you're triggered by that sort of thing, I don't blame you. But here we are. Peak Star and other incarnates in the past? I don't remember reading this. In the past, others have claimed to be the reincarnated Nerevar of prophecy. The most recent is known as Peak Star, a mysterious figure who has reportedly appeared and disappeared among the Waste Tribes over the last 30 years. The temple notes that these false incarnates discredit the Nerevarine prophecies, singularly and illogically. The Ashlanders acknowledge a history of false claimants, calling them failed incarnates, but they regard them as proof of the validity of the prophecies rather than contradiction. Among the Nerevarines, there is a fable of a cavern of the incarnates where the spirits of the failed incarnates dwell. The Nerevarine cult is a mystical cult, and it glorifies rather than shrinks from contradictions. That is fascinating. I guess I don't remember seeing that as a child. So there's a thread through the Christian religion of this very sort. So Doubting Thomas is a story that is told in the New Testament, for those who don't know. So when Jesus of Nazareth dies and comes back, Thomas is in great doubts over whether Jesus is actually back. And so Jesus arrives to Doubting Thomas and appears before him, and Thomas is allowed to put his fingers into the hands where Jesus is crucified. And this is sort of a story that is really important for the engine of the Christian religion to make you okay with doubt, or to accept doubt as fuel for the Christian belief to keep going, right? It's, hey, we all have doubts. You have doubts. I have doubts. That is a part of your walk with Christ. It is a part of your religious journey. So I suppose in that same way, the Ashlanders believe in interpretation as a way to enliven their beliefs, even to the extent that it contradicts some of the beliefs, the foundational beliefs that they have, I suppose, that they raise up these false claimants. That's very interesting. Anyway, so those are the notes from Hulea. Now for the third. 2 down, let's go find Maramilo. So out of the 3 informants, Maramilo is probably the most important for the legacy of the main quest, because we will be coming back to her. She's actually the quickest of the informants to open up. Make your way to the Temple District, and then find the library in the Hall of Wisdom. So one of the quests takes us to a bookstore, Jobasha's books, and then the third one takes us to a library. The second person gave us notes. Like, come on. Like the amount of literature that you're given. You really could be a scholar in Morrowind, and you might even say that the game wanted you to do this as part of the playable experience. Let's move on. Find her. She's being watched, and so won't talk immediately. But if you follow her to the back of the library, she'll tell you about the Nerevarine cult. In a nutshell, the temple considers Nerevar a saint, but treats prophecies of his reincarnation as heresy. So the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. A group called the Dissident Priests dispute temple doctrines on these prophecies. An outlawed pamphlet, Progress of Truth, describes their beliefs. You need to get one for Crusaders. You have 2 options here. The safe route is just to revisit Jobasha's rare books and buy a copy. I did not buy a copy. You can steal it really easily. There is a soldier that's in the store, but he or she will go downstairs, and then Jobasha remains in the back room, so it's very simple. The library does have a copy. It's the tall book on a shelf in the southeast corner opposite a column, but you'll have to deal with the temple's ordinator guards and pay a fine if you take it. Milo also has one other rather alarming bit of info. She says to tell Crusaders that she is worried that she is being watched by the ordinators. If something goes wrong, she will leave a message under the code word Amaya. So Patrician TV has a great comment on this, where he mentions that it feels like you're being a spy because you're looking up information that is not exactly in the black or above board, or whatever idiom that you want to use, basically to say that this is dangerous knowledge, Gnostic history, we might say. I think that's pretty cool. I am less thinking that it has to do with the blades. I've never really considered the blades to be that great of an entity, just because, like I said before, I think it's more of a functional conceit. I took this more as that it has less to do with your status as a blade than it has to do with the conflict that the world that you're living in stands in at the moment. There's just a lot that's in flux, and there's a lot of tension going on right now with the blight and the Vardenfell crisis, to use the Oblivion crisis as a parallel, right? whenever you enter into these scenarios, what I like a little bit more about the Elder Scrolls games compared to the Fallout games is that there is society, but there have been certain stressors that have been applied to society that cause people to behave in a way that they probably wouldn't normally behave, because they feel as though this expedient quest for security is a good thing, but really it's very jeopardizing. So in the Fallout games, it's sort of a bottom-up society rather than a top-down society. So it's rising up from the ashes of a totally destroyed world, whereas Elder Scrolls, since it's top-down, they're able to establish a lot of great history and lore, but then things come up, bubble up from that, instead of a giant nuclear bomb coming in to destroy everything. So I'm not sure if I made my metaphor clear, but hopefully you can understand why I prefer the Elder Scrolls games instead of the Fallout games, among other things. We'll talk about gameplay in the future when we get to those games, if we get to those games, but for now I want you to know how I feel about the discrepancy between those. And it all comes from Amaya. Return the Spymaster for promotion to Journeyman, a reward of 200 drakes, and a little vacation. Casades needs to peruse all the data you've provided, and doesn't have anything for you right away. Besides, after all that running around in Vivec, you've earned a rest. Allow at least a day to pass, and then return to Casades for new orders. Do we want to read The Progress of Truth? Because it's a book, it's not notes. So this kind of goes against what we were talking about earlier. I'm kind of curious how long it is. Whoa. Oh, should we do it? That's a lot. And I kind of want to move this along. I don't think I'm going to do it. It's on the Imperial Library. You can look it up on your own, because this isn't a read-through of the Imperial Library. It's a read-through of the guide and a discussion about the game. So we're going to have to let that pass. Did she provide any notes, perhaps? I don't think so. She'll leave us a message later with the word of Maya. Moving right along. So, just as a Mira, a Duranir, Hulea. So, top to bottom, you're kind of given a vertical slice of Vivec. You know, whether you go to House Telvanni, House Halalu, or House Redoran, that's on you. Do you visit the arena to fight? That's on you. If you haven't seen this, there is a floating rock in the sky. We'll see that later. I kind of want to know more about that in the lore, because I've forgotten why that is the case, but I always think that that's really fascinating. Zane Subani informant. So what do we know? A lot, and yet not a lot. We've put together a fair amount of pointed information on the disputes and antipathies that rule this world, but haven't drawn the lines that link those pieces in a bigger picture. Here you'll start drawing the connecting lines. Casades is sending you north to Aldaroon to talk to Hasur. That's where I've heard that word. Okay. Zane Subani, an Ashlander who has become a wealthy trader. He is supposed to have information about Ashlanders in the Nerevarine cult. Is there any connection between Hasur the name and Hasur the place? The one that we saw? There's gotta be, right? It can't be a coincidence. You must gain his confidence with a gift. Did it say where? Happily, you can talk to the man himself. He's staying at the Aldscar Inn. Okay, so we're going a little farther. The Aldscar Inn is in Alderun, correct? Or is it in Molegmar? Did it say and I was just a terrible reader? I would believe it. Oh, it was right there. I just didn't see it. Oh god. Hide search results. Alright. So, to give you some idea, Alderun is typically faced with constant blight storms because of how close it is to Red Mountain. So, I think out of all the settled places that you can go to, I think it's the closest to not just Ghostgate, but to Dagoth himself. So we've got Dagoth the center of Red Mountain. We have Alderun, settled town, Margon. House Redoran has been fighting in a similar way to Gondor, has been holding Red Mountain at bay and has sacrificed quite a lot for it for the sake of Vardenfell. So quite a loyalist reading. Okay. So real quick before we continue, I would like to show. So you can take a Soul Strider all the way up to Alderun if you wanted to. I'll hold it here on the left hand side so you can see. Up here, yada yada yada. Go through Caldera. Is there like a way you can enter? And maybe I'm not seeing. Wow, you could take the Foyata. That would be a ballsy way to travel. So you could go down this way, take the Foyata, and then just take the Foyata all the way up to the Ghost Gate. I think that would be really dangerous for a player at this point because you haven't really been tested in combat. You've just been gathering information up here. So you could take that on foot all the way up here. There's gotta be something you could do up here. Buckmoth Legion Fort. Forts are everywhere. A very occupied island. More likely, you could take the long way around. So you would go through Caldera, take the more pleasant route here. You would go around, and then you would take a right to enter Alderun. Aldscar Inn. Besides Vivec, which we can't really talk about for its interiors, we could talk about the design of Alderun. If Balmora seems like a more pleasant suburb compared to Alderun, which has a lot of chitin, I guess you would call it, kind of large animal husks, or there's a word I'm looking for that is easy to describe that I'm not getting here, but just shells, I guess. And they carve the interiors out of these, so it feels very, very different culturally. And I love that about Morrowind, is that you get, like I said before, so I'm kind of repeating myself, but you get the culture in its architecture and in its visual displays just as much. Like, what else are you really looking for, I suppose, in a 3D polygonal space in a role-playing game? I know people want more fidelity, but Morrowind did fidelity in a way that wasn't about pixels. It was just about art and style, and I like that. You must gain his confidence with a gift, and your boss has provided 100 drakes in expense money for this purpose. A gift is trickier than a favor. It's hard enough to shop for people you actually know. Zain Sibani is a stranger. You've got to get to know this stranger a little first. Happily, you can talk to the man himself. He is staying at the Aldscar Inn. He'll tell you rather elaborately that a gift offered as a courtesy by a stranger should reflect the tastes of the receiver. For a notion of Zain Sibani's tastes, you'll need to talk to the publican, one Berduri Ferrano, who reports that his guest has a lot of books in his room. That's a start. But what sort of books? Romance novels, science textbooks, big little books. Well, you're the spy. Go do some spying. Explore Zain Sibani's room. This downstairs chamber is unmarked, but it's the only room with books. Among his possessions, you'll find 2 volumes of poetry, Words of the Wind, and the 5 Far Stars. Give Zanzibarni a book of poetry. You can find either of the 2 he already has and a 3rd, Ashland Hymns, which he does not have at Curtis Kalanis bookseller in Aldaroon. So I just asked him flat out. I did not have to do this snooping or talking to the bartender or the, oh my God, what do you call someone who runs an inn? I did not have to talk to this Curtis Kalanis character. I just flat out asked him, and he said that he liked poetry, or he presented it as a way. We were talking about thoughtful gifts of like, what do you give an Ashlander? What does a thoughtful gift look like? And he was like, well, take me, for example. I like books of poetry. And I was like, oh. So I went to the bookstore and I mentioned Zanzibar's name, and they were like, oh, great guy, likes poetry. Here are a couple poetry books that I have. And it was very simple. So it's just interesting that there's a kind of, I guess in role-playing games we like this a lot, but there's the diamond effect where the beginning of the quest starts the same way. The middle of the quest really expands out to a lot of different options, but eventually it all comes back to this particular point, because at that point is where other things can branch out, but everything has to coalesce into a singular moment. So the middles of quests, it's the journey, not the destination. That tends to be what matters more. Which is why when people get really upset about something like Mass Effect as a game where it's hoping that all of your choices will matter, I'm not sure if that's the right way to go about critiquing the experience. Then again, they did say themselves that they were going to do that, so you can't very well give out a thesis that you don't make up for in the end. So give Zanzibarni a book of poetry, or you can steal one of, I moved to the next paragraph, you can steal one of Zanzibarni's own books and return it to him as your gift. Tacky, yes, but Zanzibarni won't recognize it as his own, and even if he did, he's the kind of guy who might admire that kind of chutzpah. It's a Yiddish term. A third option, you don't have to give him a gift at all, just raise his disposition to 80, and he'll accept your effort in lieu of the actual item. I did not know that. I was rolling in money by this point. I should have just done that. In any case, he's now prepared to tell you about the Ashlanders and the Nerevarine, and to turn over the notes, Casades requires. Note especially his comments about courtesy and challenges among the Ashlanders and their hatred of foreigners. They will come in handy in the next mission. And, you can do him a favor after all. Zanzibarni mentions that his son, Hanat, means to explore an ancient underground complex at Mamea, west of Red Mountain. He asks that should you meet Hanat in the course of your travels, you tell him his father is eager for news of his son. Red Mountain now, where have we heard that before? I did not do this at all. This is some extra stuff after the end of the quest, and I'm not sure how much Bethesda does this in the future. That might be something to keep track of, is not just the options leading to the resolution of the quest, but I don't want to call them rewards, but the implications of the quest after you finish. In fact, poor Hanat is stranded in the Mamea dungeon. This diversion is not required to complete this quest, but Mamea is not that far away. You can escort Hanat to freedom and then revisit Hasur with your handout for a reward. Well, it's a good day shopping. Casades promotes you to Blades Finder and gives you a new assignment and something to chew on. Okay, where is Mamea? Kogaroon, that's going to come up in Shishi, Valas Marion. Okay. I've seen Mamea before. I think it's actually down. We're about to type it in. I'm sure people who've played this before are like yelling at the screen right now. There we go. Oh, okay. Mamea. Well, there it is. I don't recall going here. I was thinking of something else. I was thinking of a Mages Guild quest where you have to convince a House Telvanni member to join. You have to get someone else to pay their dues. So there's Mamea. It's not far at all. If you're interested in doing that or making that trek, and it goes from a more dangerous to a less dangerous, I would wager, and it's on the way to Nisus. So you're in somewhat familiar territory. A lot of the design of is you sort of poke into the wilderness and then you come back. I don't think that's novel, I guess. But the way that it's doing it is you go to a civilized place that is fairly new. So it's trying to slowly unravel the world to you. You're in Sedanine and you have to go to Balmora. And you're in Balmora and you go out a little bit into certain places around the area. And then you go to Vivec. And Vivec, you kind of stay there. So I guess that doesn't really count to what I was saying before. But Aldrune, if you come here, you can either stay in this territory or you can venture out just like you did with Balmora. So the game must have been designed without fast travel too much in mind, because we haven't really been very far. And I sort of wonder if fast travel came in later, or if the ideas of fast travel were baked into the world a little more clearly, rather than something that was decided as a thing that the player could always do all the time beforehand, which I have a feeling that Oblivion is going to be. Back to Balmora. Meet Sul Matuul. It's here that the story begins to take off. When you return from Aldrune, Cassades reveals your mission to meet the conditions of the Nerevarine, and gives you a decoded version of the documents you delivered to him at your first meeting. Damn it. We didn't read the notes. We didn't read Zaid Somebody's notes. So we've got some notes to read. All right. My God. Hold on to your hats. The Ashlanders are the direct descendants of the Aldmeri people who followed the prophet Veleth into the lands we now call Morrowind. The Ashlanders retain the modest nomadic life and simple ancestor worship of their forebears, and despise the soft lives and decadent worships of these settled Great House Dunmer cultures. The wastes are harsh and unforgiving, and we are hard people, but there is a beauty and honor in our simple lives. And the snobs of the temple and great houses are fools to dismiss us as crude savages. Okay, so the noble savage fallacy. I don't know how much I want to get into this, but just the idea that people in the past were somehow simultaneously honorable and wise, while also having certain predilections or certain idiosyncrasies of their culture, like slavery or like selling a bride to another person who, it'll come up later, but just the idea that there you put ancient or traditional peoples on a pedestal because it's a kind of a conservative or a reactionary reaction to, I guess, older societies thinking that they were somehow more honorable, when those cultures have beliefs and traditions and customs much like we do. And it's not to say they weren't plagued with certain assumptions about the world that were either correct or incorrect, right? So you would hope that science and the Enlightenment and humanism would be somehow better and would be a sign of progress. So when you're talking about the way to evaluate different cultures, people have a different way of evaluating it. We have the sense of progress, that we started out as heathens and now we are civilized. We have the opposite view, which is the world is going to hell in a handbasket, and that is more of a conservative or deleterious approach to the idea of history. Things are so much better back then. And then you have a mixture of different aspects from there. You have a more of a Foucault, Michel Foucault version of history as simply demarcations of power, and each society has to decide for themselves how power is distributed. And the brilliant thing about Foucault was that he used different aspects of life, sexuality, madness, discipline and punishment, the peripheries of human experience, as a way to discuss how, if you can discover how the world treats those periphery aspects of lived existence, you can begin to understand how power for the ordinary citizen is distributed, right? So different epochs or different ages, I guess, of history would be another way to think about it. I can see that the Ashlanders feel this honorable way towards their society, but what society that is considered traditional would view themselves as uneducated heathens, right? Like who would not put themselves in the best light? So there's some perception and bias going on here. Moving right along, Ashlanders and foreigners. Most Ashlanders wish all foreigners and their false gods could be driven from Morrowind. At very least, Ashlanders wish the foreign devils would leave them in peace. Ashlanders think it shameful to attack unarmed persons, but they will kill without hesitation an armed person who offends them or their clan laws. No Ashlander is fool enough to make war against the Empire. However, if such a war might be won, many Ashlanders might cheerfully give their lives to win such a war. Ashlander courtesy. Ashlanders may challenge a stranger who enters a yurt without invitation. Customs differ with different tribes, but leave when requested, and you may be forgiven. Be particularly careful about Ashcans, tribal chiefs, and wise women. Tribal seers and counselors. Where are we going with this? I thought we were going to learn about the Nerevarine cult. Some are welcoming, some are hostile. Be courteous and leave if requested. If offended, they may attack. Oh, I see it further down. Ashlander challenges. When challenged for sport, it is acceptable to decline. When challenged for honor, it is shameful to decline. Honor challenges come from offense given in speech or action, or may represent customary formal challenges of status or ritual. All Ashlanders in a tribe, young and small, are born into the ancestor cult of their clan. The Nerevarine cult is different, though. It is a very small cult, with only... I love how they use cult so neutrally. Like, they seem aware that they're in a cult, and they don't care about the derogatory meaning of that term. Like, a cult has such a negative connotation. It is a very small cult, with only a few wise women, with the gift of prophecy and a few holy warrior heroes who guard and protect the seers. Sul Matuul, Ashcan of the Ursulaku, okay, foreshadowing, is the warrior protector of the cult, and Nabani Mesa, more foreshadowing, also of the Ursulaku, is the oracle seer of the cult. Nerevarine cult. They worship the great Ashcan and Hortator, Nerevar, moon and star. I'm getting some Dagoth wave sounds in my head. Who in ages past destroyed the evil godless dwarves and banished the treacherous Dagoth and his foul hosts beneath Red Mountain. The cult is of small consequence in Ashlander worship, and only among the Ursulaku do its followers have any influence. Others, Ashlanders' tribes, share the sentiments of the cult. Once again, incorrect use of plural, but regard the Nerevarine prophecies with suspicion and skepticism. Other Ashlander tribes share the sentiments of the cult, but regard the Nerevarine prophecies with suspicion. So as you can see, there's not a unilateral sense of cohesion among even the tribes, right? They have different interpretations. It's not as if because one believe it, all believe it. So navigating this is going to be the difficulty of the later aspects of the main quest. It is said that the prophecies foretell the return of a reincarnated Nerevar, who shall drive the foreigners from the Ashlands, and who shall cast down the false gods of the temple and restore the true worships of the ancestors. It is a dream that would appeal to every Ashlander, but many Ashlanders think it is a silly ancient legend and little more. The Ursulaku Ashlanders. The Ursulaku are the Ashlanders of the northern Ashlands in the West Gash, in the northwest of Vardenfell. Ashcan Sul Matuul is their chief, a brave and respected war leader and warrior protector of the Nerevarine cult. The Bonnie Mesa is their wise woman, a deep and shrewd counselor and seer of the Nerevarine cult. The Ursulaku camp moves with the herds, but usually lies close to the Sea of Ghosts. I love that. North of the village of Margon, on the northern coast of the northern Ashlands. a lot of notes that the player's encouraged to read before they go in because they are about to enter that culture in a big way. So there's the notes. Oh god. Cassades gives you notes too. Alright. Bear with me here. This one's a big one. Just because these are the notes that you... Oh god. These are the notes that you were given to transport, but they were encoded. It's not coming up. Maybe I missed it. Package for Caius Cassades. Okay, so we found the encoded package, and now we've had the decoded passage. I promise once we do the other quests, it can't be like this, right? I don't remember this many notes. Spymaster Caius, Knight Errant of the Imperial Order of Blades, Director of Imperial Intelligence in Vardenfell District, Eastern Provinces. I have the honor to acquaint you with His Majesty's wishes concerning Coltron, an individual of no rank or consequence. Thank you. Coltron has been released from prison by His Majesty's authority and sent to you with this missive. Oh, side note, tangent. When I was quoting Azura's message at the beginning of the game, the voice acting, they've taken you from the Imperial City prison. I left out the prison part, which is crazy because Elder Scrolls games and prisons, or being a prisoner, is kind of the whole gig. So that's my fault. So consider that the corrections corner of this particular part. Coltron is to be entered as a novice in the Imperial Order of the Blades, and is to serve under your absolute authority as you shall see fit, except insofar as His Majesty's particular wishes are concerned. His Majesty's particular wishes are as follows. A local superstition holds that an orphan and outcast, a youth born on a certain day to uncertain parents, shall unite all the tribes of the Dunmer, drive out the invaders of Morrowind, and shall re-establish the ancient laws and customs of the Dark Elven nations. This orphan and outcast is called in legend the Nerevarine, and is supposed to be a reincarnation of the long-dead Dunmer general and first counselor, Lord Indoral Nerevar. Coltron has the appearance of meeting the conditions of this local superstition. Therefore, it is His Majesty's desire that Coltron shall, insofar as is possible, satisfy the conditions of this ancient prophecy, and shall become the Nerevarine. Though this prophecy is indeed only an ancient local superstition, His Majesty has taken counsel on this matter with his most expert informants and confidants, and His Majesty is persuaded that the prophecy is genuine and significant, either in its entirety or in its several parts, and he earnestly demands you treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Don't laugh. Certain aspects of this ancient superstition are described at the end of this document, and further materials will be forthcoming by courier at the earliest occasion. It will, of course, be necessary that you acquaint yourself better with the details of this ancient superstition from your local sources. Since this matter intimately concerns Coltron, it is expected that you will employ him or her to gather information on this subject. I have mostly played as a woman. His Majesty has taken a great personal interest in the legends and prophecies of the Nerevarine, and eagerly awaits your reports. Is that a... Oh, God. There's so many points of entry with this. I don't know if that's a typo with the Imperial Library as it stands on this website, or if it's a typo with the letter in the game. I have the honor to be, sir, your most humble and obedient servant, Galabrio Bellianus, personal secretary to the Emperor. So it's interesting that the prophecy states that the Nerevarine will fight back the colonizing powers, and yet the colonizing powers sent the Nerevarine anyway, which means that they're hoping that this Nerevarine can make a short-term solution to Red Mountain, and that they would rather deal with the long-term problems later. Or that, if we want to speculate on the intention, that the economic viability of Vardenfell overwhelms their judgment for the ramifications of uniting the houses and the Ashlander tribes, which means that they believe that they are well positioned in a middle ground to be more powerful than the great houses and the Ashlander tribes, but less powerful than the current blight problem, which is really interesting if that is how I'm interpreting it correctly. So this is a sort of expedient solution to what could be a permanent problem, and they don't view the unification of Vardenfell as a permanent problem. So that means that in the worst case scenario, they would not care. So they're more concerned, I suppose, with the blight as something that could spread, perhaps, than they are concerned with this parochial force. And I guess that makes sense considering that the Imperials have established themselves really well in Vardenfell and perhaps Morrowind. We don't know the rest of the territories with all these forts, right? So no invasion force is really necessary. Once they break quarantine, they have established themselves with some lofty positions and could easily invade and occupy, well, a lot of the territory. I would assume that there would be some distinct problems with having to deal with the House Telvanni, for example, who really don't like being meddled with, right? I'm glad I read this, actually. I think this letter is really interesting to establish how the Emperor stands on this matter. All right, we've read all the notes. It's time to move the hell along. You're off to the Ursulaku camp to speak with Chief Sul Matuul and wise woman Abani Mesa. Casades tells you to tell them your story and have them test you against the Nerevarine Prophecies. It's a long haul to the camp, all the way to the north coast of Vardenfell, and tough to find, even with Casades' directions. For specifics, talk to a scout in Balmora and another scout in the Margon outpost. Nolino Tadas can be found downstairs behind a door. Follow the Fayada Bonidad ravine northwest to the sea. Okay, whoa, hang on, we gotta... Alright, where are we going? Margon. Alright, here's Margon, the second closest location to... Well, actually, if we're doing a brass tacks, like, straight up distance between them and the Ghost Gate, the Ghost Gate's, or the Ghost Fence, is right the hell there. There's a little bit more distance when it comes to Aldrune. But both places are really dangerous. A lot of dust storms, or a lot of blight storms. Margon Outpost, which is... Take the Soul Strider out. And it's the first thing there is the Margon Outpost. So maybe the best method would be taking the Soul Strider. It's very difficult for me to imagine that someone's going to be going here on foot. And since there's a Soul Strider, I can't really see a reason why not to do that, since it takes you so close. You'd have to make your way around some of these. Oh wow, that's in the Red Mountain. I've not explored as much of Red Mountain as I'd like to. I think I will do that in the gameplay in summer. That's what you do in summer, is you explore the hottest places. Alright, so we talk to the person here. Follow the Fayada Bonidad ravine northwest to the sea at the shipwreck landmark. Here we go. Derelict shipwreck. Swim around the headland to the east. Pass through the ruins of the Daedric Shrine. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. It's up to you, reader, or dear viewer, to come up with that. Man, and the Ursulaku tribe is right there. I do remember it being close. So with the viewing distance, you can see the Daedric Shrine from there. So now I have to eat my words. So when we were talking about Arkanthand and the Moonmoth Fort, I swore that the trees seemed intentional. But here we have an equivocating case where we have two places that one is hostile and one is peaceful right next to each other. And so you have to imagine that the view distance is designed to block those from view, right? You see one, you can't see the other. So now I'm less sure. Make your way east to the Ursulaku camp, or you could take the safer but longer route, traveling by Silt Strider to Vivec, then by the ship up to the west coast to Cool. That's what I did, by the way. Then follow the coast east to the Ursulaku camp. But you'll miss all the fun. God. Along the way, you'll find loads of potential diversions. The ravine holds not only the usual encounters with monsters, but the Sorcerer's Tower Shishi, the Dwemer site, Bethugathums. It's here, by the way. The Shadnius? Shah-Odnius Smuggler's Cave, and the Vampire Lair Druskashti. I'm getting some Dune vibes from the naming of this. Not to mention the Hyrat Vasamsi egg mine. Near Margon route into the ravine. So it's right along the path. Are any of these related to a quest line? Or to quests? You gotta wonder. The Daedric Shrine and Shipwreck mentioned earlier, and a couple of guys near a campfire. I did kill those guys. I killed those guys real good. That's practically a career. And you haven't even met the Ursulaku yet. Okay, here it is. So, it would have been really cool if the tribe had been nomadic, just because a lot of the way that the tribe is designed, they have these yurts, and the yurts look like they can be easily transported. So it would be cool if perhaps every couple of weeks or perhaps a month they would just uproot the location and they would drop it into another location. I love Outer Wilds, is my favorite game, so that sort of dynamic shifting across time that you have to account for, I think could have been really cool. But again, this is 2003, so what do I know? But it would have been cool to have a nomadic tribe be nomadic. Can you imagine the glitches that would have come out of that? So, I'm not a game designer, and I'm talking out of my ass. Once you get to the camp, don't be rash. People live here, and they have customs and traditions. Respect them. Remember what Zane Subani told you, and don't enter the Ashcan's tent, called a yurt, without permission. If you do this by mistake, go have a word with Karopli the traitor. Don't kill the Ursulaku unless you want to make your quest a lot harder. And follow the pecking order. Start by talking to the garden variety Ursulaku. I did this, they were just outside. Boost their disposition to 60 by persuasion, bribes, gifts, guama eggs for Chasuradad, or trauma root for Hainab. I mentioned thoughtful gift, and Hainab just like pilfered the trauma root from me. He was like, "This is nice, I like this." And I was like, "Cool." And you'll be sent to talk to the Gulakan Zalbamund. Trauma roots are plentiful in and around the Ursulaku camp. You'll need to persuade Zalbamund to allow you to see Ashcan Sul Matuul. The Ashcan will send you on an initiation rite, a harrowing through the Ursulaku burial caverns to retrieve his father's magical bone-biter bow. This dungeon can be found south-southeast of the camp, through a north-facing door in a little hill halfway between the camp and Red Mountain. There it is. Just peeks out just right there. And this is as close as I can zoom in. Halfway between... What? Halfway between the camp and Red Mountain. What do they mean halfway? That's are they talking about the hill? Or are they talking about the burial cavern? Because like, if you can see what I'm seeing, like, this is absurd. Maybe they just meant the hill, because they can't mean Red Mountain, literally. To retrieve his father's magical bone biter bow. Every single time I do this quest, I think that you're not supposed to kill anybody, but you can kill them all. I don't understand why I keep thinking that. That's incorrect knowledge. This dungeon can be found southeast of the camp, 3 north face. Within the caverns, the spirit of Ursulaku ancestors guard 7 burial chambers. You can't talk them out of fighting, but you can evade them or force your way past them with weapons and magic. I've fought and killed them all. You'll proceed through Astral Burial and Karma Burial to Laterus Burial. In Laterus Burial, you must make your way to the very highest door in this chamber, leading to Juno Burial. It's like a spiral, and along the spiral there will be offshoots where you can go into these other burial sites. So eventually you make your way up to the top. If you know where the bow is, you could just go all the way to the top. Like, you don't have to go to the offshoots, but if you want more experience, you can go for it. Make your way to the very highest door, where you'll find the Wraith of Sul Matuul. Kill the Wraith. Did you bring your enchanted weapon or spirit searing magic spells? And take the bow from his ethereal remains. Interestingly, there are some places you can't reach unless you can levitate, and there are some items to get if you have a levitating spell, which I think favors magic players. Oh man, one of my least favorite parts of the guide is coming up. Man, these Ashlanders really put you through the ringer. You ain't seen nothing yet. When you bring Sul Matuul's bow back to Sul Matuul, he makes you a clan friend, a member of the Ashlander faction, and sends you off to Nabani Mesa, the Ursulaku wise woman, to be tested. You can't talk to her unless you're a clan friend. Mesa says you're not the Nerevarine, but could become the Nerevarine. She'll also tell you about the dissident priests, the prophecies of the incarnate, and some Nerevarine prophecies that were hidden, forgotten, and lost by accident or by design. However, the dissidents have recorded the Nerevarine prophecies in books. If you choose to be the Nerevarine, Mesa says, bring the lost prophecies they recorded back to her, and she'll serve as your guide. Basically, she's Yoda, and she has told you that you might be Luke Skywalker. You may be inclined to start searching for those dissident priests right away. Not just yet. For now, return to Caius. I hate that line so much because it fails to highlight the discrepancies between the two stories. So, Luke Skywalker isn't really like all that legendary to me. I think Luke is sort of a functional surrogate for Darth Vader realizing that he can turn. And so, in a way, Darth Vader is the one that brings balance to the Force. Like George Lucas says, but like, honestly, Star Wars is like for children. And if you're offended by that, I'm really sorry. So the Nerevarine, I think the difference is that you get a little bit of hysteria with the Nerevarine. So what do I mean by that? So I've never seen The Last Temptation of Christ, the movie, but I sort of understand the conceit, which is, what if Jesus, the Son of God, didn't realize at first that he was the Son of God and slowly became aware that he might be the Son of God? What would that do to a person's psyche? Well, you get a sense of what's called kavoi, or hysteria, in psychoanalytic terms, which is, what does the world want from me? Now, what's great about video games is you sort of get this feeling when you're playing a video game, and, you know, just nod at the screen if you know if you've experienced this, where usually when I was younger, I would play a platforming game, and I would suddenly become lost and I wouldn't know what to do. So your mind sort of splits into not only what you're doing right now, but you're trying to imagine yourself as the developer, trying to wonder where to go next. Games often try to do signposting. They try to have lights and things in place, and they try to have like funnels and bottlenecks to try and get you to see where to go next, but it's not guaranteed. So you enter this weird hysteria of you are the hero of the story, and you're effectively lost in your own story. Now, I have a feeling that what makes computer role-playing games so great is that they lean into that hysterical process and turn it from noise into signal, which is to say that they make getting lost a part of the video gaming experience. They manage to create the conditions where you're exploring, and whether you're lost or not, it's all part of your story. So what's different about the Nerevarine prophecy in the game, and I guess it's something that Patrician TV talks about, is in his analysis of Morrowind, is that a prophecy becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because you're able to learn about what the prophecy says, and both of those things work together to where the effect of the prophecies becomes the cause of it, and it becomes this weird sort of logic loop. Some people might consider that a narrative problem, but in video games, it works rather well, just because video games function really well if a lot of the world is broken down into narrative and mechanical steps, and these steps build in what we might call like the progress of the character, leveling up, earning experience, or in this case, progressing a story. So the story of the game is made up of the plot of all of these particular moments. And over time, if a player chooses to accept or reject the Nerevarine prophecy, it works either way. Either they are too hysterical and avoid playing the game as the designers intended, so they reject the wishes of their gods and they become heretical, they choose to weave a different story. That too is an adventure. But if they take it upon themselves to play the game as it was intended, i.e. to lose that feeling of hysteria and enter this ego of what has been created for them, well, then they fulfill their destiny and they complete the game having become the Nerevarine based on a series of functional steps. So I think a prophecy works better in video games than it does in movies or film or books. I won't say that's always the case, because I think some pieces of art have done a good job critiquing the idea of prophecy. So I'm not going to go so far as to say that it's always better. But I do like how in Morrowind it takes the awkwardness of a prophecy and it weaves it with a video game to make it palatable. That's a long diatribe. But when they say the Yoda Luke Skywalker thing, I think they're missing the forest for the trees, or they're just not understanding what Morrowind did that was so great. So I'm sorry for that tangent. Hopefully I didn't annoy you too much. The sixth house. We got to go back to Balmora. Man, we're learning a lot about the world. We're exploring quite a bit of it. Now what's amazing is that there's still so much space out here to explore. If you haven't played Morrowind, and you're eagerly awaiting Starfield, as I am, man, you gotta play it. You have to play it. I'll make the conservative reaction just once. They don't make them like this anymore. All right, now that I've said it, I can't say anymore. So it's all about you, isn't it? You. You probably feel like swaggering back into Balmora and asking Cassades for another promotion. Your boss seems nonplussed by the word that you may be the Nerevarine, and yet he immediately offers what's probably your most dangerous mission yet. If you haven't reached level 6. Okay, so for those who don't know, so levels are a big deal in this game. So the difference between level 1 and level 6, I think, is a lot wider than you might be feeling. If you haven't reached level 6, he'll suggest a leave of absence to improve your skills and equipment. That's cool too. I'm not going to reiterate that too much, because Patrician TV does an excellent job in his Morrowind analysis about the importance of step-off points for a main quest. I think it is great because the thing he talks about is just the narrative benefits of doing that as far as mechanically for your character, so that you can go explore the world and you can experience all that Morrowind has to offer. For me, it has more to do with pacing. That I think if you were to just play the main quest back to back to back, all the missions all the way through, it would come off as simultaneously hectic and underwhelming. So, reading all the texts that you're provided, reading all the notes, really soaking everything in, and then leaving and going to do the Mages Guild or the Hel Stevani or the Fighters Guild or the Morag Tong, like doing all these side things, really gives a chance for the heroism of your character to sink in. So I agree, just for different reasons. Moving right along. But if you're all pumped up with your new potential demigod status, he won't stop you. Remember the 6th house smugglers that Adiranir told you about back in the Vivec sewers? Well, Buckmoth Fort sent a patrol to Gnarmok to hunt them down. It found a 6th house base and shrine, and a half-man priest named Dagoth Garaz. Dagoth anything is bad news. This is where I'm at in the main quest, in my playthrough, my recent playthrough for summer. So we're entering less charted territories, but honestly, I've played all this before and I've seen constant analyses, so I feel comfortable moving on. Send a patrol to Gnarmok to hunt them down. Let's see where that is. Buckmoth Fort. That is close to Aldrin. Yep, here it is. Now I just need to figure out where that is in conjunction to Gnarmok. I feel like that's west. It is. Yeah, so they went here, this way, and we don't really know where in this area, but they're on the way. You must find the base and kill the priest. Your first stop should be the fort, which you'll find south of Aldrin's South Gate. Talk to Champion Reza Pulia for a report on the patrol. It turns out that, fleeing the attacks of cultists and man-beasts, the troopers lost their way in the caves and ran into Dagoth Garaz. The priest killed all but one trooper, sparing him so he could bring back ominous messages about a sleeper awakening and the 6th house rising. Disfigured with the corpus disease and mad as a March hare, he didn't last long. Whenever I think of corpus, I think of leprosy, and I wonder if that's intentional. It has a similar nerve disease that affects this outer skin, limbs, appendages. Pulia will also try to help you find the cavern called Ilunabi. It's not on the map. She tells you to ask locals in Gnarmok to the west. Bam. So, I guess one of the problems here is that you have to imagine, like, how did these people not know about that since it's so close by? You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those weird narrative dissonance feelings where, like, it's right there, dude. An abandoned shack, the same distance, equidistant in that way. And then whatever this is, I burn and eat. From Gnarmok, head north for Kartak Point, a little island just north of the village. Is Kartak Point where Boethia's shrine ends up being? I have to keep that in mind, because I think that comes up for a Daedra quest later. A little island just north of the village. The cavern opens up off the island's north coast to proceed through Saint's Carcass, Marowak's Spine, and Blackened Heart to Soul's Rattle. Man, these names. The Chamber of Commerce has a charming naming scheme here. Yeah, birds of a feather. Where you'll find Dagoth Garaz. He'll make a little speech. It's one of the privileges of being a boss monster. Then you can invoke the privilege of being the player character. Kill him. Well, it's not all over yet. Look how ugly this son of a bitch is. But this monstrous priest has the last laugh. As he dies, he curses you with the corpus disease. This just happens to fulfill one of the Nerevarine Prophecies. Even as my master wills, you shall come to him in his flesh and of his flesh, he says. Creepy. A lot of very old world use of words, very King James Version use of words, in his flesh and of his flesh. The repetition, There's also opportunity in this mission for some optional side adventures as well, including one involving a missing companion and a mudcrab nest. Bet you could be forgiven if you're not in the mood. One quest back, you were feeling like king of the hill. Now you're just another sick guy with a long walk home. Long walk home, I think, is the idea that people won't want to talk to you, but I think you can still take public transportation. Because I think Patrician TV makes a remark that it would be cool if you couldn't take public transportation, and you'd have to make the trek on foot all the way back. And by all the way back, I mean it's not too bad, right? You leave. Let's see if I can get this where you can see it. You leave here, you take the trail south, and there's an egg mine, there's an ancestral tomb. You're probably going to fight cliff racers and some other land creatures like a Nyx hound, a rat, the scribs, the kind of insect things. What on earth is this? I don't remember this being there. The Denver Fortress. Take that down, and then... Oh man, what a bummer. So if you did want to take it on foot, you would have to kind of come along here and kind of skirt this until you could find a way around? Is it really that disastrous? Is there another way you could do this? So I guess you could come up here and go through Caldera and then take this trek back around. But shortest distances between 2 points is a straight line, but like I said before, I don't necessarily like that about Morrowind. But if your character has certain acrobatics skills, maybe they could go over and make this a little easier. Who's to say? It's hard for me to know without being embedded into the game to know for sure. Alright, you have corpus disease. This will be one of the rare moments when the game will give you a permanent boost to your character. Call it a perk. And that might be a point of contention among fans, is when is it okay to give a permanent boost to your character based on story missions that you've completed. I think some people prefer items that provide those bonuses that they can choose to activate or deactivate. Some people do like the permanent boosts because they feel like their overall character is representative, using maths of the progress that they've made in the game, right? We don't really have effective means to show the difference in a role-playing game between a highly skilled character and a less skilled character, except to use numbers. That's not always the case. There are some games that manage to create skill with game mechanics, but in a longer form role-playing games where narrative is important, typically you have numbers. The Corpus Cure. On your return to Belmora, you're promoted to Traveler. If that doesn't make you feel any better, this may. The Spymaster has made inquiries and found a doctor for what ails you. Regrettably, the wizard Divaeth, who runs a corpusarium for those so afflicted, leprosarium, I think the parallels are obvious, for those so afflicted, doesn't make house calls. You'll have to go and find him. We all know how miserable it is to travel when you're sick. At least Cassades helps the process along with a bit with a Dwemer artifact, a good gift for always grumpy wizards. 1,000 drakes for potions and spells, and instructions to ask a scout in Sageth Mora for directions. He also gives you a couple of levitation potions, because as he informs you, wizards don't use stairs. Sageth Mora is a good-sized city halfway up the east coast of Morrowind. I love Sageth Mora. I love the name. I love the design. It's such a beautiful place. If you've never been there in the game, which I can't imagine that you haven't if you are serious about that, is hard to believe. But if you haven't been there, I suggest you go. This does not do it justice. It just has, if it's a progression of more and more alien designs. Here, the Telvanni, if Alderaan was a place where, so if Balmora was a place that they built using, we could go all the way back to Satanin and Pelagian. Imperial built, westernized ideas of structures. Alderaan, a far more native, accustomed, or they make houses out of living beings that they've killed. The carapace of the enemies that they've killed, these large monsters, and then they've hollowed out. This is a different world where it seems as though they have physically grown the structures out from the ground, and so they have these incredible spindly vines and these bubbles, these mushroom-like structures, spaces that you can interact with. And when you're inside, the hallways have these like circular, like tube-like things, and you feel like you're in a body being transported from one place to another, like a Golgi apparatus. Is that the proper name, biological term? Anyway, it's beautiful. It's really something. And I'm playing through the Hel's Telvanni quests right now. And it's hard at first because it's very difficult to find things, but I've grown to love it. It's a good-sized city halfway up the east coast of Morrowind. The wizards can be found in the Tower of Telfur, a straight shot southwest of Sadrith Mora. There it is. They were not wrong. There it is. A straight shot on the island Zephyrbell Bay. There's no boat. There's no boat. What is that then? Is it a sunken boat? It's been such a long time since I've been to Telfur. So you need to swim, walk on the water, or fly. Just for the record, House Telvanni. I haven't been to this location yet in House Telvanni, so don't throw shade at me. Once in the tower, talk to the woman. Are these Fur's wives? Daughters? That's not a question you want to be asking. Wives or daughters? Or just very close female friends. Not important. They will tell you where to find the wizard and how to avoid making him angry. For starters, do not kill any of the women. Not that you would, but you know how swords can slip and so on? What the hell? Who wrote this? Give Fur the drummer artifact to make him less cranky. It'll kick his disposition up to around 80 or so. Alternatively, you can raise it to 70 by other means. Talk about your disease and brag a little bit about how you may fulfill the Nerevarine Prophecies. This seems to confer celebrity status, and Fur offers you an experimental potion. He says it might cure you, and it might kill you. You may want to save. You may want to do a quick save before this. But first, you have to go retrieve a pair of enchanted boots from a corpus victim named Yagram Bagarn, down in the Corpusarium, the tower's dungeon. Yuck, corpus boots. Why do you feel as though you're doing the wizard 2 favors and getting half of one back? Dude, fuck off. You're getting some boots. Like, it's not a big deal. Your task here in the Corpusarium is a kind of reverse dungeoneering. Do not kill any of Fur's patients, regardless of how monstrous they may look or how bad-tempered they behave. Use stealth and magic to avoid combat and retreat from any battles you can't avoid. So, similar to Fallout 3 and The Road that I read by Cormac McCarthy, I was reading the Thomas Covenant series right when I was playing this. My grandparents and one of my uncles had given me Lord Fowl's Bane as a gift, which I find bizarre because the hero of the story is really an anti-hero and does some really questionable moral things, and I was young, but they gave it to me anyway. Anyway, in the story, oh my god. So Thomas Covenant is believed to be a reincarnated version of Beric Halfhand because both of them have fingers removed from one of their hands. Thomas Covenant because of leprosy, but I'm not sure about Beric Halfhand. My god, was Thomas Covenant a inspiration for this game? In 10 novels published between 1977 and 2013, Lord Fowl's Bane was back in the 70s. Okay, bear with me here. Thomas Covenant is a young author whose world is turned upside down when he is diagnosed with leprosy. After 6 months treatment, he returns home to find himself divorced by his wife Joan and outcast from his community. On a road trip into town, he is accosted by a beggar. Disturbed by the encounter, Covenant stumbles into the path of an oncoming police car and is rendered unconscious. He wakes to find himself in the land, a classic fantasy world where he meets the evil Cave-Rite, Drool Rockworm, and Lord Fowl the Despiser. Fowl prophesies that he will destroy the land within 49 years. However, if Drool isn't stopped, this doom will come to pass much sooner. He tells Covenant to deliver the message to the rulers of the land. Covenant meets a girl named Lena, who uses a special mud called Hurtloam to heal the injuries from his fall and cure his leprosy. Covenant's loss of 2 fingers on his right hand makes Lena think he is the reincarnation of ancient hero Beric Halfhand. That can't be a coincidence. That has to be influence. We're calling that influence, right? Leprosy, corpus. Curing of it, reincarnation, fantasy world. Why didn't I pay more attention to that before? I've only read the first 4 books, but I suppose my unconscious brain made the connection. But yeah, there you have it. If you're looking for a book reference, like I said, I don't really read fantasy anymore. I cut my teeth on fantasy, but now that I'm older, it's hard for me to go back to fantasy. But you're welcome to check out Lord Fowl's Bane. Wow. So anyway, there it is. For your perusal. This is kind of why I like being a reader as well as a person who plays games rather than a gamer, because I feel like there's just so much rich understanding you can get of how games are made from not playing games, like an outside perspective. There's just so much I can bring to this experience of playing the game, and philosophy and literature and history, and I don't know, games like this help to embellish that. Use stealth and magic to avoid combat and retreat from any battles you can't avoid. So I will say that I wasn't sure about the game as far as the main quest from all this stuff before, but when I entered the Corpusarium, I was hooked. If you've never been into the Corpusarium, it's very eerie. There's this sickening yellow-green fog that's in there, and the people afflicted with Corpus approach you through it, and it feels very ominous, and it feels pitiable. It's a really incredible bit of mise-en-scène, but can we use that for video games? It's all there. Better still, find the Gwarskin drum and give it to Oops Fur. Oops. Standing next to Yagram Bagarn, she will play it, soothe the inmate's savage breasts, and so smooth your passage. Gotta love it. Music is the gateway. Talk to Yagram Bagarn in the Corpusarium bowels. Mercifully, he does not want a favor. He'll surrender the boots and tell you about the disappearance of the dwarves. Return the boots to Fur, and he'll turn over the potion, provided you agree to quaff it right in front of him so you can observe the effects. As Shia LaBeouf says, just do it. Interesting. First of all, you're still alive. Second of all, you're not exactly cured. You still have corpus, but none of its negative symptoms. You're left with the positive symptom: immunity to all disease. Another prophecy of the Nerevarine fulfilled. So does that mean that you're... I don't want to call it immortality. What's the term for being able to live forever, but you can still be killed, like elves in the Lord of the Rings books? Immortality? Anyway, I'm not sure if you have that or not. Hey, you never actually had to spend most of that 1,000 drakes, did you? You're rich, immune, and cured, sort of. You seem to be fulfilling prophecies at every turn. Head for Balmora and strut your stuff. Back and forth to Balmora. Milo gone. Should we take a wee break? I'm gonna take a potty break. Okay. So the short break turned into a long break, and it's like 8 o'clock at night. The sun's setting, but I want to do more. I really am enjoying this. I'm trying to leave the door open just a crack behind me because it gets super hot in here with this PC. I want to wear my hoodie, so damn it, I'm gonna try and make it work. Okay, where were we? Can I get rid of this? I guess I'll just go back to the Imperial Library. Let's continue. Your jubilation is short-lived. Casades has been recalled to the Imperial City. While you don't know it yet, this is your last mission under his direction. Before he goes, Casades promotes you to operative, which makes you the ranking blade in the district. He also tells you he thinks you are the real Nerevarine, and instructs you to find the lost prophecies and deliver them to Nabani Mesa, picking up the thread from 3 missions back. Make sure you talk to Caius about promoted to operative, because that's when the old spy master gives you some nice things you won't need back in the Imperial City. You get a black shirt with a Fortify Sneak enchantment, black pants with a Hefty Chameleon enchantment, and a ring with Fortify Luck and Fortify Security enchantments. These are going to be very helpful in the future. That kind of makes me wonder if, in the way that magic was distributed in Skyrim for all classes, that if stealth was supposed to be dissolved into other classes in Morrowind in the same way. I don't know if that's the case. It may just be that that's how the Blades thinks you, or that's how Caius thinks you. You'll need to visit the Hall of Wisdom and Justice in Vivec. Here, Mara Milo will tell you how to get the lost prophecies. But Milo's worst fears from your previous visit have been realized. She has been imprisoned. Ba-na-na. The Ministry of Truth. Look at that thing. I get big Majora's Mask vibes from this. I love Majora's Mask. Casades recalled. Milo behind bars. To get the idea something's going on. And no music. I had better fix that. Because what's the point of wearing headphones if I don't get to play a little music? Let's see if I can get back to it. Do you get the idea something's going on? Word of her confinement doesn't seem to have gotten around. 6 people in and around the library will tell you. Milo is either in the library of her or her room across the hall from the canon office in the Hall of Wisdom. Nope. And nope. We've moved to Vivec. But you want to go to Milo's quarters in the Hall of Wisdom in any case. She has left a note to Amaya, the code word for trouble, and 2 levitation potions for you on her dresser. The note is Milo's escape plan. She tells you to bring 2 divine intervention scrolls to the Ministry of Truth, 1 for each of you, and speak to the entrance guard, Alvela Saram, for admittance. Don't have any DI scrolls with you? Janan Malinier at the Mages Guild in Vivec's foreign quarter, keeps them in stock. I think that's up on the top floor. Fly up to the entrance. Saram gives you the entrance key and instructs you not to kill anyone during the rescue. Apparently, sympathy for the captive and the dissidents exists among guards, but it will evaporate if someone dies. Instead, use stealth, speechcraft, or limited violence to find the necessary keys and reach Milo's holding cell. But which way should you choose? 3 doors lead into the ministry. The one next to Saram leads past the Grand Inquisitor's office, good, but also to a locked and guarded door, bad. The door at the other end of the platform is a rear entrance, and the patrols here can be evaded. The door on the lower platform is also a rear entrance, but it is farther from the door to the prison keep, and you'll encounter more guards. As you enter the rear platform door, be alert. Guards patrol the passage to the left. You want the passage to the right. Follow the passage up and around to a locked door to the prison keep. Watch for a guard and wait until his patrol carries him away from the door. Getting through the locked doors should be the least of your problems. The interior locks are all level 10, and with any lockpick and the enchanted hand-me-downs Casades gave you, you should be able to open a level 10 lock in your sleep. Yeah, that's sort of shocking that the Ministry of Truth prison has only a level 10 lock. But I guess they have to assume. So, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of people, and me as well, or I as well, think that the main quest is an introduction, effectively, to the world of the game and to many of the mechanics of the game. In the same way that a campaign in a first-person shooter is an introduction into a lot of the mechanics that you'll be using, really to spend the majority of your time in multiplayer. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. To be honest, I would like it to be the best of both worlds, where the beginning of the main quest may be that, but I would hope that the middle of the main quest and the end of the main quest level in such a way that it makes some larger demands of you. Let's finish this up. Talk to Milo in her cell and give her a divine intervention scroll. She'll tell you to go to the East Docks in Ebonheart, find a woman named... Oh wait, I did not read this part. Sorry. The prison keep is a real problem. When you enter, a team of elite ordinators stand between you and the cell where Milo is imprisoned. There are 3 cells, and Milo's cell is the right-hand one. The walkways make it hard to dash past the guards. You want to go around them, not through them. The second levitation potion Milo gave you will come in handy. Fly over the ordinators to the rightmost cell. You'll take a little punishment as you stand at the door and try to pick the lock. The key to the cells is in a desk on the walkway. If you're nimble, you might be able to snatch the key as you streak for the cell door. Talk to Milo in her cell and give her a divine intervention scroll. She'll tell you to go to the East Docks in Ebonheart, find a woman named Blada Hateria, and tell her that Mira Milo has sent you. Tell Hateria that you want to go fishing. She'll transport you to the dock at the Holomaian Monastery, the refuge of the dissident priests. Milo, transporting to the Imperial Shrine in Ebonheart, will meet you at Holomaian later. Upon your arrival, monk Vivrana Arian will direct you to a stone walkway that leads north to the monastery entrance, which appears only between 6 to 8 a.m. and 6 to 8 p.m., dawn and dusk, foreshadowing a similar key event at a key location. I said key twice, I don't know why. In the next mission. Instead, you'll be pointed to the library and Master Gilvis Borello. Ask him about the lost prophecies, and Borello will give you passages from the Apocrypha. Really close to the Apocrypha, which are the books that are not published under the Bible. The Lost Prophecy and the 7 Curses for Nabani Mesa. Listen carefully to his analyses of these texts, especially his interpretation of the Lost Prophecy, which indicates the Nerevarine is an outlander. Once again, that could be you. What a twist. So, that's gotta be Whiplash. It's actually the next morning. I had a friend who told me that he was going to play some Morrowind, ironically enough. So we hopped off to watch that. He managed to get OpenMW to work on a Mac Mini M2 chip. Pretty impressive. But there were some weird coloring problems. But I watched him get his character set up. He is a knowledgeable Morrowind player, so he knows all about the game. Played it as I did in the early 2000s. So we kind of have to recap here because I read the Mira Milo quest stuff pretty quickly to kind of wrap it up. We just completed a jailbreak quest, which can be a stealth mission or stealth quest if you wanted to. We talked a little bit about the idea of disseminating stealth into other classes in the same way that magic does for Skyrim. There's something here that's interesting that you kind of use code words once again, go fishing, and you're going to a refuge of the dissident priests. So this kind of feels like the shit got real quest. Like, where sort of the Nerevarine prophecies aren't just words anymore. That, you know, between Dagoth taking steps against you, you contracting Corpus, you have gathered a lot of information, and now you're pressed with the idea that you could be the Nerevarine, and because of that, other factions or other groups are taking steps. in response, so there is some feedback going on. Listen carefully to his interpretation of the lost prophecy, which indicates that Nerevarine is an outlander. Once again, that could be you. So that's kind of a minor interpretation, right? It's not something that many of the Ashlander tribes have said, but in this case, we have Master Gilvis Borello, who has a more, I don't want to say nuanced, but certainly an interpretation that leads it towards you. And it's one of those things where if it's a prophecy, did it mean one specific person, or are there throughout the years opportunities for someone to fulfill the prophecy throughout time? Because interpretation is broad enough and time is sweeping enough. You know, we've gone through 2 eras, from the first era to the third era, that there could have been multiple people incarnate. It may feel strange not to be going back to Cassidy's place in Balmora, but events have overtaken your work for the Empire. You are about to assume your real role in this world. It's a tongue twister. Your real role in this world. Just don't let it get to your head. Make for the Urshulaku camp and speak again to Nabani Mesa about the lost prophecies. Wise woman's yurt. She tells you to give her a day to decide what to do. We've already mentioned all the things you can do in this area, especially in the Foyada, so go do some of them. It's interesting that they give you specific things that you can do. When you return, Mesa agrees to be your guide on the path of the Nerevarine. You must pass the 7 tests of the 7 visions. You've already completed 2 such trials by virtue of your foreign birth and your cured case of corpus. Sul Matuul, the Urshulaku Ashcan. I'll send you off on the 3rd. I wonder why the Urshulaku camp is the one that receives the most time for the beginning when you're setting out. I would assume that the answer to that question is just that this Ashlander tribe is the easiest to reach. You know, here's Cool, here's the Urshulaku camp. I'm actually not sure if that's true. Like the, oh boy, think with your head, buddy. Okay, Musa camp. So, you know, high up in the northwest. Close, I suppose, to Telmora. I don't know. Perhaps there was no rhyme or reason behind it. It was just expedience. You know, how it turned out. Let's move on. You've already completed 2. Foreign birth corpus. The first part of the warrior's test takes you to Kogarun, the ancient home of House Dagoth, and now a Dunmer stronghold, to receive 3 tokens. We saw Kogarun earlier in our stream. Can we find it without? Yep, sure enough. So Kogarun is right next to Phalasmarian. I wonder if it's going to remark on how you're looking for one and not the other. I wonder if that's confusing. To find Kogarun, head east along the coast from the Urshulaku camp to a ruined Dunmer stronghold called Valanvarian. Interestingly enough, I don't remember that many Dunmer strongholds when I was playing a long time ago. I don't know why that is. They're everywhere. To the southeast, you'll find the Daedric Shrine. Ibernunit. Kogarun lies south of Ibernunit. Good directions. The House Dagoth cup can be found on a tabletop in the dome of Pollux Eve on the surface. The Corpus Weepings can be found in the same room, half hidden under an urn near the dome's supporting column. Interesting, when I played the main quest yesterday and killed Dagoth Garrus, there was an enemy with Corpus Weepings that you could kill and get already, so I'm wondering if that would constitute this. One thing that I love about the Morrowind games is that for fetch quests, this is something that Patrician TV talks about as well, and also Todd Howard talks about in his interview with Lex Friedman, is that those are some of his favorite quests, because these fetch quests offer a lot of openness into how you complete them, right? The destination is clear, but the journey can be quite varied. If you went to an alchemist, for example, and managed to find Corpus Weepings, would that count towards this scenario, right? There's some things that you can alleviate, if you don't want to go in the same room half hidden under an urn near the dome supporting column. So I think here, since you're looking for a particular cup, I don't know if this is a good example, but in other scenarios, in the Thieves Guild, we'll see it later, this scenario can be handled in a number of ways. And the Shadow Shield is at the bottom of this large, tough dungeon, so you're going in whether you like it or not. To reach it, you'll need to pass through the Hall of Fisto and the Hall of Maki, the Nabith Waterway, and Charmer's Breath to Bleeding Heart. When you enter Charmer's Breath, or Karma's Breath, from Nabith Waterway go right, left goes to Bad Places, see below. The shield can be found on the tomb of Dagoth Morin in the lava tunnels. Along the way you can avoid fighting if you wish. It's not required. True enough, killing Dagoth Ulin in the Vault of Erod will give you the key from Hall of Maki to Nabith Waterway, Nabith, but you can skip the battle and use lockpicks or magic instead. Pretty cool. Combat doesn't even return much loot. You'll actually find more booty on pre-existing corpses and in Bleeding Heart. Good to know. We should at some point talk about combat and in this game and how it compares to combat in the other games, but for now. In addition, completists? I've always heard completionists, though I suppose this phrase works just as well. Who's to say, right? Should be aware that it's possible to explore this dungeon a bit too thoroughly and start taking on challenges for which you are not remotely equipped. If you go left to Bad Places instead of right to Bleeding Heart and Karna's or Charner's Breath. What? Are you seeing this, dear viewer? They used an N instead of an M, or maybe that's just how bad the text is. You may get to meet an Ash Vampire, this is a bad thing, and an exit from Charna's Breath leads directly into the Dagoth region, inside the Ghost Fence, where you'll be very sad. Not the best vocabulary, or word usage, or word choice. With tokens in hand, return to Sul Matuul, and he'll send you on Wisdom's test to find the Cavern of the Incarnate. It's different than anything else we've run into so far. He gives you 3 verses that contain clues to the cavern's location. The eye of the needle lies in the teeth of the wind. The mouth of the cave lies in the skin of the pearl. The dream is the door, and the star is the key. Nice poem. What does it mean? You must question Ashlander scouts and hunters in Abani Mesa to find out. By the way, an Ashlander scout lives in the yurt next to the Ashcan's yurt in Urshulaku camp. In so doing, you will learn that the Eye of the Needle is a rock column in the Valley of the Wind on the northeast slopes of Red Mountain. The skin of the pearl is a white rock at the top of the needle. The star is the key, must refer to Azura's star, which appears only at dawn and dusk. The morning and evening star, which is Venus, right? Hence you can enter the Cavern of the Incarnate when the door at the base of this white capped rock column is open between those times. So we've returned to the Urshulaku camp. And then next we have to go to the Cavern of the Incarnate. And there it is. So in the modern era, we definitely don't have to find the... That would be quite a journey. So, as you can see here, here's the Cavern of the Incarnate. And then here's the Urshulaku camp. So, you'd be pushing along the coast, I suppose. Interestingly, look how strange this geography looks. From the coast, you enter in a couple places. Valley of the Wind. A couple places to keep you occupied, but see how tightly packed it is in here? It's definitely like they don't want you to find this early. Travel east along the coast from the Urshulaku camp, past the Dormer ruin of Bethuend and the Daedric ruin at Zerganopol, and turn south. 2 parallel valleys lead south. The western one, Dry Camp Valley, isn't the one you want. Ugh, they're right next to each other. That is brutal. The western one, though, you will find the Dune-Ah dungeon and an outcast camp there. Take the one to the east, the one with the entrance marked by 2 tall spires. I'm assuming that's these, called Iron's Teeth. It's incredible. The physical geography of the world has constantly layered over top of it names and histories and ideas, like How on earth did they make this game in the time that they did? Like, the amount of words, the amount of ideas. It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on. That's a Star Wars reference. Past the derelict ancestral tomb. As you follow the valley, climb to a dead end, and wait until one of the appointed times to enter. Inside the cavern, you'll undergo what amounts to a coronation. Approach the statue of Azura to start a cutscene. In this sequence, you receive Nerevar's enchanted ring, moon, and star, and learn that you have passed the first 3 trials and are in fact the Nerevarine. Congratulations, you've hit a major milestone in the game. I'm surprised that this scenario is in this kind of out of the way place where the moon and star is, and not at the Shrine of Azura, though I guess with the Shrine of Azura you're actually doing the Daedric quest to get Azura's star, so I do understand why there would be a discrepancy. But I think for gameplay purposes, this is so out of the way from anything we've done with the main quest thus far, right? It's way down here in the southeast corner of Ardenvale, when, you know, like we've mentioned before, our theme of going to a place and then going on expeditions from that place and returning. So the main quest sort of has this star-like feel, where we go from one place to another and then venture out, and then go to another place, and then we venture out, and you get the sense of like little starbursts as you go from place to place. And so here we're at the Urshulaku camp, so it makes sense that we go out to certain places. And that isn't always the case. We came back to Alderun so that we can make our way to Gnarmok for Ilinibi. So there are other cases where that doesn't happen quite in the same pattern. But I can sort of understand how we've made it, you know, pretty far to the northeast, farther than we've ever gone. And it's deep into this Ashland region. It's deep into the mountains. Naturally, you're also set a series of tasks. You must now go to the counselors of the 3 great houses and Ashcans of the 4 Ashlander tribes of Ardenfell and show them your ring. You must persuade each house to acknowledge you as Hortator, and each tribe to acknowledge you as the Nerevarine. These are the titles given to the single war leader behind whom the houses and tribes respectively unite in times of danger. However, you'll have to show the danger from Dagoth-Ur in the 6th house to prove such a leader is needed, and you'll have to show that you are that leader, and that the temple has failed the people, and is no longer able to contain the threat. Obtaining the blessing of the houses and the tribes are the 4th and 5th trials respectively. After each is complete, you should return to Mesa for guidance. What party would be complete without gifts? When the cutscene ends, you can speak with ghosts of failed incarnates. Each will give you 2 unique items. Peakstar, hey, remember Peakstar? Turns over an embroidered belt and travel-stained pants. Ew. Thanks, Peakstar, but one word, laundromat, look into it. Hortlad gives you a book. Sithis. Does that count as notes? Error Dan offers a spear and a cuirass. Adreni Nerothan provides a master's probe and lockpick. And Tyria, a book. 36 lessons of Vivec, lesson 12. I was doing some research last night while my friend was playing Morrowind. I didn't realize that the 36 lessons are all in there. You can find all 36 lessons of Vivec in the game, which is astounding. I thought it was just scattered numbers, and the reason why they put 36 is so that you can feel as though there are more, but no, they're in there. And a mace, and Kanoon Chadala, an axe and boots. Apparently this is a sort of thrift shop of the ages. The transition is an event, in much the same way that starting the main quest was an event. You've suddenly acquired a whole lot of enemies and allies. You'll discover that your status is posted in corner clubs and trade houses. The temple becomes your enemy, as does House Redoran, unless you are a member, and the various factions aren't too tickled about it either. The world has changed and there's no going back. Unify Urshulaku. Was that supposed to be a header, and it wasn't? Okay, no. That's just awkwardly... They spaced it out and came back down to the next line. Strange. You don't have to complete these 7 quests in any specific order. We've arranged them with the fastest and easiest first. This one is beyond easy. It's a given that Sul will give you the nod as Nerevarine. After all, your family, a clan friend, and the tribe's wise woman is your guide on the Nerevarine path. You have only to return to their camp and talk to Sul Matuul. He'll explain your new position and have you recite, its requirements so that you're prepared for future encounters, and name you world leader of the Ursulaku and protector of the people. And he'll give you the teeth, the tribe's enchanted heirloom, and a symbol of its decision. Thanks for the teeth, dude. It could hardly be simpler. Okay, major turning point in the quest, the main quest, and I guess that means I should finish my coffee. Uniting the tribes, uniting the houses, doing what you say that you're going to do in the prophecy. Moose is safe. However, don't think for a second that being in good with one Ashlander tribe buys you goodwill with the other 3. They're going to make you sing for your supper. For instance, persuading a Musa tribe that you are the one requires that you perform an errand with some ingenuity in order to help this troubled people find a new home. Ashlander scouts and hunters can direct you to their camp. It's on a point of land at the extreme northeast corner of mainland Vardenfell. The chief wise woman is Sinemu Murple. Courtesy dictates that you first speak to 3 Gulakans, Kasi, Dudadok, and Yenamu, about Nerevarine before you approach her. It's kind of fascinating, the strange double standards going on. Like, it's a maternalistic order, it seems, these Ashlander tribes, with wise women. But some of the things that you're about to see are quite misogynistic. So, we'll have to learn more about their customs as we go along. Murple is willing to name you Nerevarine, but as always, there is a condition. The Ayamus are having trouble with blight creatures and need a safe haven. That makes sense considering, that Red Mountain has accelerated. Your job is to create a safe haven in Ald Daedrith, an ancient Daedric site on an island northwest of the camp. How far southwest are we talking? Okay, I missaw it. It's right here. So it's the biggest island. So you could presumably island hop here, and then here. Not too bad. It's a lot of slaughterfish that you probably have to kill to get there. Then you'll have to prove to the chief that it's safe by escorting her there to see a great statue. She's not to fine. Safe. That's up to you. That's interesting. There are options. One obvious way to make Old Daedrith safe is to make it empty. You can simply stomp on everyone you find there who's remotely dangerous. Guess what? They're all sort of dangerous. This site is currently occupied by our old friends, the Ordinators, and a group of Sheogorath Daedra cultists and their priests. The two sides are not getting along. So just do yourself what they're planning to do to each other and wipe them all out. Hoof it back to the Ashlander camp and take the chief in tow. It's uncomplicated, it produces loot, and once the slaughter is over, escorting the old lady is a piece of cake. But this requires a fairly advanced and resilient character and a fair amount of time, and since you'll be killing Ordinators who are basically good guys temporarily on the wrong side, it doesn't reflect well on your character. The Nerevarine should be a nice guy, right? Interesting interpretation. Define nice, right? If the means justify the ends justify the means, blah, blah. Then what are some Ordinators for? Bringing together all of Morrowind, right? So, I guess you're free to interpret what the Nerevarine does. One alternative is to first wait out the battle between the two sides of the shrine. Don't kill anyone until one side has been wiped out and the other weakened, and then go in and mop up. But strictly speaking, you don't have to kill anybody. You can also play this the diplomatic way. You can lie to the ordinators and tell them you're here to rip off the shrine. Then they'll leave you and the wise woman alone. The problem is engaging them in conversation to begin with. At this point, the temple and Nerevarine factions are like diesel fuel and fertilizer, an explosion waiting to happen. However, calm humanoid and charm spells will take the edge off your relationship, and you'll be able to have a chat. There's also an ordinator standing guard on the island outside the shrine who's willing to talk first and fight later. That's interesting. So you've got the fighter's response, which is to fight. You've got the stealth response, which is to wait and hold back and secret. And you've got the mage's response, which is to charm and calm, in the hope of coercing everyone into standing down. On the other hand, negotiating successfully with the Sheogorath cultists means you have to go all the way to the bottom of the shrine, ducking and weaving past hostile cultists, and talking to the cult priestess, Hellerini and Davil, in the antechamber. If your speechcraft skill is 50 or greater, you can appeal to the priestess's sense of pity. There's a speech check in this one. We haven't seen that very often. If it's less than 50, but either your level or reputation is 20 or greater, instead offer to spare her life in exchange for providing a haven for the tribe, or you can raise her disposition to touch her heart. In any case, success means the cultists will leave you be. Then there's the old decoy trick. Attack opponents along your planned escort route and run like hell. Outdoors, lead them into complex terrain that will slow them down, and then outdistance them by swimming, flying, or simply moving fast. Indoors, lead them to a distant location and then teleport out. Finally, the fastest route is to lead... Sorry, I have not been placing this on Old Daedrith. And run interference for the wise woman along the way. However, there's no practical reason to adopt this approach. Speed isn't relevant, it requires the most flexible tactics, and it's also extremely dangerous, Merple being a weak old woman. In any case, when you're ready, just talk to her and have her accompany you to Old Daedrith. Lead her to the island and through the outer shrine to the inner shrine and the statue of a bearded god with a cane and waistcoat. Speak to her again, she will name you Nerevarine and give you a magic token called the Mad Stone. I wonder if we should look up on the UESP what each of these items are. I think since we're working strictly with the narrative of the quests rather than the design of the game, probably shouldn't, but just so you know, each quest, I believe, will offer you a magical item, which could be beneficial. It could not be, so depending on your character. But that's how it's always been, right? You're given things, and some of it is loot that you can sell, and some of it is a priceless artifact. Zainab Bride. This is the one. Next is the Zainab tribe. As before, talk to Ashlander hunters and scouts to get directions to the camp. It is located southwest of the village of Vos and southeast from the Cavern of the Incarnate. Well, we know where the Cavern of the Incarnate is. And then here's Vos, by the way. It's just south. Interestingly, so far we've gone pretty linearly. That's not quite the case. We've hopped and skipped in a way that has been pretty easy to get our minds around. Our heads around. So Urshulaku was up here, and then we've just gone east, followed the coast, and then here's the Musa camp, and then now we're sort of going inland a little bit to the Zainab camp here. That's not too bad, right? We're still in the northern half of the game of Ardenfell, so as large as the mainland is, we're still interacting with it in a way that's manageable. So that's pretty cool. Alright, the Zainab camp. Here we are. This time you don't have to go through channels. You can go straight to Ashcan Kashad. However, this doesn't mean you have an advantage in these talks. Kashad is a demanding fellow. For starters, he won't consider your request to be named Nerevarine unless he likes you. And he doesn't like you enough. Maybe not at all. He uses the words ignorant outlander. You need to boost his disposition to 70. There's a fast way and slower way into his affections. See, Kashad is a sort of hypocrite. The Zainab wise woman Sonumu Zabamat will tell you the Ashcan loves exquisite outlander shoes. Bring him a pair to bump up his disposition by 40 points. The usual tactic for raising a character's disposition in smaller increments will also work here. Bribing, or admiring, or praising. I'm not sure if that works really well with Ashlanders. Okay, now Kashad likes you, and you can ask him to set you a task to prove your worthiness. He sends you to kill a vampire in the nearby Nerano ancestral tomb. To find the crypt, head west from Zainab Camp until you reach the mountains, then turn north. Keep the mountains on your left for a reference point. When you pass the ruins of Nchulif, start watching the east for a tomb entrance flanked by 2 trees. It's on the western slope of a hill in the center of the Grazelands. Sure enough, there it is. To find the crypt, head west from Zainab Camp until you reach the mountains. Oh, we just read that paragraph. Apologies. Vampires. Is this likely one of the first times that you'll encounter a vampire? The supernatural is in Morrowind just as much as the fantastical. So, vampires and werewolves. Oh my. Calvario, a level 14 vampire, is a difficult but not impossible opponent. And don't forget to pack a few restore strength and restore endurance potions just in case you run into a great bone walker. Did you think you were done? I told you Kashad was demanding. He comes up with one last requirement, a gift. It's not just some trinket either. Kashad is asking for a pony among presents. What? That's interesting wording. He wants a highborn Telvanni bride. A pony among presents? I'm not sure how to take that. I just gotta be pretty and plump with big hips. It's not going to happen. Speak to the Zainab wise woman, Sonumu Zabamat, and she tells you that a highborn Telvanni lady would not even consider marrying an Ashlander. So we get some sexism, but we also get some class dynamics in Vardenfell. However, this wise woman is full of surprises. She sends you to her friend Seville Emain, slave mistress of the Festival Slave Market in Teleroon, off to the southeast. The Festival Slave Market. House Telvanni. It's all done so obviously. Okay, Teleroon is a little bit distant. There it is. Slave Market. Emain will sell you a pretty Denmer slave, tell you what clothes to buy for her, and then dress her up like a highborn Telvanni lady. You then have simply escort the slave. You then have simply to escort the slave to the Zainab camp and present her to Kashad. This escort mission would take you over water. The Grazelands are a little easier to manage just because the hills are a little... And on the way here, in all likelihood, you've probably cleared out a lot of the monsters. Since it's just a straight there and back again, right? You're not having to escort here and then to go north or to go southwest into new territory. It's a long haul from the Zainab camp to Teleroon. If you learned your lesson from escorting the Amusa wise woman, you'll scout the route before you travel it with a tender young thing in tow. Tender young thing? I'm not sure. God. Figure out a path that involves the least possible danger. And kill any wandering enemies, particularly outcast Ashlanders, that might hanker for the slave girl blue plate special. A heal companion spell will come in handy too. Sure enough, Emain says she has just the right slave. She sends you off to Elegnin Clothier in Telmora to buy a fancy shirt, skirt, and shoes. So Telmora, back up north. We've crossed this place before, so we could say that it's known territory. The Zainab camp is quite complicated. A lot of steps. Return to Emain with the clothes and she'll dispatch you again in search of Telvanni bug musk. Yes, it sounds awful, but it's perfume. You can get this stuff in lots of places, but the closest are Bildrin Arelith, the apothecary in Teleroon, and Jolda, the apothecary in Telmora. So hopefully you read this before you're doing this quest so you can get it while you're there so you won't have to go back and forth. Finally, you have to arrive at a price for the slave. Emain asks 1,200 drakes, but if you have a mercantile skill of 40 to 80, you can get away with as little as 600. And if Emain likes you, disposition is greater than 60, she'll settle for 1,100 drakes. Emain will give you the key to your slave's cage. Give the clothes and bug musk perfume to the young lady who has the distinctly stripper-like name of Falura Yervu. Oh god. It's like the writer is leaning into the weirdness of this scenario a little too hard, right? Like, I get that it's a joke, but also, like, think about the weird sexual awkwardness of the wording here. It's been way different than the other matter-of-fact wordings of the other quests, right? Stripper name, slave girl, blue plate special. And I don't know if it's because the writer feels just as awkward about this quest as we do, the player, and maybe they're trying to project that insecurity and tension into their writing, but the impact of it, I'm not sure how I feel about the impact of it, and that's because I don't know what the intention behind the words is with this. Sort of cringe-inducing. Anyway, so you're learning about the economics of the House Telvanni of the Ashlander tribes. There's quite a lot to say here. As mentioned, it's a haul. Keep an eagle eye on Yervu. She's a good swimmer, and that's a good thing, given all the open water along the way, but she's not exactly a master of self-defense. I do sort of wonder for all the escort quests if they give those characters a certain higher speed and better swimming skills. Like, they have high athletic skills and they have high speed to make these quests a little bit more palatable, and so that it's difficult to outpace an NPC that you're escorting. Inside the yurt, speak to Yervu, and then Kashad. He's a happy camper, though he manages to work in a complaint about his intended's hips. He names you Nerevarine and gives you the Zainab thong, an enchanted heirloom of the tribe. Thanks for the thong. Personally, I don't have much use for a used thong, but it's a symbol of your selection as Nerevarine. Let's just assume it's a sandal-type thong, okay? Run it to the Eru Benimsum. Irab Benimsum. Camp before Kashad assigns you another little task. That was clearly like the Zainab camp had a lot of grocery list items that they needed covered. You come in and you handle them all. So now they've got the week open. War lovers. The Irab, we're just gonna shorten it to Irab camp, located to the south in the Great Scathes, is the most remote of the 4 Ashlander settlements. So we are continuing our trek south, I believe, because it's somewhere in here. True both in a physical sense and in a spiritual one. Located northwest of Mount Asarnabibi. There it is. And southwest of the Corpusarium, Telfer. This camp is located far from towns and other convenient reference points. If you have noticed, the guide is using a lot more relative locations, of which we're familiar, right? Instead of using cardinal directions, I guess they're using cardinal directions, so that's not necessarily true. But now that we've acquainted ourselves with some places nearby, they feel comfortable saying it's close to the Corpusarium, or it's close to Vos. It's northwest of Gunarmog. So the guide is comfortable with your acquired knowledge of the world and hopes that you can keep up. Difficult terrain may make it difficult to find. Yeah, the camp is sort of tucked in here amidst these strange rock formations, right? And here's just like one single path through here. On the east side, you've got an entrance from the southern side, but I'm not sure. This is all very complex. And you get the sense that there's a lot of like open culverts. I guess I'm not sure if that's the right word to use. 4 locations that they wanted to have in the game that they ended up not using. It's interesting that like some things they ended up using, right? but then other little divots they did not use. So I get the sense that they designed the world a little earlier and separately, and then they filled in the world later with narrative and with locations. Like, could this camp have been just as easily placed somewhere else, perhaps in the middle right here with all these pathways, perhaps, right? As usual, your best bet is to ask for directions. These guys know everything. When you do find the camp, you'll discover the Irab are remote as well. They don't like Outlanders, and they don't like Nerevarines, and you're both. Many of them aren't helpful or pleasant. Some of them will treat you like dirt and threaten you. If you persist in trying to talk to them, some of them will attack you. Fine. Attack them right back, to death. No one will hold it against you. Those Irabenim who talk civilly with you will recommend you see a wise woman, Manerai. She's the one cooperative person here. Naturally, she has an agenda. She tells you have no hope. She tells you you have no hope. There should be some repetition there in order to account for... Did they read this out loud? Did they proofread this? She tells you have no hope of being named Nerevarine by the current Irab regime. To prevail, you'll have to kill the current Ashcan Uleth Pal and 3 of his Gulikins, Ahaz Renabi and Ashuahi. She offers advice on how to approach each opponent. You find each battle in a tent, so ranged spells and missile weapons are useless. Challenge accepted. There are ranged spells, okay, so I guess, you could do a magic spell by touch. So we've had, in the camps, we've had the narrative response with the Urshulaku camp. We've had the diplomatic response with the Musa camp. And we've had a combination of those. We've had a little bit more, I don't know what I call it, espionage, but certainly, with the Zainab camp, it's been subterfuge. Is that the right word? More mercantile, I suppose, in the sense that you have to buy everything, you have to fund it. So we could say that's an economic quest. Here's obviously the combat. Is the weakest of the Gulikins. Fight him first. Kill him first. He'll summon a skeleton, but you can avoid him by leaving the yurt. When he's toast, get his poison dagger. Fight Ashuahi next. He's a good challenge, giving and meting out heavy damage, but you shouldn't be at risk in this battle. On the other hand, you'll have to fight Ahaz and Uleth Pal together. This is the toughest fight you'll have with the Ashlanders. Take on Ahaz first and beef up your defense before you start in. Once you've completed the dirty work, go have a chat with Manarai's candidate for Ashcan, the Gulikin Han Amu, son of the former chief. He's in his Gulak yurt. It turns out he doesn't want the chief's job, nor does his tribe want him as chief. You will have to persuade him. It's a confidence issue. Manerai has anticipated this. She suggests that if Han Amu had tokens recognized as conferring strength, will, and intelligence, he would have the confidence to accept the responsibilities of leadership. Presumably, they'd earn the respect of the tribe as well. Now, it just so happens that in your massacre of the top tier of Iraq government, you now have access to 3 items that fill the bill. These are the War Axe of Iran Amu, Sonic Keel's Heart of Fire, and the Robe of Urudan the Wise. Give the items to Hanamu to persuade him to become the Ashcan. If your speechcraft skill is 70 or greater, it's enough to simply show them to him, and you'll get to keep the cool stuff. If you're not an accomplished talker person, but you've raised Han Amu's disposition to at least 90, he'll allow you to keep the 3rd item you give him. So if you have a favorite, save it for last. Once Han Amu ascends, speak to him again and he'll name you Nerevarine. Visit the wise woman one last time to collect the tribe's enchanted token, the seizing of the Irab Benimsum. That does it for the tribes. By hook or by crook, they have universally acknowledged you as Nerevarine, and you have completed the 5th trial. The 3 great houses are quite another matter. Okay, so what can we make of the quest design of the Ashlanders? So first of all, you're learning simultaneously about culture and the game as you play. You're learning that as the Nerevarine, you are a how do I say this? An oiling or greasing force for some camps. Like this camp seems to have a poor leadership problem. So what you effectively do is you remove all of the strongmen, making space for the weaker leader who doesn't want it to rise up through the ashes, right? That's a very interesting idea, that sometimes it takes an innervating agent from the outside to bring about change that is acceptable. And in this case, it's quite violent. This Ashlander camp seems okay with it, just in the sense that their traditions and customs make it so that these fights to the death are acceptable. Just with the closeness to Red Mountain and the blight and all the other problems that these Ashlander tribes would be likely to have, I'm not sure if I buy that this amount of death in the camp would be something that would be acceptable. Like, the traditions and customs have a breaking point, right? Like, these are 3 or multiple able-bodied workers for the camp, for the tribe, and that would be difficult to replace, especially considering that they're Dunmer. And from what I know about Dunmer, they live for a long time, and so they focus on population in a different sort of manner compared to what human beings would be. So just because you are doing this as a quest, it doesn't mean that I accept it as what would be serviceable to the world. Unfortunately, the sexism involved in the Zainab camp, we could say, is a thing that could happen. And is it because of the traditions and customs of the camp, or is it because of the predilections of the strongman leader? We don't really get enough from these particular quests. I suppose if you wanted to, you could do more in-depth reading from some book in Morrowind to get a greater sense of understanding of the Ashlander culture. And maybe someone can chime in, or I can do more research out of the stream to see what the literature has to say on the matter. We'll go to the literature. The Amusa camp is a little bit more palatable, just because they're a nomadic tribe and they've come under certain stressors that make sense for the world in that moment. The blight, monsters that have arisen from it. It helps to get the sense that the Red Mountain situation is sort of bursting from the seams in a way that the Tribunal Temple can no longer protect, and House Redoran can no longer protect, right? And so certain tribes and certain groups are having to take matters into their own hands to try and find an ad hoc solution. So they want to go even further out to all of Daedrith, where they're hoping to weather out the remainder of the war, I suppose, over Red Mountain. And I think that's cool. I think that builds a sense of impending or rising danger of the world. So I think out of all the Ashlander quests, I prefer this one. It also helps you understand a little bit more about the area, about Sheogorath, about the Ordinators, their competing interests, right? So I think it's a very political quest in that regard. So I think that's kind of cool. Moving right along. The 3 Great Houses, Redoran, Hortator. You can have 2 very different experiences with House Redoran. If you joined this faction before you became Nerevarine elect back in the Cave of the Incarnate, you're pretty much in like Flynn. Side note, I've never done House Redoran for Hortator. I've done Halalu, and I'm working on Hell's Telvanni right now. I've never done House Redoran. It would be interesting to create a Dunmer character and to do House Redoran, among other things. I should probably do that at some point. Just pay a visit to Thin Serethi at Serethi Manor in Alderun and ask to be named Redoran Hortator. If you're already a member of this house, Serethi supports you and tells you that he can persuade all but one of the other counselors to do the same. Bolvin Venom won't toe the party line. Bolvin Venom comes up in a House Telvanni quest as well, which is interesting. Trying to get their support as well. So there's some interesting repetition that goes on with the quests, so hopefully I'll point that out whenever we get to those. With that name, you just knew he wouldn't talk to him, and you'll learn he won't even consider you for Hortator. However, if you didn't join House Redoran earlier in the game, you're pretty much a pariah now. Without Serethi's support, you will have a significant problem talking to Redoran folk. Without... Ooh, the PDF cut off whatever that next line was, so... Sorry, not sorry. That makes sense that the Temple and House Redoran do not like the Nerevarine because it comes off as a certain embarrassment to what they're set out to do, right? It's that moment in Lord of the Rings where Gondor has been fighting off Mordor for generations, and Aragorn shows up, and Boromir says Gondor has no king, and Gondor needs no king, right? So they are poised to be adversarial, despite the fact that they need each other, right? In an ideal world, they would work together handedly to solve the threat, but they view the arrival of the Nerevarine as an embarrassment, I suppose, because of the implications for their performance, I guess, holding back Red Mountain. Look at the size of the manor in Alderaan for House Redoran. I've always thought that this is a really cool building. It's kind of difficult to see from here, but you know, when you're inside of it, the interior design is really fascinating. As you'd expect, Serethi's support under these adversarial circumstances is not a given. He must rescue his son, Varver, from Venom's dungeon without killing the counselor, and, if possible, without killing his guards. See Rescue Serethi in the Redoran section for the solution to this challenge, and you'll still need to kill Venom later in a formal duel. Once this task is complete, and Serethi's support is secured, you'll find dealing with this house much less punishing. We'll probably cover that in the House Redoran questline, so we won't cover it here. In either case, Serethi will bring the 4 other counselors on board, but you'll still need to talk to each of them. And to talk to them, you'll have to find them. Happily, there's a sort of Redoran counselor directory. You can find their names and residences in the Red Book of 3E426. Neminda, at the entrance to the Redoran Council in Alderaan, will give you a copy. That's all still in here. Now you have to do some running around between the counselors' respective manors and quarters in Alderaan. Minor Erebar, Grisa Larethi, Brara, Morvain, and Hilarion Ramoran. Each will concur and name you Hortator. But what about Counselor Bolin Venom? You could just kill Venom outright, but don't. If you do, you'll never win approval of the other counselors. To be sure, Venom's a bad guy, and he must be killed, but honorably, in a duel. Talk to Venom in his private quarters in Venom Manor, also in Alderaan, and accept his challenge to a duel in the Arena Pit in Vivec. That is fascinating. What if you did this quest before that House Telvanni quest I was talking about? I wonder if the guide will cover it. So we'll keep that in our heads as we move along. Expect to spend carefully hoarded potions and scrolls on Bolin Venom, protected by a full suit of ebony armor and armed with a fearsome Daedric Daikatana. Strong and skilled, Bolin Venom can kill many characters in a few blows. Only a very powerful, well-armed player character can hope to stand toe-to-toe with him in the Arena Pit. However, mages and rogues with a more flexible sense of honor can perch on the railing above the Arena Pit and drop rocks on him. He has no spells or missile weapons, and is a sitting duck for range attacks. Shooting fish in a barrel is a completely respectable way to resolve this affair of honor. It's messed up. When you've honorably dispatched Bolin Venom in the Arena Pit, return to Serethi to be formally named Redoran Hortator, and to receive the Ring of the Hortator. Serethi also gives you a sealed package. The note within indicates that, should you succeed in being designated Hortator and Nerevarine, you're invited to a private interview with High Archcanon Sirioni. Hang on to this note. It will be useful later. Interestingly, suddenly, the temple wants to talk to you. I don't know how much I have to say about that. How straightforward is it? Is there anything that I can offer of note as interpretation of this? Not really. House Redoran is more of a combat-focused. You know, it's the fighters. Halalu Hortator is more of an economic and diplomatic affair. And then House Telvanni is the magic affair. The wild card. So, it seems fairly fitting. Halalu. You're still a couple missions from a sit-down with the Archcanon, but as it happens, you're headed for Vivec anyway. Okay, Vivec, our favorite city. Bringing House Halalu around to the cause is a relatively simple chore, though somewhat expensive. You're going to have to bankroll your Hortator cause, do a little political campaigning. As in Alderun, so in Vivec, you'll learn the names and addresses of Halalu counselors from a copy of the Yellow Book of 3E426. The Yellow Pages. Delinu Dorvain at the Halalu Council Manor in Barmora provides a copy. If you're a member of the Halalu faction, Gracias Curio found in Curio Manor in Vivec will take a little sugar or 500 drakes to name you Hortator. If you're not a member, buying his good opinion costs 1,000 drakes. Yingling Half-Troll at St. Olm's, Yingling Manor will take 1,000 drakes if you're Halalu and 2,000 if you're not. Oof, that's a lot of money. But you can save yourself some money by just killing Yingling Half-Troll. Really, go ahead. No one seems to care. In fact, 2 other counselors endorse this idea. It's pretty Game of Thronesy. If you taunt him into attacking you, you only have to pay the compensation that would be due if you murdered him. Drambaro at St. Olm's Haunted Manor will name you Hortator, but he says the 2 remaining counselors are Orvas Dren's creatures, if you're in House Halalu, or if she really likes you. Navana Ulez, an Ulez Manor across the river from Saran Village. Do we want to go to Saran so we can share that? Hello, Saran? Further east? Am I wrong? Here we go. There it is. Saran, Ulez Manor. Across the river. Will frankly admit she'll do nothing without Orvas Dren's okay. Otherwise, she just gives you a cordial runaround. Valanda Omani and Omani Manor on Olmus Island, east of the Vivec cantons. A lot of running around for this quest. Here's the Omani Manor. Do they own this entire island? Just acts puzzled, but multiplication tables are a big challenge for Valanda. She does suggest you explain it all to her advisor, Orvas Dren. To get these last 2 counselors to name you Hortator, you must kill or blackmail Dren, or otherwise force him to step down as head of the Cominatong. Cominatong is an assassination group that stands in opposition to the Maragtong. You can kill Dren, found in the villa on his plantation. It should be somewhere... Yeah, here we go. Dren Plantation. But Dren is well armed and armored, strong and skilled, and supported by 2 very tough and able bodyguards. Moreover, unlike Bolvin Venom, Orvas Dren is not easy pickings for range attacks because Dren's villa is small and cramped. Characters playing a stealthier game may prefer to take the blackmail route. To do so, you'll need papers hidden behind locked doors in his basement. Dren's bodyguard, Gallus Ferethi, has the key to the locked doors. Nobel Peace Prize candidates may prefer to raise Dren disposition to 70. Not easy. Giving the option of saying that you want to be Hortator to protect Morrowind from the Empire. Dren will agree to name you Hortator if you select this option. Speak with Valanda Omani and Navana Ulez again after you've taken care of Orvas Dren. Once everybody's on board, return to Curio to receive the belt of the Hortator. It's probably not the most fulfilling experience, more politics than anything, but it did get the job done. Now you just have to deal with the Delvani. Once again, I like that there are options to completing the quests, so you could go into combat or you could resort to blackmail for a more peaceable solution. I think that's pretty neat. I think if it was me playing Morrowind, and if I had to deal with a lot of proper names that are involved in different factions, I would try to resort to a peaceable solution as much as possible so that I didn't break other quests, right? If I was playing this for the first time and I knew that these characters were involved in lots of other ways, I wouldn't know how involved they would be, so I would err on the side of peace for that notion. Potty break. Okay. It's been a while, so it may take me a little while to get back into things. It's been several days. It's been several days at this point since the last time I recorded, which you can probably see given the Windows 11 time clock, right? And the date, June 6th, D-Day. So we're on the Telvanni Hortator, apparently. Are there any preliminaries that I want to get out of the way before I get into this? Not really. I tend to drag things a bit, so, I'd like to keep the momentum going and keep pushing. So I'm going to read this, and hopefully something will come up in my head as to how to respond. Killing one of the Telvanni counselors is necessary to be named Hortator by this house. But you don't have to stop there. You can kill any of the counselors. You can kill just the ones you can't persuade. Heck, you can kill them all if you want to, and then name yourself Hortator. Seriously, as long as your rep can stand the pressure, anything goes. This is how the Telvanni settle their differences. Master Arian and Telvos may have known this going in. He designates you Hortator without conditions. Smart boy. He also advises you that other counselors, except Archmaster Gothrin, can be persuaded to accept you. Of course, Arian is not exactly Mr. Innocent. Arian admits, Gothrin stands in the way of his advancement within the house. You'd be doing him a favor if you remove this obstacle. Mistress Taratha, found in the upper tower in Telmora, also gives you unconditional support. If you're a woman, if you're a guy, you'll have to nudge your disposition up to 80 and make a little scene. Mention that Azura is your patron to impress her. But if you're a guy and not a member of House Telvanni, then chances are you can't raise your disposition to 80. With negative modifiers for membership in other factions, she may be hard to persuade. In that case, it may have to be over her dead body. The flighty mistress Thorana, found in the upper tower in Tel Bernor, needs to be in an identically good mood, but she'll also accept you if your disposition is as low as 30, provided you have a speechcraft skill of 30 and use it to charm to the lady. Master Nilith at Tel Naga and Sage with Mora is a grumpy guy, but names you Hortator if he has a disposition of 70. Master Baladus at Arvs, Drellin, and Nisus may become a Telvanni counselor if you're a member of the house. I just played that quest, so that should be easy to remember. He's easy, requiring only a disposition of 30 to name you Hortator. And what to make of Gothrin. When you first visit him in the upper tower in Telarune, he appears persuaded but asks for time to reflect. But giving him time doesn't help. He's against you, and more time just makes him more specific about why he's against you. He even threatens to kill you if you keep bugging him. Arian was telling the truth. Gothrin isn't giving you any choice. You will have to kill him, but it won't be easy. Gothrin has a nasty spell that paralyzes you for several rounds while it burns, freezes, poisons, and shocks the meat off you. Good lord. And while you're paralyzed, his 2 Dremora bodyguards will pound on you merrily. His quarters offer no room for ranged attacks or maneuver. There's no single elegant and cunning solution to this combat, and no alternative peaceful resolution. One hit may help. Remember your shadow shield. Go invisible to stop combat. Then move someplace safe to heal, restore, and plan the next phase of your battle. So they assume that you still have these items on you, that you haven't sold them or haven't put them in storage or whatever. That they use the rewards from the main quest as a reference, which is interesting. In other games, is it the case that the items that you get in the main quest as it's packaged, are those meant to be used for later on in the said quest? So could you complete the Skyrim's quests in Skyrim without the shouts? And kind of, yeah, you don't really need the items, but one of the benefits of doing the main quest, as I remember it in Skyrim, is that you're privy to a lot of these shouts. Not all of them, of course. You pick up some through other means. So it's kind of a benefit to exploring. So I don't know if that metaphor is one-to-one. We're talking about items instead of abilities. But it's just to get my mind thinking about what does it mean to give a reward that is meant also to be a tool. Now, with information like notes, in order to learn the world, that is to the extent that the player is willing to read up on that if they want to learn about the world, right? If they find that experience enjoyable. But, it depends on who the person is going to be. Now, as far as gameplay mechanical circumstances, I don't know. We haven't been given experience for our quests like the later games, but we have been given money, items, and some of these are potions, and you can imagine using some of those potions and selling others, but either way it presents a nominal benefit or monetary benefit. So something to consider as far as explicit rewards, extrinsic rewards. Your Hortator and Nerevarine Nerevarine, both. Now it's time to go to church. This is well before the Take Me to Church song became a hit that was in every single show that you'd find on Hulu. Do we want to go through the map to see where you have to go? Does it tell you? Master Arian and Telvos. We've been here before, so it shouldn't be all that strange to the player. Or at least we've been in this area, right? We've been to the Musa camp north, and we've been to the other camp to the west. As soon as I think about it, the Urshulaku camp to the west. So we are comfortable with the area. And then the upper tower in Tel Mora, just across the river, just across the water. Where next? I mentioned Nisus, but I think Tel Brenor. That should be south, right? Sage with Mora. Ooh, I may have been wrong. It may be... Nope, here it is. I thought for some reason it was up north. I think that's something different. Tel Brenora. Master Neloth at Tel Naga and Sage with Mora. So you're basically like combing the east coast, basically. Like a lot of these. Look at all these minor locations. Look at all these ancestral tombs. This is insane. Anyway, Sage with Mora. You're combing the east coast looking for all the... And then Nisus and Telarune. I'm actually not sure where Telarune is. Dagon fell. Let's search it. I spelled it correctly. Oh, these are all places in Telarune, so let's... Oh, it's right in front of me. That's embarrassing. Let's hide this. Telarune is tiny. And let's clear the search results so we can see the context. Okay, so just west-northwest of Sage with Mora. So that's not so bad. I think the difficult one would be Nisus, which is sort of out of the way. So to give you an idea, that's way over here on the western coast. We've been to Gunnar Mach before. Here it is. So I say Nisus, but I've heard people say Nisus. People have always made the G silent. I think that's an easy thing to do. And so the strange building over here is where Baladas lives. It's a strange place. It's like a dungeon and a Telvanni quest giver and like a place in a town. It's like all of it combined. It's kind of what's great about Jesus. So what's great about Morrowind is that there's a lot of blurring between certain things. Like compared to Oblivion and the later and Skyrim, where here's a theory that I've been playing around with. We're 5 days away from the Starfield Direct, and I've seen enough of Starfield to know that I think there is a continuum of Starfield where, as the Bethesda company has gotten bigger and bigger, and since the scale of the games have gotten bigger and bigger, there's a lot less connective tissue between aspects of these games, and that is to allow for the developers to go off into their respective fields and just work on content, and then they come back together and they find a way to stitch it together. Now Starfield's easiest for something like that because you just put them on separate planets, right? You create a form that siphons or cuts the pieces apart to force the game or force the player to fast travel between places. So, it's going to feel very disparate, and the connective tissue will be the lore of the world, the world itself. And to some extent, that's how all games are, right? But I feel like Morrowind was the most coherent and uniform because of the way that everything felt blended. I may be proven wrong. There are 3 or 4 major locations in Starfield. I hope I'm not spoiling anything for anybody. And those places, maybe they'll be bigger than Balmora. Balmora and Vivec, places like that are some of the largest proper name locations that we've seen, as far as I can tell, in a Bethesda game. Even bigger than the capital in Oblivion. So I don't know. So those are some of the things I'm thinking about, is that as the games have gotten wider and larger, they become more sporadic. And that's the Telvanni Hortator, right? You've been introduced to the 3 houses. I also have a theory that the beginning of the Morrowind main quest is meant to be played near the beginning. The middle of the main quest is meant to be played near the middle of the game, of your playthrough, I should say. And what I mean by the middle, I mean if you could somehow project how much time you plan on spending on a run, you would hope that the main quest would be divvied out. And the middle part would be, if we imagine that you're planning on spending 100 hours playing this character, then the 50-hour mark you would hope to be in the middle of the quest. And then finally, I think the end of the game, Dagoth I think should be the very last thing you do with that character if you're deciding to do the main quest. If only because even if there are narrative and mechanical reasons or outcomes from you destroying Dagoth, I think just because you can, it's like a can and should qualm, where do you have to thus imagine yourself as the Nerevarine, just traveling around doing odd jobs for the Fighters Guild, the Mages Guild? Like, can you imagine the audacity of telling the savior of Vardenfell to go hunt some rats? Like, it sort of breaks the immersion for me to consider that, right? Now, that is another theory that I would like to carry into the further guides. Since we're getting close to the end of the main quest here, I'm trying to find some evaluative measures that I can take with me into the other games, right? Is that the way that the main quest is meant to be played? For all I know, the intents and purpose of the main quest is like a campaign. I think we've mentioned that before in a shooting game, a first-person shooter, which is to give the player, a guided tour of the experience in a controlled tutorial format so that they can extrapolate their skills into a much more difficult multiplayer environment. Maybe that is also the case, except here you're learning about the world. All right, we meet Vivec, one of the members of the tribunal, or one of the demigods. Fairly important moment. Back in the days when house counselors were people to be respected rather than exterminated, you got a note inviting you to arrange an interview with Toller Sirioni once you became Hortator of the 3 Great Houses and Nerevarine of the 4 Ashlander tribes. That time is now. You're to speak to Donzo Andules, the healer of the High Fane of Vivec, to make the arrangements. Andules can be found in Vivec in the north-south tunnel through the exterior of the High Fane. He tells you to talk to Sirioni in his private quarters. He also tells you to avoid trouble with the Ordinators. Sirioni's private quarters are inside the High Fane in the east wing. Problem is, the door's locked, and an Ordinator is standing right there watching. But there's a back entrance from the Hall of Wisdom. The door's locked too, but there's no vigilant Ordinator. Whip out your lockpicks or your spell or scroll of Onduzzi's unhinging and pop open the door. Speak to Sirioni. Basically, he blinks, allowing that the temple's unenlightened Nerevarine policy may change. Agree to a private meeting with Lord Vivec. The Archcanon gives you 2 keys. One to his own back door, which allows you to exit through the Hall of Wisdom, and the other to a secret entrance to Vivec's palace. We are here. Inside the palace, speak to Vivec. Accept the Wraithguard from him, and swear to dedicate yourself to the destruction of Dagoth and the preservation of Morrowind. Vivec then teaches you how to use this powerful artifact, offers to answer questions, and gives you documents describing Dagoth plans and his own suggestions for dealing with the enemy. Okay, we have to read that if Vivec gives you something. Morrowind. Oh man, 21 occurrences of Vivec. Guides and instructions. Oh, whoops, went too far. Secret invitation to the Nerevarine from the Archcanon. Where is this? Hello, hello, hello. Notes and correspondence. It should be in there somewhere. Notes. Oh boy. Mission to Vivec from Caius. Oh man. Are we gonna have to search another way? Oh god. Vivec is such an important character in the lore, not just for this game, but for others, so if we did that, we would be running into some problems between things. Other? Anonymous. Nope. Dagoth plans. A top secret document prepared exclusively for Nerevarine by Lord Vivec. Hey, got it. Alright. Wow. There's quite a lot here. I guess since we're so close to the end of the main quest, why not? It's from Vivec. From interrogation of captured sleepers and other sixth house cultists, from study of manuscripts written by cultists and victims of dream-induced mania, from interviews with Lord Vivec concerning historical campaigns against Red Mountain, and from broad conjectures and inferences made upon these materials. This is our best estimate of Dagoth motivations and objectives in this most recent phase of his war upon Morrowind. 1. These are the basic objectives. Establish a theocracy in Morrowind based on the worship of the newborn god Akulikan. 2nd, Numidium, to be created by Dagoth from the heart of Lorkhan, in a body constructed according to the principles and rituals pioneered by the Dwemer Kagranak. Establish the ancient heirs of House Dagoth as the god priests of Akulikan, and the 6th house of Dagoth as the dominant political power in Morrowind. Through charismatic conversion, unite the Dunmer. Charismatic conversion. Through a cult of personality, unite the Dunmer under the guidance of Dagoth to battle against the foreign animals who hold Morrowind in subjection. Note Dagoth has apparently adopted the views and motivations of the Dwemer High Craft Lord Kagranak. In effect, he recapitulates the ancient blasphemous folly of the Dwemer. This is like getting a hold of a nuclear weapon and becoming fanatical. I'm trying to think of like a modern day. 2. Expose the false worship of the tribunal and destroy the ecclesiastical authority and political power of the temple. How much the dissident priests or the cult of the Nerevarine may be controlled or influenced by the 6th house, in this regard, is open to speculation. Extirpate. Someone liked using a thesaurus for their verbs. Extirpate all remaining individuals of inferior and mongrel races from Morrowind. A lot of racism in Morrowind, if you haven't noticed already. Drive the Empire from Morrowind. Recover ancient territories stolen by Skyrim and Argonia. Extend the worship of Akulikan to all nations of Tamriel through subversion and conquest. There's a blending of different, like, this feels very German, Hitler, World War II. Like the recover territory stolen. Like, there's a lot of loaded words there about like how territory goes from one place to another. Similar to like the Vladimir Putin concept of Ukraine belonging to Russia. There's a great big history of Ukraine and Russia, of course, their relation to each other. But it remains to be seen whether history is the ultimate decider of the fate of a nation's future in regards to its past, right? Just because a nation has been a part of a country in the past doesn't necessarily mean it belongs to that territory again in the future, unless you have some strange narratological idea of like seeing the world in first acts, second acts, and third acts, where somehow the nation returns, right? That returning is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Like, history isn't the ultimate decider. Plans to establish and expand the sixth house. I need to fast forward. There's a lot to read. Phase 1, secure Red Mountain against tribunal intruders. Deny tribunal access to the heart, weakening the temple while securing Red Mountain for the creation of Akulakan. Keep the construction of Second Numidium a secret. Pretty much they've done that, right? The temple is weak. The ghost fence keeps them out, and it gives Dagoth Ur privacy to create this giant automaton. Phase 2, create passive servants in ever-widening circles around Red Mountain by broadcasting compulsions couched in dream imagery to susceptible subjects in their sleep. Establish a major operational base at Kogurun for further operations in the Ash Wastes. Establish smaller bases near small port villages and in lower-class waterfront districts in Vivec. Infiltrate and subvert smuggling syndicates. Recruit willing followers from disaffected populations, including the underworld, the poor, and rabid anti-imperial activists. That is so dirty. And to some extent, they did that, right? So Kogurun was a major base, and the Nerevarine, the character you play as, has interacted top and bottom with all of these different parts of Phase 2. Phase 3, expand from smaller bases to other towns and villages and recruit and indoctrinate subjects made susceptible by dream sendings. Occupy abandoned towns and ruins, and train corrupted cultists as raiders and irregular troops. Identify, discredit, and decimate possible sources of political resistance. I'm not sure how much of that they've done. They have sent dreamers into places like Balmora and other towns. They have had cultists throughout towns in hiding. Phase 3 is a little difficult to conclude wholeheartedly that it's something that they did. Phase 4, use assassination and terror to weaken, distract, and disrupt the legions in the imperial bureaucracy, along with their Halalu sympathizers. Inspire popular uprisings of the native poor against the foreign rich and powerful. Summon sleepers and dreamers to Dagoth Ur to work on Second Medium. Not a lot of Phase 4, right? So we could say that they have completed Phase 1 and Phase 2, still working on Phase 3 and 4, so we're in the direct middle of the conflict. Inferring Dagoth Ur's perspectives. Dagoth Ur thinks on a large time scale, for the most part, in the outside of time scale of the divine consciousness. He thinks that only obstacles of mythic scale are worth consideration. He believes he is fated to rule Morrowind, to free Morrowind of the Empire, and to become the new, hard-loving father of Morrowind. Given that perspective, the only opposing forces Dagoth Ur worries about are the Tribunal, the Daedra, the Emperor, and the Incarnate. With the Tribunal's loss of Sunder and Keening, and with the diminishing resources of Vivec, Almalexia, and Sothasil, Dagoth Ur believes he has permanently gained a decisive strategic advantage. On a mortal timescale, the battle may last for centuries, but the outcome is not in doubt. And Akulakan may be a device for dramatically reducing the timescale for decisive victory. The myth of dynamic invincibility of the Emperor and the Empire has long been an unquantifiable and intimidating threat. But recent rumors of unrest in Cyrodiil, of the Emperor's failing health, and the unsettled question of the succession have diminished the scale of that threat. That's some foreshadowing for future game, I think. Unless something happens in between Morrowind and Oblivion, which may be the case, but from when I was looking at from the third era to the fourth era, it didn't seem like too much was going on. Nonetheless, the revelation that the Nerevarine is a pawn of Imperial intelligence, handpicked and sent to Morrowind by the Emperor himself, may cause Dagothr considerable anxiety. The Daedra represent no coherent obstacle to Dagothr. Nonetheless, their personal abilities and their influence upon their fanatic followers is considerable, their motives and actions obscure, and Dagothr remains concerned about them. The Incarnate represents Saint Nerevar, a mythic force that has previously defeated Dagothr, and Dagothr is obsessed with this threat. At the same time, Dagothr knew Nerevar personally, knew that he was a mortal man with faults and weaknesses. Dagothr may have some hope of seducing or negotiating with Nerevar's reincarnation. Further, when Nerevar and the Tribunal defeated Dagothr, they were strong and allied. Now the Nerevarine and the Tribunal are weak, opposed and divided. Therefore, though the Nerevarine and the Tribunal represent the most serious threat to Dagothr's plans, he still has good reason to believe that this time he will prevail. A recent timescale. Speaking of timelines, Second Era, 8A2. Before this, Dagothr and his kin lie dreaming beneath the sills of Red Mountain. Same time, Dagothr and his ash vampires awake refreshed and emerged from Lower Red Mountain into the Heart Chamber. Dagothr ritually binds himself and his brethren as heart whites in a ritual of his own devising. First stages of construction of Second Numidium are begun by heart rites and Atronach constructs in a chamber near the heart of Lorcan. Keeping the Second Numidium project a secret from the Tribunal is a high priority. Same time, the Tribunal arrive at Red Mountain for their annual ritual bathing in the Heart's power. Dagothr and ash vampires ambush the Tribunal. The tribunes are driven away and prevented from restoring themselves with Kagranek's tools at the heart of Lorcan. Holy God. That is a lot of time. Okay, so many years pass. Second Era to the Third Era. At least 417 years, right? I don't know how much longer the Second Era goes on. Intermittent Tribunal campaigns assault Red Mountain. The Tribunal and supporting forces seek to force access to the Heart Chamber, but are repeatedly driven back. Dagothr recruits sleepers and dreamers through dream sendings. Cultists are recruited through dream compulsion. Weaker cultists become corpus beasts. Stronger cultists advance through stages towards the powers of the Ascended Sleepers. So there's a churning, basically. Like, there's sporadic combat. Dagothr is building an army. This feels very Lord of the Rings, right? There's some dormancy of Dagothr, but, the power's growing. I get it. Third Era, 400. Kogorin reoccupied by Dagoth Uthul and fortified as an advanced base for the Sixth House operations. Blight storms, become more frequent and widespread. There's a missing word there. Soul sickness spreads in regions close to Red Mountain. Soul sickness. What an incredible term. Soul sickness. The soul. The idea of the soul. Sixth House bases founded near Gnarmok. Now, why do I pronounce the G in Gnarmok, but I don't pronounce it in Nisus? I'll just say Narmok. And in waterfront areas of Vivec. Sixth House operatives exploit smuggler organizations and communications to spread their influence among victims unbalanced by Dagothr's dream sendings. 415. Small cells of Sixth House cultists in every town in Vardenfell. Larger Sixth House operations are concealed in remote dungeons where creatures are bred and cultists are trained for the coming struggle. Every town? I guess earlier in the guide it did mention all those Dagoth priests that we could kill to get rid of sleepers. So I guess they did manage to infiltrate. So things may be more dire than I'm imagining right now. 417. Almalexia and Sothasil lose the artifacts, Keening and Sunder, to Dagoth Odros and Vemin. Vivec rescues Almalexia and Sothasil, but failing to recover Keening and Sunder. The Tribunal retreat from Red Mountain in disorder. Surviving buoyant armiger companions know the tribunal was forced to retreat, but do not know how serious a reversal the tribunal had suffered. The 3 tribunes returned to their respective capitals and continued to perform their ritual functions. The tribunes continue to grow weaker without access to the heart because of resources required to support the ghost fins. The inner circle of the temple priesthood has begun to suspect the tribunes have suffered seriously from wounds and demoralization in the wake of reverses at Red Mountain, but do not recognize the scale of the problem. 426 to 27. Campaign of 6th House assassinations of prominent Imperial citizens and Halalu Imperial sympathizers. Sudden increase in number and seriousness of attacks by cultists and victims deranged by soul sickness. Whoa. So, phase 4. Apparently that has been happening. Alright. Those are the notes. The notes indicate, over time, that the situation is dire. Now, certain YouTubers, like Patrician TV, have talked about how in later games, the situation is made a priori dire. So in Skyrim, with the case of the entrance of the dragon disrupting your assassination, or just your execution. I'm thinking about Oblivion. In Oblivion, the assassination of the Emperor is something that spurs you along to try and find an heir to Tamriel as soon as possible. A restoration of leadership will prevent anarchy, solving the Oblivion crisis. So both of those things are made obvious through action. In this, it seems as though, not to disagree with Patrician TV, but maybe to speculate on maybe the Morrowind Blight, Red Mountain, the War for Red Mountain, or the Red Mountain crisis, or the Blight sickness. Maybe the situation was dire. It's just you, at the beginning, are unaware of how dire it is because you don't know about the 4 phases of Dagothar's plans. You don't know about Kogarun. You are just, you're dumped onto the world and you're meant to explore it. And the main quest, over time, slowly divulges you of the details of just how serious this complication is and over how many years that this has taken place. So maybe we have to reframe the idea of the Bethesda games as you are in a sort of, there's not really a sense of time in the games. There is an obvious sense of time with, months pass, days, you go through days, you level up by resting, hours pass, you have to rest to level up. So there is a mechanical understanding of time and how it relates to the characters, how it relates to the day-night cycle, all of that. But there might be a bubble of time. And the bubble of time is meant to provide a context for danger to happen, but within a context of latent tension. That latent tension is a set of circumstances that are perilous, that could be dire, but is also ambiguous enough to allow the player to bend and mess with the systems to the degree that they want to, right? So hopefully a player knows that it's a video game, and if they don't continue the quest, well, then it won't continue. There may be some narrative circumstances, like we see here with the notes, or like with the danger of losing a character, those things may spur the player along, but that is not the same as a mechanical sense of urgency. Like, a player knows when they're playing a role-playing game that the game is not going to continue autonomously, right? It's not Outer Wilds. It's not really the feeling that Dark Souls wants to give you with characters coming in and out of existence based on invisible logic points that you cross, right? It's none of that. So I'm not totally disagreeing with what Patrician TV says about urgency, but I am trying to recontextualize the situation as one where the conceit of the games are placed in such a way as to give you breathing room within the excitement of making changes in a story. So I think the word I'm looking for is precipitous, right? It's a climactic situation that all it needs is just the briefest push to get change to occur. But until that happens, everything is in a precarious homeostasis, right? That's basically what the games are doing. And it's clear, based on Starfield's description of what it's going to be, is exactly that. It's called the uneasy peace. We might call it an armistice. There has been tension in the past, and if some exaggerated moment, a stressor, were to be placed on the situation, then the spark may arise again. So as far as the main quest goes, I'm willing to give a little bit more credit to Bethesda for repeatedly coming up with these experiences. I think a lot of bad role-playing games could be said to occur in places that are less precipitous, because then a player feels as though they are romping in a world that, if all of their adventures were to disappear, nothing could be said about the world that would be any different, right? So it's the Kurt Vonnegut idea of starting as close to the end of the story as possible. And Outer Wilds does this. Disco Elysium for sure does this. You take part in a struggle in Revachol, which is a place that has become an intersecting locus of... Ooh, did you guys hear that? That was thunder. We may be getting rain, which is good. We need the rain. It's an intersecting locus of so many different people and places, and it's not just about this one murder mystery. It's about trade. It's about workers' rights. It's about nations. Like, it ends up being the case ends up being the Trojan horse that, when it comes out, what you learn is the world. And I think that is the ideal main quest, is that the player is tricked into understanding the terms of the world. And I think as we get to the end of it, we'll read through this, but I think Morrowind did a masterful job. Granted, it is dated. So, if you don't like reading the notes that you're given, and if you don't like information gathering, which made up a surprising amount of this epic campaign, then you kind of need to go away from the main quest and perhaps into other, maybe do faction quests, or maybe play and do some role playing where you level up, you become an adventurer, right? So that might be something to look into as we look into the faction quests, if we're going to do that. Does the game change depending on your involvement with it? That's a big question. I've talked too much, so let's get back to it. Okay, this is the disclaimatory section of the guide. Oops. Okay, we're all on the same page, right? Uh-oh. There are a couple of reasons you might not be on the same page. One of them involves doing something wrong. The other involves doing something that's simply different. Here we'll get you sorted out and then move on into the end game. You can botch things up in any number of ways in the earlier stages of the game. The possibilities are legion. Somehow, somewhere, you step off the main quest trail into the wilderness and never quite find the path again. Be thankful that the game has a kind of guide rail. Provided you have become the Nerevarine, have a reputation of at least 50, and are at least level 20, you can return to the path of the righteous by talking to Archcanon Thol or Sarioni. Of course, without help, you might never bump into this guide rail. So signs directing you to it have been spread all around Morrowind. 6 familiar characters can steer you to Sarioni. Ethan Serethi of House Redorn, Halalu Counselor Crassius Curio, the Wizard Devath Fur, Ashlander, a Wise Woman to Bonnie Mesa, Maramilo from the Temple Library, or Master Gilvis Borello from the Holomai Monastery. That's sort of incredible that like there's a secondary list of main characters, like a main cast of characters. So quite a lot of these people we interacted with in the main quest anyway. But it's just nice that they have a backup plan of NPCs. Each asks why you haven't fulfilled the Nerevarine Prophecies and points you toward the Archcanon. Sarioni in turn will put you back in the saddle and in touch with Vivec. This is not to say you have to play the game as we've outlined. One of Morrowind's special qualities is its openness. As such, you can skip the main quest almost entirely and still finish the game. Still finish the game. That's... Do the other games do that? Remember that one. Remember that one. I have to remember... think of it as a vegetarian Thanksgiving. No turkey for me, please. Aunt Juniper. But please pass the yams, green beans, and cranberry sauce so you can live off the side dishes. It's a dumb metaphor. I don't like extended metaphors. Like if it had just been this, that'd have been great. In so doing, it's possible to create a backpath character sufficiently powerful to acquire the key to Vivec's palace and then get hold of Wraithguard and the necessary documents without following the story. There's a hitch. If you take this route and want to use the Wraithguard, you're going to have to wait for dessert a bit longer than if you'd followed the story. You'll recall an earlier reference to Vivec, showing you how to use the Wraithguard. Well, if you kill Vivec, this doesn't happen. What? Kill Vivec? You gotta be kidding. He's a god. How can you kill a god? You kill Degathur. That's the whole point of the game. Right, he is very, very hard to kill. Don't even think about it unless you got a plan that will handle an opponent with thousands of health, magicka, and fatigue. But he can be killed. Anyway, like I was saying, if you kill Vivec, you can take Wraithguard from his corpse. But it's an inactive Wraithguard, and you won't know whom to turn to for help turning it on and equipping it. You won't even know if there's anyone who can help. You won't even know what it is. That would be an incredible... Like you're a kid, and you've somehow... used any number of ways to glitch the game and cheese your way through it. And you arrive at Vivec's palace and you grab it and you're like, Wraithguard, what's that? And you've got it now, right? But of course it's, I don't want to call it a chicken and egg problem, but it's bad logic, right? If this speculative player is capable of cheesing the game, then they've looked stuff up online. And if they look stuff up online, how do they do all that and then not do this, right? What would be more crazy and impressive is if somebody had, through sheer will, played so much of the game and then somehow managed to get into the palace of Vivec to this person. You know what? The speculation's wasting time. Anyway, I just think it's a cool concept that this could happen. Do you think we'd let that happen to you? Here's the Wraithguard right here for those uninitiated. Maybe for just a little while so we can watch you sweat, thrash around, beat up on innocent characters. In fact, okay, that's enough. In fact, there is one other person in Morrowind who can help you to activate and equip Wraithguard. Remember Yagram Bagarn from the Corpusarium? You got some enchanted boots from him for Divath Fur and shouted about the disappearance of the dwarves. Maybe he did a translation for you. And you maybe borrowed his book, Tamrielic Lore, which gives the background for a lot of cool items in the game. We'll talk about the book in another chapter. Bagarn once worked for the great dwarven inventor Kagranak. If you take the artifact to Bagarn, he'll identify it as the Wraithguard in dialogue, though it remains unique to an artifact in your inventory. It's not that simple. You have to meet one of 3 conditions just to get the dwarf to agree to help you. You'll need a reputation of 20, and Bagarn a disposition of 90, or a reputation of 30, with no disposition requirement, or the documents, Degathur's plans, and the plan to defeat Degathur in your inventory. If you got the Wraithguard, the documents will be a piece of cake thrown at podium on the south side of Vivec's chamber. Boy, oh boy. Okay, Bagarn's in. But while he helped make the Wraithguard, that doesn't make him an expert on its operation. He says he might be able to figure it out with Kagranak's plan book and Kagranak's journals, and suggests that the player search Dwemer ruins for them. This is incredible. This is such a cool way to do it. I kind of want to do this in a playthrough. The plan book is in Kagranek's library in Red Mountain Citadel. Turinulal. Kagranek's journals are in his study in the Citadel in Dusel. Once again, the written word is an important aspect of the game where characters need the written word for information. I think it's really cool. Bring these books to Bogarn, and the last dwarf will enable the device. Naturally, there's this one other hitch. You've backed into the ending, and can't expect everything to come off like clockwork, so the first time you use this jury-rigged Wraithguard, it will backfire big time. When it backfires, it will do between 201 and 225 points of damage to the player. The only way you can guarantee your survival is to have more than 225 hit points and be at full health. If you have 202 or more hit points, you should save your games and play safe and work through the backfires until you survive one. Wow. Save scumming is directly involved in the game. If you have 201, you're out of luck. You'll need to level up before you can proceed. But from this point on, the artifact performs exactly like the real Wraithguard. Ooh. Lightning and the thunder. Ghostgate. The entrance to Red Mountain. In the meantime, follow Vivec's plan. It is a blueprint for winning the game. It consists of 5 broad steps leading up to the climactic battle with Dagothur. First, you'll need to make probing raids inside the Ghost Fence. Your purpose here is to kill off non-responding monsters and to learn the lay of the land. If you've spent much time inside the Ghost Fence, you know it is not an orderly world, and it will take a while to learn how to get around. You should get some help from folks in Ghostgate. With the end of the Meet Vivec quest, your relationships with the Temple and House Redoran should finally cool down. This means services previously unavailable at Ghostgate should become available, and Buoyant Armigers and Ghostgate are now under orders to provide maps and intelligence on the region within the Ghost Fence. It's nice having friends again. While you're getting all comfy cozy on the enemy's doorstep, it's also not a bad idea to create a local headquarters where you can sleep safely and ferry supplies. Clear out one of the enemy's citadels for this purpose, stock up on all the consumable resources you need for a protracted campaign, restore health, fatigue, and magic potions, repair tools, and in particular restore attribute potions over all the curses. Magical attacks of the 6 health enemies will often burn your attributes to nubbins, and you'll need more than nubbins to deal with Dagothur. Your second step should be to take down the remaining ash vampires and recover artifacts from their bodies. Each ash vampire has a special enchanted item that will help you defend yourself in the final battle. The hitch is that getting those artifacts means you're going to have to fight a whole bunch of increasingly nasty bosses pretty much in a row. Okay. I don't think I ever did any of this. I think I just went straight to Dagothur. Tackle Dagoth Uthal first. It's the easiest of the 7 ash vampires to kill. Indeed, if you are incredibly thorough in your explanation of the Dunmer stronghold of Kogarun, you may have already killed it and recovered its belt of heart fire. If not, Uthal is in Kogarun's Karma's breath section. Even though Kogarun is located outside Red Mountain and well north of the Ghost Fence, this level is reached most easily through Red Mountain. Yeah, going in the back way. Next are Dagoth Indus at Indusol and Dagoth Turinul at Turinulal. Get their amulets of Heart Rhyme and Heart Thrum, respectively. You'll take on the remaining ash vampires as you close in on Dagothur. Keening and Sunder. Here we go. The moon and the sun. Sunder. Keening. We're close enough to the end to taste it, but not quite ready. You need to recover the artifact blade Keening from Citadel Aldrasol, located just northeast of Ghostgate. It's a straightforward mission. To reach the Citadel, head north from Ghostgate to the highest point of the terrain, then turn east and peer down into Aldrasol. An interior door leads to the tower. Oh my goodness. I have not been paying attention with my map. So, it's small enough that we could just do a nice, guided tour. Right, so the Ghost Fence. Here's the Ghost Gate that we were referring to earlier. And we have some things just on the outside. We have some things just on the inside. Right? So, Shrine of Pride. Yasu Mine. And then we have these Daedric fortresses, I would say. Aldrasol, Indusol, Ulara, Dalaku, Turinulal. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing these correctly. Here's the back entrance to Kogarun. So that's Holy cow, look at that. Look at the distance between these two. That's really something. The implication of how far you travel underneath in the dungeon, right? Viminal, Bathonchand. It's the name of my nephew. Bathonchand. I don't have a nephew. Okay, sorry about that. So here's the context, right? Here's Red Mountain. You know, we've been circling around it, you know, like a bad argument with your parents. We've been circling around. Let's finally get into it, right? We're finally at Red Mountain. Mount Doom. Teresa Citadel head north from Ghostgate to the highest point of the terrain, then turn east to peer down into Odrosol. An interior door leads to the tower naturally. It is locked, and naturally, Dagoth Odros has the key. Kill him and claim his amulet of Heartfire. In the tower, climb the ladder and retrieve Keening. Now be careful. We know you're eager to get on with things, but don't equip Keening without having Wraithguard equipped first. The super weapon and its companion, Sunder, can waste anything Morrowind throws at you. But Wraithguard is the buffer that protects you from their awful power. I'm curious to look up Keening and Sunder and Wraithguard for the sake of the video here to see what its benefits are, but I have to keep in mind what this video is and what it's not. If you want, you can search on the UESP yourself. Sunder. Retrieval of the lake hammer of the... Why did I say lake? I have no idea. Let's try that again. Retrieval of the hammer Sunder is a bit trickier. Like Keening, it's in a citadel, Viminal, on Red Mountain, inside the ghost fence. That sounded familiar. Yes. And guarded by Dagoth Vimin, a high-level ash vampire. Kill him to get the real Sunder and the amulet of Heartheal. Now that you've got Keening and Sunder, if you have any loose cash, consider a little excursion back to civilization to train with blunt weapons and short blade if you don't already have those skills at high levels. Oh shit. That would be, that is, I can kind of see why Bethesda veered away from this sort of world building. You know, it's great to be King Arthur, but unless you use long swords, you know, because my character uses a spear for this run I'm doing, but had I had the short blade and blunt weapon. But honestly, I guess you would get lucky with one of those. Because, you know, do you really need to have specializations in more than one weapon? Not really. Paying for training is cheap, and tormenting hapless wilderness creatures will quickly raise his skill through practice. A detour. Do I need to read this? We've been fighting the Ash Vampires in order of strength, and it's all been laid out in a pretty convenient fashion. Of the 7 Ash Vampires, 5 are found in Red Mountain Citadels, and the one in Kogarun is reached more easily through the volcano than through the stronghold. Naturally, one of the strongest is off on his own. It's possible he found Dagoth Aranus if he ventured into Momea, located east of the stronghold Parandus, on the miscellaneous quest to rescue Hanat Zainzibani. That's right, that was something that was hinted a long time ago, wasn't it? I kind of like the way that the game sort of like loops quests back around like that. It is possible you got your ass kicked all the way to Nisus. Aranus is a monstrous opponent, a level 30 Ash Vampire with 400 health, 500 spell points, wildly high stats, and the ability to do up to 100 points of damage with a single blow. If you've already managed to eliminate him and liberate his soul ring, we bow to you. If not, now's the time. We know you have your eyes on the prize, but inconvenient as this detour may be, its impact on your battle with Dagoth will make it worth your while. You know, I guess this is something that has existed to this day. So, Breath of the Wild, you can choose to complete most of the game before going after Ganon, or you can choose to go after Ganon immediately. And your skill in fighting will determine how well you do against Ganon, but also the game compensates by giving you experience, tools, and it makes the fight later easier if you complete those in earlier stages. So I think this is something that a lot of games have done throughout time. And I don't know if these two are discrete examples or the only examples, right? I'm sure there are more that I just can't think of at the moment. Destroy Dagoth. Here we are. This is it. Let's take a quick look at what we've achieved. In Keening and Sunder, you have the 2 artifacts required to destroy Dagoth, and in the Wraithguard, you have the means to use them without killing yourself. And you have beefed up your own defenses substantially by salvaging artifacts from Dagoth Ur's Ash Vampire brethren. You're not quite ready for the big, bad guy himself, but you're ready to knock on his front door. Enter Dagoth Ur's citadel. How did you get in? The door appears to be a sphere, but no activation message is displayed upon your approach. It's just like the door to Arkenthend, your first Dwemer ruin outside Balmora. There's a crank on a pipe to the left of the door. Turn the crank. Run back before the sphere closes again and enter the citadel. Yeah. Foreshadowing and cashing in. Pretty obvious narrative device, I would say. The last Ash Vampires here. Kill Dagoth Gilveth in the lower facility and recover the blood ring from his remains. I wonder how many rings you can wear. I don't remember. You're now as well protected as you're going to be. It's time to fight the big bad guy. Make your way through the citadel to the facility cavern. Speak with Dagoth Ur. He has voice acting as well. For anyone who knows Dagoth Wave, who has listened to some Dagoth Ur beats, he has a couple bangers out there. Him, Azura, both have voice acting. You'll both have a chance to ask and answer questions, and then, as your journal entry says, the time for words will be past. Dagoth Ur is a well-bred supervillain. He leaves it to you to take the first blow. So take the opportunity to prepare for this climactic battle. If you have any summoned creatures or enchantments, summon them, and cast all the enchantments from the Ash Vampire artifacts. I think the player knows how to play the game at this point, boys. Like, what are we doing? Any spells from enchantments you have to boost attributes or skills or protect from magic or physical damage. When all your summoned servants and magical enchantments are ready, attack Dagoth Ur and keep attacking him until he vanishes. The game isn't over. He's not dead. He can't be killed as long as the heart of Lorcan sustains him. But he does leave his very nice enchanted heart ring on the floor of the spherical Dwemer door as his disembodied spirit flees to Agulican's chamber. I'm getting some, what does this remind me of? I'm getting some, Ganondorf vibes from this, where like, or from like Star Fox. There's like a, I don't know how to describe it. You kill the boss, but then the boss retreats into a form. You know, there's like there's a true form where there's some hidden monstrous secret, right? I think a really scary version to me when I was a kid was Star Fox 64, where there was Andros the robot and then there was Andros the brain, and both of those are really bizarre fights. You're shooting the eyes of Andros. It was like, I don't know, it was psychedelic. Things like that. I think that's really cool and interesting. I'm not sure if Agulican is quite that. Enter Agulican's chamber. Within you'll find the towering bulk of Agulican, a titanic metal automaton that Dagoth Ur plans to use to conquer the world. The heart of Lorcan, which is to serve as the power to animate Agulican, hangs inside Agulican's torso. You need to get down to the heart, strike it once with Sunder, and then 5 times with Keening, in order to destroy the enchantments and sever Dagoth Ur's lifeline. Did you ever say that that's how many times you have to... Like, how does a player know that? Did that come up somewhere and I missed it? When you enter the chamber, you are immediately confronted by a re-embodied Dagoth Ur and 6th House enemies. It would be smart to avoid them if you can. Peakstar's gift of travel-stained pants, or the Shadow Shield might come in handy here. Estella's feat of daring do would be to leap from the upper platform down to the rope bridge to Agulican's torso. Don't forget to have Wraithguard equipped before you equip Sunder or Keening, or you'll die very fast. I guess they're expecting the player not to read this start to finish like we did. Or they're expecting a terrible memory, right? Because there are moments when they have some redundancies where they repeat themselves over and over again, imagining that a player is skimming. When the enchantments on the heart are destroyed with Sunder and Keening, Dagoth Ur dies the final death, and so do any Ash Vampires you haven't already sent to their makers. You've also triggered a catastrophic collapse of Agulican, so you might want to get off Agulican and get back up to the ledge where you can watch the fun from a safe perch. After you've watched a Gulukin collapse leave the way you came in, you need to find a standard issue dwarven crank on a nearby pipe to open the exit doors. In the facility cavern, you'll meet the spirit of your patron Azura, and receive her well-deserved praise and a reward, a ring, for destroying Degathur. Degathur is gone. The blight is gone. You have achieved your destiny. Now what? That's up to you. The story has ended, but the game isn't over. It's a big world out there, Nerevarine, and it's yours for the taking. And we move on to the faction quests. But for the scope of the guide so far, that is the end of the main quest. How do we conclude this? So, things I like. Without a doubt, I like the amount of world building that is just piled onto the player in these moments. I think so. In games recently, I have attempted to sometimes play in such a way that I experience, quote unquote, everything in the order that I think the game wants me to. So that would mean in some of the games in the late 2000s and early 2010s, this included the Dead Space remake, I would read the text of the item that I picked up, or I would listen to the audio in that moment that the audio log was. And I wondered how it would affect the pace. So for Dead Space, I found the pace of it to be quite interesting, and I liked it more with all the pickups than I did because when I played it on story mode and I played it at a breakneck speed, it felt like I had an action movie on fast forward. And so I think there is a desirous pace that the developers expect the player to play at. And for Morrowind, it is the one of the conclusions I can draw is that I don't think the main quest is a uniformly lengthed. I know I'm saying random versions of words here, so bear with me. A uniformly paced experience. So to me, I think that the first third of the main quest is quite long. I imagine that it would actually be 2/5 of the main quest. And this, what I mean by that is that despite the fact that you're covering a lot of missions or quests in the main quest, technically speaking, you're at a percentage of completion of the quests by the time you go after the Urshulaku camp, or by the time you start to go after the Hortator and Nerevarine qualifications for your character. I actually think that the first part of those quests should be inordinately longer. It should be irrationally longer than what they are at first glance. And that's because you are learning quite a bit about the world, you're learning quite a bit about the game, and as such, you are experiencing the slow ramp-up pace to the end of the game. Now, this does two things. So, for an experienced player who already knows the world, this is a good thing because I think the quests lay themselves open to be completed much faster for a player who knows what to do. They know immediately where to go in Balmora. They know immediately where to go in Vivec. They know where all the camps are. They know who to talk to exactly for all the Hortator and Nerevarine missions. They can talk to all the Ashlander tribes. And because of that, they are able to get more out of the experience of playing than learning. Maybe like rereading a book, they see things from a different perspective now that they have some in-depth knowledge. But I think also it might make the game slightly more difficult, just because the levels at which you might be completing these things may be a little earlier if you're faster. Now, that's an assumption. It may be the case that some players just cheat out the wazoo and they create a mega character and they're going to stomp everything regardless, right? So I can't really speak much for mechanics, but for narrative, that's what I would say. Then I feel as though the Nerevarine and Hortator takes up a big chunk. And then I think that the ending is sort of a breakneck climax. I actually think that a lot of this, once you start talking with Vivec, like you've completed all the prophecies, you have achieved everything that you need to do to be recognized as Nerevarine. You find yourself in a position where you're talking to Vivec and things are rolling, right? You're getting Keening, you're getting Sunder, you're at the Ghost Gate. Everything is really centralized into Red Mountain, right? You're spending most of your time here. And so it's a big combat finish. You're killing all these ash vampires. You're collecting, you're creating a base of operations, and you're preparing for your final battle with Dagoth. And there may be a slower pace once you start talking to Dagoth at the end moment because you're able to get some conversation out of him beforehand. But it's a big action finish, right? And action in this game, I think, is faster than thought. That is to say that I think the lore and the world takes longer to seep in to the player than the combat does. The combat is pretty basic. You swing at things, you cast things, or you apply things to your character to bolster any number of what we just talked about. So that is something that's interesting that I would love to examine when I play Starfield. Does the main quest feel uniformly paced? And that's something I can ask for the other games going forward. If I were to look at their guides, when I look at their guides, it's still up for debate. I don't know if I'm going to do that, just because I really enjoyed this, and I may just do it for my own sake. But I don't know if this is appealing content to showcase my thinking in situ for a viewer, right? Okay, that's the first takeaway, is the main quest uniformly paced? Second thing is the main quest, the ultimate goal of the main quest is to divvy up world building in a large enough quantity to bootstrap understanding of the world to the player. I don't think there is a single quest line in the other factions that gives as much world building information as this one does. It provides notes that no one else has. It sends you incidentally into libraries, bookstores, all different sorts of places with more information. And I think that is, even though I said incidentally, I think it is intentional. The game wants you to be privy to as many touch points in the game as possible. So to do that, they send you onto a bunch of places that also happen to be bookstores and libraries. And it sends you to a lot of people who are either at intermediate levels of understanding, so they raise a lot of questions, or they're experts in the field. They give you a lot of answers. And that's, to me, that's got to be the coolest part about Morrowind, because when you look at the island of Vardenfell and you slowly take in not only how massive it is as a landmass, but the amount of NPCs that are in it, all of their roles, the different geographies of the islands, the coastal regions, the inner ashland regions, the grazelands, like all these different places, archipelagos. It's just an insatiable thing that you want to explore further. And I love that about the Morrowind world. So the main quest answers a lot of questions you might have about the world in its narrative, but also you go on a grand tour. So we start in the southwest, recovering information. We eventually go up into the west and northwest, We discover Ashlander camps. We make our way to the northeast. So we go in this clockwise formation around Red Mountain, right? We find ourselves having to go into combat in the north with Kogaroon, in the west, Ilu Nibi, and in the east, I don't remember. I have already forgotten some of this. But for sure, we have to talk to people to become Hortator, to Redoran in the west, Halalu, southwest, and then Telvanni, the east coast. And then finally, once all that is done, we talk to some major players. We talk to Vivec in the temple. And if you haven't heard of Vivec by this point in the main quest, right, if you're wondering what the name Vivec means, it is of the three in the tribunal. And there's a tribunal expansion. So the question is, what about Sothasil? And what about Amalexia? Well, there are some latent questions that are answered in later parts of the game. And then finally, you take the fight in interior into Dagothar. So I think it's a grand tour, right? And in the future, if you don't want to do everything with one character, you can proceed through the rest of the game with a sort of parallel knowledge of what is always going on in Vardenfell. But you can carry on as your own character, and you can sort of relegate the idea of the Nerevarine, and you can project that onto somebody else. You can say that's somebody else's job. There have been incarnates, right? You don't have to be the Nerevarine. There are people who are born with those qualifications who could be, and so because of that, there is a wide pool that narrows to a singular pyramid at the top, right? The person who eventually becomes the Nerevarine. And you can say to yourself when you have a character that I'm not interested in doing that. So the third takeaway, we've talked about pacing, we've talked about introduction to the world. The third takeaway is that the main quest creates the ability to dismiss it in the lore or in the design of the main quest. It saws the branch that you're sitting on. And that's a benefit, I think. Which is to say that if the main quest were to never occur, one can assume that the main quest would still occur, but in the guise of a separate character, a separate playthrough. With all the talk about the Nerevarine, you're not the Nerevarine, but you could become it, and the innocent beginnings that you start as, the Emperor sends you, which is quite a bit of confidence. But it may also be the case that there are other people with interests, other Outlanders who are still on Vardenfell, who could match that. And after all, Dagoth has been fighting for hundreds of years to rebuild Akulakan in Red Mountain. So who's to say, hundreds of years later, a Dunmer, some Outlander, anybody who fits the qualifications might later be able to defeat Dagoth. So in the world building itself, it creates the mechanisms for it to be disabled by the player. The player can dismiss it as not being for them. And that's always been a great thing about Bethesda games, is that oftentimes players don't really care about the main quest. Now, granted, that is an assumption. I would be curious to see if there's any data or statistics about what it means to play a main quest as a player. And I guess you'd look at the achievements. You could look at the achievements of these games and determine who took seriously the idea of a main quest. And I think if it was higher than a third for the introductory quests, I would be impressed. Because that means that a lot of players have attempted to give the main quest a shot. Now, if a player doesn't complete the main quest, or if a player decides to just turn literally in the opposite direction and go south, metaphorically speaking, symbolically, into different factions or into different things, right? Then the players can do that. The player's more welcome to do that. I think that's really cool. So that's a third takeaway. A fourth takeaway is something that we talked about, which is the rewards for a main quest. How should we determine what the rewards for a main quest should be? By the end with Sunder and Keening and the Wraithguard, by the end, if the player is not all that powerful but still defeats Dagother, the reward is to become powerful. But leading up to it, they give some things that they are assuming that the player is going to use for further battles in the form of magic items. So we could say that's leverage. Now, in the later games, they tend to give experience for quests. And so perhaps they're hoping to internalize those rewards so that the player can decide what they're going to use as leverage. In Starfield, will there be magic or epic items? Or I sort of wonder if the search for more hard science fiction is an attempt by Bethesda to control certain aspects of how the game is played so as to keep it from being broken by players. So advanced weaponry or epic weaponry or legendary items, are those the kind of things that will exist in Starfield? I don't know. At this point, I would guess no. I would guess that there would just be different tiers of weaponry, some better than others, and then the skills that your character has is going to determine the effectiveness of those. Just because I think that they're more interested in internalizing those things, giving the choice to the player as they develop their character, rather than dominating strategies in the form of magical items. We'll have to see if that turns out to be the case. So the fourth takeaway is extrinsic rewards in a main quest. Let me think here. Is there a fifth takeaway? A fifth takeaway that we can say is what we talked about earlier, which is the precipitous strategy of designing a Bethesda game that is something for the player to set off and to complete. But if the player were not there, it could be simply a moment in crisis that is never resolved. And so the threatening feeling that Patrician TV talks about, I previously reformulated as simply good storytelling, as starting it as close to the end as possible. Disco Elysium does it. And I've covered that earlier. So if you haven't gotten to that section, if you skipped through to the conclusion, you're welcome to go back to hear that. And I don't want to have to repeat myself annoyingly to you, so I'll leave it at that. So the fifth takeaway was the intentional, dire nature of the plot that also allows for some breathing room. Call it the time bubble continuum. the time bubble of storytelling. A sixth takeaway. Is there anything we've talked about? So one of the things we talked about earlier in the main quest, which sort of got blown up towards the end, but actually, if we think about it, it was really nice to have this. So the game was designed in a certain way as to not assume fast travel for a little bit, the diegetic fast travel that the game has. So, we were in Satanin, we went back and forth between Sedanine and Balmora. And one of the great things about that was that many of the early locations that you were to visit were introductory areas for the player. So the Andrano Ancestral Tomb is quite close to Sedanine. The Arkanthand dungeon is close to Balmora. And looking for information in the Mages Guild, Fighters Guild here, that is in town. Caius's house, northeast of Balmora. So you're learning about towns, you're learning about dungeons nearby before you're introduced to Vivec, which is admittedly a steep climb, but you're able to investigate Vivec, and the quests and those are a tour of the city of Vivec. From there, we move up, but what I wanted you to see was the spoke and wheel. There's got to be a better term for this, but just the idea that you are nomadic. You skip to one place and then you absorb information and cool shit from that area, and then you pick up and you move to other major zones, right? And it's not perfect, so you end up going back to Caius and Balmora fairly often, but eventually Caius lets you go and you fall into Nabani Mesa's world in the Urshulaku camp, right? You kind of set out on your own. But that is kind of a sixth takeaway, is that the spaces in Morrowind are deliberately designed to slowly unravel the player to the geography of the world, because they know it's weird, they know it's alien. This 3D, this three-dimensional polygonal world was very new for a lot of gamers who had been playing consoles like the Sega Genesis, like the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. So 3D was new for everybody. And I am just so impressed with the mastery of Morrowind for its geography, not just in its cohesiveness as a land, but in its ability to dole that out to the player using quest design. I think that's cool. So that's the sixth takeaway, is the relevance of geography to the main quest. I think that Starfield will make this question irrelevant, just in the way that planets are their own isolated entity. There may be the case where you work for a faction constellation in the main quest, or with other factions where you end up doing that spoken wheel system. I don't know how much of that is true. I think quest markers and objectives on a star map are going to likely tell you exactly where you need to go, just based on previous games. So I don't know how effective that would be. So that's the sixth takeaway. Is there anything else I want to say about the main quest for Morrowind before moving on? I think it takes you from the bottom all the way to the top, like we talked about before. The beginning of the game, the beginning of the main quest, the middle of the main quest, the middle of your playthrough, the end of the game, the end of your playthrough. Like, you effectively go from knowing nothing about this world to meeting a god and then killing a god, all intents and purposes, right? Dagothr, Vivec, Lord Nerevar, these are all larger than life entities. And so the breadth of the experience in Morrowind is quite large. Now, you could make the case that a main quest should not do that. Maybe the main quest is more about the first 20 levels of a character, where it's just meant to be an introduction. At most, what you discover has large narrative implications for the world, but your time as a member of the Blades, your time as a member of Constellation, your story about finding out about your father or your son in the Fallout games, is a truncated brief part of a totalizing experience of the worlds that they create. This is something that I think would be I'm very curious to see what Starfield is. I don't see it being a game like Morrowind in this sense of beginning, middle, and end. I think, if anything, it will be... I can't see it having large mechanical implications for your character to complete the main quest of Starfield. I think it will be narratively an introduction to the world. I think the constellation quests in Starfield will have you interact with lots of different factions, different sectors of the galaxy, we'll call it, the area that you are suspected of interacting with. But I cannot see it being a kill the big bad guy sort of main quest. I hope that they'll go back to their roots and they will lean into the idea of a main quest being a narrative and lore introduction to the game. And if you want to do the big combat thing, or if you want to do the big, like, making big decisions in a story game, you can do that with the factions. You can do that with miscellaneous quests. You can do that with radiant quests. If you want to go kill stuff, right? I'm way more interested in the main quest as a bridge between the world and its lore. To me, that is where I am going to rest my laurels. I'm not sure if I said that right. I'm not sure if I used that in the correct context. But that's where I put my vote, right? If I had to choose between the Fallout experience of the main quest or the Skyrim experience of the main quest, I am all for the Morrowind version of that instead. So that is what I've learned exploring the main quest of Morrowind through its guide. I don't know if you found this enjoyable. This is such a long series of videos and it took me a while to make. I could do this with the faction quests. I think the question I would have to answer before doing it is there something that I could gather in looking at a top-down perspective of the designs of the faction quests that I couldn't get from the main quest? And that would be interesting to try and answer. My gut reaction is no. My gut reaction is that there isn't really anything new to be gathered, except perhaps the workings in parallel between the main quest and a set of faction quests to see if there are any things in parallel. And to some extent, since I've been playing Morrowind on the side while doing this read-through, I have pointed those things out with House Tavani and the Mages Guild and some interactions there, and that could be interesting. But I think a comprehensive look at the factions would be more work than was needed. And how do I say this without being uncouth? The faction quests have less to do with the cohesiveness of the world, right? The Fighters Guild is more concerned with getting the player onboarded into types of combat, types of weapons, how to engage targets, and it creates narrative conceits to make that palatable. How the Fighters Guild relates to the rest of the world, how the Fighters Guild relates to itself, if there are interpersonal dynamics. And each of the factions more or less do this, right? And they follow the role-playing combat magic stealth approach. So there are some cases in Morrowind where the end results are blended. So it's not just the Mages Guild is for magic, right? There's House Halalu, which is a combination, I think, of speechcraft and combat. Maybe more mercantilism. House Redoran is a combat class, or is a combat focus, but it isn't everything. House Tavani, we could say, is magic, but it can also be other things. Like, it can also be Murder Town. Like, House Tavani is crazy in its libertarianism. So that to me seems like a more political investigation, like very eye-opening experience. So what are the conclusions that we can make about taking a look at the faction quests? One is that the Mages Guild, although it is supposedly more tight-knit as a role in the world, is far less cohesive in its interpersonal undertaking or underpinnings, right? So if you do the Balmora Mages Guild quests, what you realize is that quite a lot of it is just people trying to take advantage of other people, and you're caught in the middle trying to sabotage other people's research, or you're trying to keep other people from sabotaging research. And it becomes this weird, like, I don't know, you're doing people's homework. And so you get a very bad taste in your mouth from the Mages Guild. However, for House Tavani, you learn, ironically, that though they may be more libertarian, they may be more atomized and scattered, there's a strange, solidarity to Telvanni in how much they hate certain aspects of what Vvardenfell has become. So there are things that you could learn in Morrowind, the world itself, that way. But as far as the future, I suppose I could compare the Fighters Guild quests to the Fighters Guild of Oblivion and the Companions in Skyrim, right? We could do a sort of a structural look at each of those diachronically across time, and we could see how Bethesda has made adjustments. But I think other YouTubers have done that in better versions than I have. They've played the game. I think Patrician TV's look at Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim is truly excellent. And the reason I say that is because it is a blending of the narrative aspects of those quests analyzed across time with the thematic elements of the gameplay mechanics, which is something that has been sorely missing from my look here. So if you're thinking about the limitations of what I did here, it would be that it's a game. It's not based on a book. And so because of that, I think that my tools, or what I decided to do, work best for the main quest, and unpacking the lore of the main quest as it's been exposed by the guide, and not so much looking at the game mechanics, which has been much better accomplished, A, with other YouTubers, and B, in the faction quests themselves. But those faction quests have to be done in the context of playing the game, where they have their best benefit. So I'm sort of talking myself out of not doing the other quests. I think that ironically, other people may not be so much interested in the main quests of the Bethesda games, but I have always been a person who has been really obsessed with the main quests of Bethesda games, and I tend to play those early or as soon as possible because I have to have the cornerstone of the experience. And Bethesda talks so much about what the tone of their games are, and I get a great deal of that sense of tone through its main quest. It's hard for me to absorb or to soak in tone through its world without that anchoring piece of the main quest. So with that, if I were to do this in the future, I would be looking at the Oblivion main quest in the future based on the takeaways that we had earlier. So if you've made it this far, good God, thank you for making it all this way. I hope this was useful or enlightening to somebody. If you haven't checked out those other YouTubers who have taken a look at Morrowind, or who have taken a look at Bethesda games in much better or more further detail than I have, then I would highly recommend that you take a look. And if you haven't played Morrowind yourself and you made it all the way this far, I hope I didn't ruin the entire experience for you. I really do hope that you at least, I would say if you want to experience the game, that if it was me, I would go in and I would cheat on everything. If you have it on PC, I would open up the console and I would give my player a ton of abilities, and I would make my character extremely fast, especially. And I would go and I would just explore Vvardenfell and explore the way that you uncover information. I would explore the main quest, the books, the design of the world, the way that things look. And I would, to me, Morrowind is like an early modern, an early modern role-playing game that is foundational and continues to do things better than a lot of games do nowadays, because they didn't focus as much on fidelity as they did complexity or integrity or authenticity. And those are really broad statements, or really broad, I guess, describing factors. But I hope with this analysis, I've shown you what those mean, or at least to me. So thank you again, and perhaps I'll see you later. Perhaps I'll do this again. Goodbye.